Chapter 359. The dark purple Chi barrier was like a tall tower, tightly covering the surrounding 300 meters. The Chi barrier did not completely block one's sight, and who knew how many pairs of eyes were hidden outside the barrier? Bai Ningbing, just surrender obediently. You won't be able to escape here. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers occupied the 4 cardinal directions, surrounding Bai Ningbing in the center. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on a huge rock, holding a yuan stone with both hands, replenishing her primeval essence. Bai Ningbing, don't have any delusions. You killed our Tai Clan's people and still want to escape? Humph. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers stared at Bai Ningbing with solemn gazes, tightly surrounding her. Bai Ningbing's squinted eyes slowly opened, her blue pupils were calm, and her tone was cold as ice. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, what use is there in saying so much? If you want to kill me, just bring it on. Even if I, Bai Ningbing, die in your hands, I will drag a few of you down with me. Pausing for a moment, she continued. Maintaining this Chi barrier must have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? I know the 4 of you specialize in joint attacks, and I am only a rank 4 initial stage. But please believe me, if you kill me, even if you don't die, you will be heavily injured. What if my companion appears? What will you do then? You. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were speechless. Bai Ningbing's words, although she borrowed Fang Yuan's power, hit their weak spot. Bai Ningbing, don't be so stubborn. Come, let me fight you. One of Tai Clan's 4 old-timers stood up. Bai Ningbing laughed lightly, standing up and accepting the challenge. She had silver hair and snow-white clothes, standing out from the crowd. Even though she was trapped, she was still calm and collected, giving off a carefree aura of someone who disregarded life and death. Both sides fought, sand and rocks flew in the Chi barrier, snow-white light shone, and metal collided. On a short mountain peak far away, a group of Shang Clan Gu masters stood. The tag team battle has started again. This Bai Ningbing is indeed a famous person in the battle stage. To be able to resist the attacks of 4 rank 4 middle stage Gu masters, she is not simple. One of them sighed. Bai Ningbing has outstanding battle talent, and is indeed very strong. However, the other reason is that the Tai family's 4 elders don't dare to use their full strength. Someone analyzed. Not bad. The Tai family's 4 elders were apprehensive, afraid of Bai Ningbing's final counterattack. They were proficient in joint attacks, but their individual battle strength was not as high as a Gu master of the same cultivation level. Once we lose a member, our overall strength will plummet, and it will be difficult for us to compete for the 3 kings' inheritance. What I'm worried about now is that Bai Ningbing has the Redbud token. Once she reveals it, should we act? Don't do anything for now. I've already sent a message back, and the family has already sent strong reinforcements. Elder Yihua is already on his way. Hearing this news, Shang Clan's Gu master's spirits rose. Yihua was not an ordinary Gu master, he was one of the 5 great elders of Shang Clan and had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He was Shang Yanfei's right-hand man. He was sent here to change the situation of the entire Sancha Mountain. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If Bai Ningbing is killed by Tai family, Shang Clan's business will be ruined. In a bush, Meng Tu's eyes shone as he stared at the battle inside the Chi barrier, speaking with a worried tone. He was at the prime of his life, and was also a rank 3 peak stage Gu master like his partner Jiao Huang. These 2 were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. Back then even the rank 4 middle stage righteous path Gu master Xiao Fulu died in their hands. They received a promise from Shang Clan that if they could kill Fang and Bai, they would be allowed to join Shang Clan. They had already fought on Huatan Mountain, but the lava crocodile group they attracted did not bring much trouble to Fang and Bai. The 2 did not give up, and followed Fang and Bai to Sancha Mountain, waiting for an opportunity. Sai, what can we do? We are good at assassination, but not at attacking. The chances of success are too low if we attack in public. If Bai Ningbing dies, we can't do anything. We can only do our best for this transaction, and leave it to fate. The old man Jiao Huang sighed. Yes, who knows how many eyes are watching us in the dark. We might even approach stealthily, and get discovered halfway. Meng Tu weakly added. They were assassination Gu masters, and paid particular attention to concealment. They did not attack, but once they did, they would kill in one blow. Before attacking, they had to go through meticulous calculations, make large amounts of preparations, and then unleash their full strength. If the chances of success were too low, they would absolutely not attack, and would rather give up on the transaction. This was also the reason why they were still alive after being in the demonic path for so long. Every famous Gu master had their own unique way of survival. Hee hee! Tai Clan's 4 old men are in an awkward situation now. Li Xian stood in front of the Qi barrier, watching the battle inside, his eyes squinted, filled with a gloating smile. Although this place had already become the focus of San Cha Mountain's attention, Li Xian did not care at all. He was extremely confident that he would not be exposed in front of everyone. This confidence came from the rank 5 Gu in his possession, concealment, and invisibility Gu. Once Gu worms reached rank 5, they became rare. Many rank 5 Gu masters would only have 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu worms in their possession for many years. Concealment and invisibility Gu could only be seen through by rank 5 special investigative Gu. But Three Kings' inheritance had just opened not long ago, and no one had even broken through to the middle stage, so it was not enough to attract those rank 5 Gu masters. Li Xian also had his own fortuitous encounter, obtaining a rare rank 5 Gu when he was rank 4. This iron cabinet Gu's recipe was researched and refined by Tai Clan's refinement path master, Tai Tong. His original intention was to research and refine a sturdy and safe storage Gu. After the first refinement, he gave it to Tai Shueling to test. In the end, the divine investigator used it to capture people, and it was very durable. If it was supplemented with Qi transformation Gu, the effect would be even better. From then on, Iron Cabinet Gu became Tai Clan's method to capture demonic Gu masters. But now, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers have to maintain this Iron Cabinet Gu and Qi transformation Gu, and are unable to attack together. If the 4 of them attack together, this purple Qi barrier will vanish. Without any obstruction, if Bai Ningbing escapes, it would be a huge loss of face. Ha ha ha, interesting. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers are in a difficult position now. Li Xian's lips curled up uncontrollably as he watched a good show. But when he thought of a person, his smile slowly faded. Little Beast King actually did not come to rescue her. Did he see the subtlety of this situation? Or is he so cold-blooded and heartless that he directly gave up on Bai Ningbing? No matter which it is enough to show how terrifying this person is. I should just send that Gu to him. A Gu was handed to Fang Yuan. It was shaped like a bedbug, flat and wide, with a small head and oval body. Its whole body was yellow, emitting a copper-like metallic luster. People called it ancient bronze skin Gu. Bronze skin Gu existed from rank 1 to rank 3. But if it advanced to rank 4, it would be ancient bronze skin Gu, and its defense would be even stronger than rank 3 bronze skin Gu. Li Xian, you are indeed a famous merchant in the demonic path. You can take out ancient bronze skin Gu so quickly. I feel that making a deal with you was the right choice. I don't have tea here, please have a drink. Fang Yuan's tone was polite and his expression was amiable as he received Li Xian and poured wine for him. Not at all. It is my honor to be able to do business with little beast Wang De. Li Xian was very humble and placed his position very low. The two conversed for a while and the atmosphere was very harmonious. If outsiders who were not in the know saw this, they would feel that these two were kind and refined. Who would think that these two were two-faced and ruthless demonic Gu masters? Li Xian, you don't need to be so polite, just call me Fangjing. I will give you 50,000 yuan stone first as a deposit. Fang Yuan took out the primeval Elder Gu and with a wave of his hand, took out 50,000 yuan stone. The primeval Elder Gu was like a crystal ball. The more yuan stone it stored, the friendlier old man Yun Xiao in the ball. Li Xian looked at old man Yun Xiao's smiling face and his evaluation of Fang Yuan rose by another level. There is something I need to trouble you with. Fan Yuan said. Li Xian's gaze flashed as he quickly said, "Please speak." Fan Yuan brought Li Xian deep into the cave and pointed at a stone vat. "I made a stone vat, but there is no fire-type goo. Li Xian, I need your help to boil these copper pieces into liquid and store them in the stone vat." Li Xian let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "I happen to have a batch of fire-type goo. This is easy, it is as easy as lifting a finger." The temperature in the cave rose rapidly. After a while, Li Xian boiled these copper pieces into liquid metal, almost filling up the stone vat. Fan Yuan took out charcoal and piled it under the stone vat to keep it warm. Then, under Li Xian's shocked gaze, he lightly jumped into the vat. The scalding copper water instantly burned his clothes to pieces with a sizzling sound. Fan Yuan's whole body was soaked in the copper water, only his head was exposed. Little beast Wang De, why are you doing this?" Li Xian could smell the smell of roasted meat. Fan Yuan activated the ancient bronze skin goo in his aperture while gritting his teeth. "Li Xian, don't you know? There is a trick to using this ancient bronze skin goo, that is to use it with the copper liquid to increase the speed by 30%. The ancient bronze skin goo needed to be activated for a period of time to turn the goo master's skin into ancient bronze skin. If it was used with the copper liquid, the time would be shortened." Li Xian had already heard of this, but he did not think of this. When he prepared these things for Fan Yuan, he thought they were supplementary materials for goo refinement. Because this method was extremely painful and cruel. The goo master had to touch the boiling copper liquid with their skin and could not use any defensive methods. Only a perverted masochist would choose this method. But was Little Beast King a masochist? On the way back, Li Xian kept thinking about this question, causing him to be in a daze. At the same time, there was another person who was also talking about Fan Yuan. "Fan Yuan, why haven't you appeared yet?" Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes half closed, having a bad feeling. Chapter 360. A goo worm floated above Fan Yuan's head. The primeval sea level in Fan Yuan's body slowly fell to activate this goo. This goo was like a black bone, round at both ends and long and thin in the middle. It floated in the air, emitting waves of black light. The black light shone on Fan Yuan's body, passing through his skin and flesh, affecting his bones. Fan Yuan had already used the iron bone goo, his skeleton was pitch black and as hard as iron. But under the effect of this goo, his bones gradually became harder. This was Essence Iron Bone Goo, a rank 4 goo worm. One could obtain iron bone goo by reverse refining it. 3 days after Li Xian handed over the ancient bronze skin goo, he personally handed it to Fan Yuan. Essence Iron Bone Goo could make Fan Yuan's bones even harder. The effect was several times that of the iron bone goo. But at the same time, the time it needed was also several times longer. These days, Fan Yuan had been using Essence Iron Bone and Ancient Bronze Skin, these 2 goo, to refine his body. During this period, he was also using 9 Eyes Liquor Worm to refine his primeval essence, refining the initial stage light gold primeval essence into bright gold primeval essence. Next, he used the bright gold primeval essence to cleanse his aperture walls, increasing his aperture's foundation. He grasped every minute and second, cultivating bitterly, and could feel his strength growing a little every day. "It has been over a month since I came out of King Quan inheritance. The ancient bronze skin goo is almost used, but Essence Iron Bone Goo is still far from success. Unless I use a time path goo to accelerate time." Fan Yuan pondered. Time path was a goo master path related to time. The goo masters of this path used goo worms that were related to time and darkness. Third Watch Goo and Spring Autumn Cicada were the representatives. But in fact, Time Path Goo were not limited to these, there were many more. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were all sorts of them. Ordinary Goo Masters, if they did not have the patience to do this kind of painstaking work, and wanted to speed it up, they would ask a Time Path Goo Master for help, or use their own Time Path Goo to accelerate time. But my situation is different from ordinary Goo Masters. I have Spring Autumn Cicada with me. If I speed it up, it will recover faster, and that will be my death wish. In the Goo Immortal Blessed Land on Sanchow Mountain, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. Fan Yuan had entered King Quan inheritance for some time, and spring-autumn cicada's recovery had already improved. Thus, Fan Yuan could only be patient and work hard. Just as he was cultivating, an unfamiliar voice came from outside the cave. "Little Beast King, can you come out for a chat?" Fan Yuan walked out of the cave and saw the person. His gaze narrowed. "So it is Elder Yihua." Yihua was very handsome. He had sharp eyes and a tall nose. His long red hair was like a burning flame. He was a fire path gu master, and was very famous in the whole of southern border. People called him Blazing Prairie. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He is Shang Yen Fei's right-hand man, and is ranked above White Light Swordsman Wei Yang. He is a fire path gu master, and is very famous in southern border. Only Shang Yen Fei can order him around. Once he arrives, Sancha Mountain's situation will change. These thoughts flashed past Fan Yuan's mind as he let Yihua into the cave. "Little Beast King, my purpose here is very simple. I want to invite you to join our Shang clan." Yihua entered the cave, but did not sit down, and directly stated his purpose. "Join your Shang clan?" Fan Yuan's brows rose. He could feel Fire Prairie's swift and decisive nature. "That's right." Yihua nodded and stared at Fan Yuan, smiling. "You and Bai Ningbing have stayed in our Shang clan for a period of time. You must have a deep understanding of our Shang clan's strength. I won't say much. The important thing is, your companion Bai Ningbing has been trapped by Tai clan's 4 old-timers for 2 months. As long as you two join our Shang clan, I will immediately appear and rescue Bai Ningbing for you." His tone was filled with confidence, as if rescuing Bai Ningbing was a matter that could be done easily. When he spoke, his whole body was smiling, his handsome face was as perfect as a sculpture, and when he revealed his pearly white teeth, he was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Many people couldn't help but feel ashamed when they interacted with her. Yihua and Wei Yan had the same background. They were both tyrants of Shang clan's battle stage, and were absolute geniuses. Among the 5 great generals, he was the most famous, and was publicly recognized as the elder most likely to advance to rank 5. Hearing this, Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. He was not surprised that Shang clan sent Yihua. Shang clan had once controlled the situation on Sancha Mountain, but was later suppressed by Wu clan. Afterwards, demonic gu master experts appeared, causing Shang clan to be even more unable to raise their heads. In such a situation, as a super clan, Shang clan naturally had to send out capable generals to open up the situation here. In Fan Yuan's previous life's memories, Yihua was also sent here by Shang clan, and suppressed Wu Shintong, Yi Chong, and defeated Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian, becoming the tyrant of Sancha Mountain for a time. But afterwards, he was unforgiving, and forced Long Qing Tian into a corner. Long Qing Tian used green halo goo, and Yihua was poisoned, and could only return to Shang clan city to find Dr. Su Shou to treat him. However, once Yihua came to Sancha Mountain, he came to recruit him. This was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. "Lord Yihua, I wonder if this recruitment is from Shang clan, or is it your idea?" Fan Yuan's gaze flashed as he asked. "Ha ha ha, of course it is my idea. Fan Jing, you caused quite a commotion in Shang clan's battle stage, and almost became the tyrant of the battle stage. I have always been paying attention to you, you are a talent. Joining Shang clan will be very beneficial to you." Yihua laughed loudly. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, the trace of doubt in his heart dissolving. "Sir Yihua, as far as I know, Shang clan's external elders do not have the authority to recommend talents, right?" The term external elder caused Yihua to frown slightly. "You're right. But if you can become the tyrant of the battle stage, you can become a Shang clan elder. With your talent, I believe it is only a matter of time before you dominate the battle stage." Fan Yuan couldn't help but scoff, but did not speak. Yihua's frown deepened. This scoff was extremely piercing to his ears. He controlled his temper. "Fan Jing, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. When I came here, Lord Clan Leader had already promised me. As long as I make great contributions on Sancha Mountain, and control the situation here, I will be bestowed the surname of Shan Clan after returning to Shan Clan City. At that time, I will no longer be Hua, but Shanhua. As a Shan Clan member, I will have the authority to recommend talents. Oh? Is that so? Fang Yuan showed an obviously moved expression. His gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. Yihui waited for a while, but did not get a reply from Fang Yuan. His frown deepened as he asked, "Have you thought it through?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "This is a very important matter. I need to think about it." Yihui's frown eased a little. "In that case, I will give you 3 days' time. 3 days later, I will come back here again. I hope to hear a satisfactory answer." "All right." Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing, and sent Yihui out of the cave. 3 days later. "You still haven't thought it through?" Yihui looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze slightly serious. "This is a serious matter. I really need to think about it." Fang Yuan replied with a deep voice. "All right, I will give you 3 more days. Fang Jing, I have high hopes for you." Another 3 days later. "Lord Yihui, I have thought about this matter for a long time. I appreciate your good intentions, but the demonic path is truly free and happy," Fang Yuan said with a sincere expression. "What? You thought about it for 3 days, and gave me this answer?" Yihui's tone was slightly angry. "Lord Yihui, a forcefully picked melon is not sweet." Fang Yuan's reply was soft but firm, his gaze deep. Yihui gritted his teeth, and said with a deep voice, "Fang Jing, you need to think it through. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers are not easy to deal with. If not for me, Bai Ningbing might not have survived. Other than this, you went to kill Sky Tiger Shui Sanxi. She is Century Boy's goddaughter. Century Boy has been eyeing you covetously. He is a rank 4 upper stage Woodpath Gu Master, a troublesome person in the demonic path." "Oh? Is that so?" Fang Yuan showed hesitation. "Then, let me think about it. Give me 10 days' time. I will think about it again." 10 days? Yihui immediately frowned. "All right." He thought for a moment and nodded. "Such a long time is enough for you to think it through. I believe you will make the wisest choice. But there is one thing I need to remind you. You can't drag this on any longer. Your woman is in jail now. During this time, anything can happen." Yihui treated Bai Ningbing as Fang Yuan's woman. This knowledge made Fang Yuan feel like it was funny. Whether Bai Ningbing died or not, to him, was not an important matter. Anyway, the poison vow Gu was broken, and he had already matured, having rank 4 initial stage cultivation. Whether Bai Ningbing was saved or not, it was up to him. But without Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan would be alone, and it would have a negative impact on his plans on Sancha Mountain. There is no need to rush to save Bai Ningbing. I am still cultivating and improving. I no longer need the bone-flesh unity Gu. As for Bai Ningbing, she can be placed outside to attract attention for me. I can use this chance to surpass her, and suppress her in the future. With so many eyes watching, those 4 old foxes from Tai Clan will not make a move." Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. As for Yihui's recruitment, he. 10 days later. "Lord Yihui, thank you for your good intentions. These days I have been thinking about it, tossing and turning in bed, but I still feel it is better to be free." Fang Yuan had a sincere expression. Yihui's expression naturally turned ugly. "Fang Jing, are you toying with me time and time again?" "Lord Yihui, you are wrong. I have always been sincere towards you. I understand how you feel. But right now, the most important matter is the 3 kings' inheritance. It has been a while since it opened." Chapter 361. 5 days later. On Sancha Mountain, 3 light pillars pierced the sky, piercing through the clouds. The red light pillar was as hot as fire. It was King Bao's inheritance. The yellow light pillar was dazzling. It was King Quan's inheritance. The blue light pillar was beautiful. It was King Xian's inheritance. After several months, the 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Yihui looked at the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, his tiger-like eyes flickering with eerie radiance. "This is the 3 kings' inheritance? It really has an earth-shattering spirit. As long as I make a great contribution here, I can truly rely on Shan Clan, change my name to Shan Clan, and become a part of Shan Clan. At this moment, there was a surge of passion in his heart. Humph, this little beast king doesn't know what's good for him, rejecting me time and time again. However, he seems to know some secrets related to the Three Kings' inheritance. If I can take him in, it will be a great help to me in controlling Sancha Mountain. Eva couldn't help but think of Fan Yuan. Eva was one of the 5 great elders of Shan Clan. He had his own intelligence channels. He already knew that Fan Yuan had earned a lot of money from knowing the Three Kings' inheritance's secrets in Shan Clan City. Other than that, Fan Yuan had outstanding battle strength and had rank 4 middle stage battle strength. Moreover, Bai Ningbing had always been together with Little Beast King. If he recruited one of them, he would naturally obtain the other. Thus, Ivo accommodated Fan Yuan and displayed his utmost sincerity to move Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan didn't know what was good for him and rejected him time and time again. Ivo couldn't help but feel annoyed. Wait until I come out of the Three Kings' inheritance. I will deal with this little beast king and let him know he can't just wait for the right price. However, for now, I should suppress these hindrances. Ivo retracted his scattered thoughts and turned his gaze towards the people in the surroundings. Pink Butterfly Gentleman Kong Ri Tian. Once died the Blue Sky Long Qing Tian. Wu Clan Elder Wu Shen Tong. Yi Clan Elder Yi Chong. These 4 were all rank 4 peak stage Gu Master experts. Every time the inheritance opened, they would first have to exchange pointers. This time was no exception. Ha ha ha, I've reserved King Bao's inheritance. Who dares to compete with me? Ihua raised his head and laughed 3 times. His laughter was wild and heroic. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and scanned the 4 of them with his tiger-like eyes. He was a fire path Gu master. King Bao was also of the same path. The inheritance of King Bao was naturally his best choice. Prairie fire. Wu Shintong narrowed his eyes as he mumbled, fearful of Ihua's fame. Ihua was one of the 5 great generals of Shan Clan, with the name of Fire Prairie. Powerful and flourishing. Even Wu Shintong had to admit that he was weaker than Ihua. Humph, I will fight you! Kong Ritian coldly snorted. His body suddenly exploded, unexpectedly transforming into many phoenix-winged golden butterflies. There were hundreds and thousands of golden butterflies. The butterfly wings that were as sharp as knives shrouded Ihua. Fire Prairie, you've been in the limelight for the past few years, haven't you? Long Qing Tian smiled sinisterly and pushed his palm forward. Whoosh! A green palm of light with poisonous smoke curling around it tore through the void and slapped towards Ihua's face. Let me experience it as well! Ichong snickered and also attacked. Swoosh! Jade water waves appeared out of nowhere. The waves surged and engulfed Ihua. At once, 3 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters attacked Ihua at the same time. Good! Ihua's lips curled into an arrogant smile as he straightened his arms and fiercely slapped his chest with his palms. Boom! The flame was majestic. It suddenly erupted. In an instant, a fiery red color appeared. It covered the Three Kings' inheritance's light pillar and illuminated the peak of Sancha Mountain. The fire rose with unparalleled heat, wild and fierce. The fire easily covered the water waves and burned the disinfectant palm. The phoenix-winged golden butterflies fled in a sorry state. They flew far away and gathered back into Kong Ritian. This is his rank 5 Gu Prairie fire! Seeing such a huge fire, Ichong and Long Qingtian's expressions slightly changed. Kong Ritian did not speak, while Wu Shintong's eyes shone. Elder Ihua is mighty! Shan Clan's Gu masters excitedly shouted. Ihua stood proudly in the fire, giving people a feeling of a god. His fiery red hair almost fused with the fire, his posture wild and blazing. The fire dissipated and he walked towards the red light pillar. King Bao inheritance. Along the way, the other 4 Gu masters looked at him with stiff and unsightly expressions, but they did not stop him. This was acknowledging Ihua's strength. After Ihua entered King Bao inheritance, Kong Ritian and the other 3 glanced at each other, but had no interest in fighting. Among them, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qi Tian entered King Xian inheritance, while Wu Xingtong and Yi Chong entered King Quan inheritance. Yihui is indeed one of Shang clan's 5 great generals, possessing the rank 5 Prairie Fire Gu. He is really strong. These days, Yihui has been going to Little Beast King's side. Their relationship is not ordinary. Humph. Black and white demons, these two are demonic path members, but they are actually the dogs of the righteous path. They have stayed in Shang clan for some time, and their relationship with Shang clan's young master Shang Xian's CI is even closer. Everyone knows this. A group of rank 4 upper stage Gu masters discussed as they saw Yihui suppress the other 4 Gu masters and walk into the inheritance light pillar. Birds of a feather flocked together. Rank 4 peak stage experts had already entered the inheritance. Now it was these people's turn. Century boy, your goddaughter Shui Sanxi was killed by Little Beast King. When are you going to take revenge? A righteous path Gu master among the crowd suddenly asked with a sense of schadenfreude. Century boy snorted. Yihui has rank 5 Gu, but the spar just now was just probing. No one used their true methods. If they really fought, it is still uncertain who will die. Although he said so, he was actually very fearful in his heart. He wanted to find trouble with Fan Yuan while Bai Ningbing was locked up. But Yihui kept going to Fan Yuan's residence, so he could only restrain his impulse and watch silently. Now that he saw Yihui easily suppress the other 4, Century Boy's heart became even heavier. A great opportunity like 3 kings' inheritance is right in front of us. Who would be foolish enough to fight to the death? Let's go in. Soon, this group of rank 4 upper stage Gu masters also entered the inheritance. Fan Yuan climbed to the peak and someone immediately recognized him. Little Beast King. It's Fan Ying. He entered King Xian inheritance. At the peak, halfway up the mountain, many Gu masters stared blankly at Fan Yuan entering the light pillar. Did he really forget his companions? Bai Ningbing is still trapped by Tai clan's 4 old-timers, but Fan Jing is completely unconcerned, as if nothing had happened. Even the demonic path Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts. Look, this is the cold-blooded and emotionless demonic path Gu masters. Some righteous path Gu masters snorted disdainfully as they evaluated. Fan Yuan, you! Bai Ningbing also witnessed this scene from inside the Qi barrier. Her face was pale from anger, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Tai clan's 4 old-timers looked at each other. Their current situation. It was quite awkward. Although they had successfully trapped Bai Ningbing, Fan Yuan did not come to rescue her. This made their defensive tactic become an ironic joke. Damn it! We can't split up, we won't have a share in this 3 kings' inheritance. How about we retreat? Absolutely not. The 4 of us attacked together but got nothing. Retreat now. This is an insult to our Tai clan, we won't be able to raise our heads in the future. Then what should we do? 3 pairs of gazes gathered on the leader of the 4 old-timers. The old man pondered for a while and made a decision. He said solemnly, "Ask for reinforcements. Shang clan has sent reinforcements. Our Tai clan will naturally also send reinforcements. In the current situation, the competition is even more intense. Only rank 4 peak stage strength can fight for a spot. As long as the clan sends a rank 4 peak stage strength, together with the 4 of us rank 4 middle stage strength. Big Brother is absolutely right. Shang clan has sent Yihui, we won't lose face if we ask for reinforcements now." Right, ask for reinforcements from the clan. Boundless gray fog. It filled Fan Yuan's vision, reminding Fan Yuan that he had entered King Xian inheritance. Fan Yuan looked around, unable to differentiate between north, south, east, and west. But in his aperture, spring-autumn cicada happily flapped its wings. Here. The flow of time was still 3 times faster than the outside world. I need to hurry. Fan Yuan felt a sense of urgency. The constantly recovering spring-autumn cicada. To him, it was a life-threatening sign. He took out the paper crane Gu and activated it. To enter King Xian inheritance, the key needed was a paper crane Gu. At this moment, Fan Yuan could only use the paper crane goo. The other goo, other than the spring-autumn cicada, were all sealed by the heavenly power. The paper crane goo fluttered in the air, flapping its wings and leading the way. Fan Yuan followed the paper crane, moving forward slowly. He walked to a hill, and a blurry figure appeared in the fog. "Human, come outside, let's have a match." The figure spoke, his voice was rough and not continuous. When Fan Yuan got closer, the figure gradually became clearer. He was similar to an ordinary human, with 2 hands and 2 legs. But he was tall and muscular, and his whole body was covered in hair. His chest, limbs, even his face and butt were covered in reddish-brown hair. He stared at Fan Yuan with his bell-like large eyes. "Let's have a match. The loser will die." He growled, his eyes were bloodshot and his expression was malevolent. Fan Yuan had already expected this. His expression was calm and not surprised. This was a variant human. There were variant beasts among beasts, like the biao among tigers, the bay among wolves, and the mastiff among dogs. There were also variant humans among humans, and the one Fan Yuan was facing now was one of the variant humans, hairy men. Hairy men were covered in hair, even their eyelids had a layer of fine hair. This type of variant human had low-level intelligence, and innately had talent in goo refinement. In King Xian Inheritance there was a group of hairy men. They were an obstacle for goo masters. Only by defeating them could they continue to advance. And if they lost to the hairy men, the goo master would be torn to shreds by the powerful hairy men, becoming their food. "Come." Fan Yuan stood 10 steps away from the hairy man, his expression calm. In the air, several goo appeared out of nowhere, as well as some materials, lightly landing on Fan Yuan's hands. At the same time, the hairy man also obtained a similar set. The goo refinement began. Chapter 362. Records of hairy men were first recorded in the legends of Renzu. It was said that Renzu dug out his eyes and turned into a son and a daughter. The son was Verdant Great Son and the daughter was Desolate Gyue. While Verdant Great Son liked to drink good wine, he got into trouble while drinking and was trapped in ordinary abyss. Finally, it was a blessing in disguise and he obtained the chrysanthemum-like reputation goo, escaping with his life. Because of reputation goo, Verdant Great Son's reputation gradually grew. Soon, the news that Verdant Great Son was a drunkard spread all over the world. One day, a group of tiger-striped bees dragged their beehive and found Verdant Great Sunday. "Verdant Great Son, I heard you like good wine and have always said that the wine of the 4 heaven and earth monkeys is the best. But how can the wine they brew compare to our honey wine? Today, we specially brought the honey wine, please have a taste." These bees were about the size of a leopard, and the patterns on their bodies looked like tiger stripes. They were gold with black spots on them. They spoke politely, but had a threatening and forceful tone. Verdant Great Son complained in his heart. This was called a disaster coming from the heavens while staying at home. The tiger-striped bees were extremely strong, he was not their match by themselves. Not to mention a group of them? Verdant Great Son could only reluctantly taste the honey wine in the beehive. He had just drunk a mouthful when his eyes shone. The honey wine was sweet but not greasy, it was mellow and delicious, it was the absolute best wine in the world. Delicious, delicious, too delicious. This honey wine can make people feel like they are the happiest people in the world. Verdant Great Son drank mouthful after mouthful, praising it endlessly. The tiger-striped bees laughed, feeling very happy. The leader asked Verdant Great Son, "Then tell me, our honey wine or the 4 heaven and earth monkeys' wine, which one is better?" Verdant Great Son was already drunk and forgot about the terror of the tiger-striped bees, directly saying, "Each has its own merits. It is hard to compare." The tiger-striped bees were furious. Their wine was actually on par with that group of damned monkeys. "This Verdant Great Son is too hateful, we need to teach him a lesson." They were just about to attack when Verdant Great Son suddenly disappeared. Verdant Great Son was drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. In a daze, he heard a voice calling him in the darkness. "Verdant Great Son, wake up. If you don't wake up, you'll be eaten." Verdant Great Son woke up with a start. He found himself tied up and carried by a group of savages. This group of savages was covered in fur. His eyes were a deep blue. He had already lit a bonfire, and there was a big pot on top of the bonfire. The barbarians sat quietly, speaking pleasantly to the ear. We want to refine eternal goo, and we need a person as the ingredient. In the end, the heavens sent the verdant great Sunday. This is a cause for celebration. Man is the spirit of all creatures, and the human ancestor is the ancestor of spirits. The verdant great sun was formed from his left eye. It was full of spiritual energy. In my opinion, this goo refinement will succeed. Quickly throw him into the frying pan. We can obtain eternal goo and live forever. Verdant great sun turned pale with fright when he heard these words. He quickly shouted and struggled with all his might. However, the barbarians were unmoved. At this time, verdant great sun once again heard that voice from before. Sigh, it's useless. These savages. They were all hairy men, heaven and earth loved them. They had an innate talent to refine goo worms. Verdant great sun forgot about the danger and curiously asked in his heart. Who are you? That voice replied. I am divine travel goo. As long as anyone drinks the 4 top quality wines of heaven and earth, I will be born in their heart. I can teleport you to any place. Verdant great sun was overjoyed. Then please make a move. Bring me out of here. Divine travel goo sighed. It's useless. Only when you are drunk will you be able to move me. Your mind is so clear right now, it won't work. Verdant great sun came to a realization. No wonder I was trapped on the island and almost starved to death. Fortunately, I obtained reputation goo and escaped from ordinary abyss. So it was you who harmed me. Divine travel goo replied. Sigh, human, I did not intentionally harm you. It was you who activated my strength when you were drunk. Don't blame me. Last time you were almost captured by the tiger-striped bees. It was thanks to me that you escaped. One harmed and one saved, we are even now. Verdant great sun also recalled the matter of the tiger-striped bees, and no longer blamed divine travel goo. He was thrown into the pot by the hairy men. The fire burned at the bottom of the pot, and the water temperature gradually rose. Add agate red pepper. A hairy man threw the precious agate red pepper into the pot. The water in the pot immediately turned red and even dyed verdant great sun's body red. Add blue fox smoke infant. A hairy man carried a small fox and threw it into the pot. The small fox was furry and had a pair of black diamond-like eyes. It was very cute. But once it touched the water, it turned into green smoke and fused into the water. The water in the pot gradually became boiling hot. Verdant great sun also felt despair. He could not escape this calamity. The hairy men added many supplementary materials and goo worms one after another. Add vanity goo. A hairy man threw a goo into the pot. This goo was very strange. It looked like a large green crab. But different from a real crab, its shell was hollow. Once it saw verdant great sun, the crab like vanity goo was very excited. You are verdant great sun? I have heard of you, but to think I could see you here, this is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. I am too happy, too excited. Verdant great sun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fortune of 3 lifetimes, we are going to die soon. I don't care about death. I only want to ask you, how did you become so famous? I am so envious. I admire people like you the most. Vanity goo asked impatiently. I am not in the mood to talk about this, I need to escape. Verdant great sun struggled in the pot, trying to climb out, but was quickly pressed down by the guarding hairy men. Quickly tell me, quickly tell me. Vanity goo was not tactful, it wanted to ask for advice. Verdant great sun scolded angrily. Look at your current situation, can't you see it? Vanity goo opened its eyes wide and stared at verdant great sun, suddenly smiling. I understand. If you want to be red, you have to endure the heat. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your guidance. Verdant great sun, in order to thank you, I will do one thing for you. Saying so, the vanity goo exploded. The explosion was not intense and was very light. It only produced a soft bang. Next, vanity goo turned into a formless poisonous wind, assaulting all of the hairy men's hearts. The serene blue eyes of the hairy men. Everything turned red. Verdant Great Sun stared blankly for a good while before coming to his senses. He could not be bothered with the sacrifice of vanity goo. He quickly shouted. You hairy men might be able to refine goo, but it is nothing to me. So what if all of you are immortal? You guys look so ugly. It's covered in hair, it's so ugly. The hairy men were stunned. If it was before, they would not care about Verdant Great Sunday. But now, the poison of vanity pervaded their hearts and clouded their wisdom. Hearing Verdant Great Sun's shout, a hairy man immediately retorted. Nonsense, nonsense! We hairy men are the most beautiful. Our hair is too beautiful to behold. Verdant Great Sun had a flash of inspiration. No matter how beautiful your hair is it as beautiful as my hair? Because he had drunk the strong wine brewed by the Vajra monkeys, his hair had turned into burning flames. The hairy men heard his words and went into a daze. The beauty of fire. It was changing at every moment. Even they had to admit that Verdant Great Sun's hair movement was beautiful. Verdant Great Sun continued to provoke them. Even if you obtain immortality, you will not be as beautiful as me. Look at my hair, it is the same color as the flames. It is equally moving. The hairy man could not resist his provocation. Finally, a member became restless. You have this kind of hair. I also have it. Watch me. Saying so, he used the torch to ignite his whole body. The hair on his body was burning, he became a man of fire. Ha ha ha, you only have beautiful hair, but my whole body is beautiful now. This hairy man shouted. Soon, the other members followed suit. One by one, they became men of fire. The flames burned them, and the intense pain made them wail uncontrollably. But even though they knew this, they still did not extinguish the flames, instead boasting and showing off their beauty. Divine Travel Gu was overjoyed, praising Verdant Great Sun endlessly in his heart. Human, you are really too smart, you actually thought of this method. Verdant Great Sun escaped the oil pot and successfully survived. He sneered in his heart. It is not that I am smart. It is that vain people will become stupid. They often silently endure pain for the sake of illusory beauty, giving up on what they should be pursuing. Grand white moon gold, skullstone, dragon tusk, small autumn grass, as well as 50 yuan stone, 1 flower boar goo and 1 boar cage goo. These were the materials for Fang Yuan to refine goo. And in front of him, this hairy man was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining goo. Although Fang Yuan was not a refinement path goo master, he had a lot of experience in his previous life. He had a wide range of knowledge in refinement path and knew many recipes. Right now, he had 3 choices. Each choice could refine a new goo worm. The inheritance did not specify what goo to refine. This meant that the goo he refined would at least be better than the hairy man's. Fan Yuan looked at the hairy man's goo refinement process. He had already guessed what goo he was going to refine. He sneered in his heart, but his face showed a flattering smile of worship. Lord Hairy Man, you are really amazing. Looking at your goo refinement technique, I am truly in awe. You are a goo refinement master. There is no goo in this world that you cannot refine. Heh? Ha ha! You are sensible. The hairy man heard this and laughed heartily. He was very happy. With this distraction, the goo refinement immediately failed. The hairy man's expression changed. He shouted in panic. No! But it was already too late. The heavenly power descended and turned into a bolt of lightning, turning him into charcoal. Chapter 363. As the light faded, a goo landed in Fang Yuan's palm. This was water cage goo. It was specially used to capture wild goo worms and had a miraculous effect. The hairy man opposite him was still in the process of goo refinement. When he saw that Fang Yuan was done, he let out a roar of despair. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and with a crack, he was killed. Similar to King Quan inheritance, King Xian inheritance was also incomparably cruel. Every step a goo master took, they had to tread on blood and death. Fan Yuan sighed as he stored the water cage goo and continued to move forward. If he remembered correctly, this was the 32nd round of King Xian inheritance. King Xian inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. With every 10 rounds, the difficulty would increase, and the hairy men that appeared would become smarter and stronger. In the first 20 rounds, Fan Yuan could rely on words to flatter the hairy men and disturb their mental states, causing them to fail in their gu refinement, and winning without a fight. But at the 30th round, these hairy men had huge bodies and outstanding intelligence. Fan Yuan could only compete with them personally. But fortunately, the gu refinement materials for the first 20 rounds were all in Fan Yuan's hands, giving Fan Yuan ample choice when refining gu. These gu refinement materials could be saved and used as capital for the following rounds. This was also a trick that King Xian left behind when he set up the inheritance back then. Even in Fan Yuan's previous life, this trick was only announced a year later, and was widely known by everyone. It was kept a secret now, and even if someone figured out this trick, it would only be a small number. Fan Yuan continued to move forward like this. Relying on the rich accumulation in his hands, as well as the love from his previous life, he managed to achieve better results than King Quan's inheritance. And after the 40th round, King Xian inheritance's difficulty increased by several times. At this time, the gu masters could use one of their gu worms. But in King Xian inheritance, only refinement path gu could be used. Fan Yuan did not have any refinement path gu worms, and the materials he had were almost used up. He started to feel the difficulty of moving forward. Every stage was extremely difficult to pass. But fortunately, after the 40th round, King Xian inheritance would give gu masters corresponding rewards. These rewards. There were refinement path gu worms, recipes, yuan stone, and so on. It was very generous. Fan Yuan made it to the 44th stage and received a chance to be teleported out. He grabbed hold of this opportunity and retreated from King Xian's legacy. The time taken to clear the trial this time was much longer than King Quan's inheritance. Returning to Sanchao Mountain, Fan Yuan noticed that the Tai clan's purple barrier was still standing. The 4 elders of the Tai clan were very patient and did not enter the 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing was still trapped. As for the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, they had already shrunk beyond recognition and were only as thick as the mouth of a bull. However, as long as the pillar of light existed, even if it was as thin as a needle, it meant that the door was not closed, and one could still enter. However, every time it was opened, no matter which inheritance it is, a gu master can only enter it once. Fan Yuan found Li Xian. Carry out another transaction. Li Xian was secretly surprised that Fan Yuan could take out so many things. I have some bad news for you. Tai clan's 4 old-timers have already requested reinforcements from the clan. Tai clan has already sent a group of strong reinforcements. They might harm you. Fan Yuan was not surprised. Tai clan's 4 old-timers' actions were within his expectations. Oh? Who are the strong reinforcements? The leader is Tai clan's Tai Ba Xiu. He is a strength path gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Other than that, there is also Tai Ruanan. This girl is one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan, a rising star who has been in the limelight for the last 2 years. Tai clan's 8 young masters are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Especially this Tai Ruanan. She is the daughter of Tai clan's divine investigator Tai Shueling, and has already reached rank 4 initial stage at such a young age. Li Xian emphasized on Tai Ruanan towards these strong reinforcements of Tai clan. On the contrary, he did not introduce Tai Ba Xiu much. Tai Ba Xiu was already a famous person, everyone knew about him. But Tai Ruanan was a rising star. She could only be said to have some fame, and had not reached the level where everyone in southern border knew about her. Li Xian did not know that Fan Yuan was very familiar with Tai Ruanan. As expected, she also advanced to rank 4. Tai Ba Xiu, Tai clan really sent this person, just like in my previous life. Fan Yuan pondered in his heart. Li Xian had been observing Fan Yuan's expression, and seeing that Fan Yuan's expression was very calm, he felt even more fearful. Little beast is Wang Da's man. Once Tai clan's reinforcements arrive, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers will be able to deal with Bai Ningbing. If you make a move now, it is still not too late, Li Xian advised with a sincere expression. Li Xian, please pay more attention to the following transaction. Fan Yuan smiled and left the cave. Once Fan Yuan left, Li Xian's expression sank. His small eyes flickered with sharp light. I have already fanned the flames, but this little beast king can still sit still? Is he really not worried about his companion's safety? Don't tell me his relationship with Bai Ningbing is not as close as the rumors say? No, Bai Ningbing is so beautiful. As a man, he will definitely go and save her. It seems I need to contact Hu Mei'er. To him, fanning the flames had already become an instinct. Only by watching them fight and fishing in troubled waters could he obtain greater benefits. Is this true? Hu Mei'er's eyes shone with excitement when she heard Li Xian's news. Why would I lie to my little sweetheart? Li Xian smiled as he touched Hu Mei'er's waist. Hu Mei'er laughed charmingly and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, acting spoiled. Brotherly loves me the most. A round bead was quietly lying in Fan Yuan's palm. It was completely golden in color, and was only the size of a thumb. In the dim light of the cave, it emitted a faint metallic luster. This was a yellow gold relic gu, a rank 4 gu worm. This gu was strictly controlled by all the clans in the market. Even Li Xian would find it difficult to get his hands on it. Because of this gu, it could directly raise a rank 4 gu master's realm by a small realm. Rank 4 and rank 5 were already the clan's higher-ups. A yellow gold relic gu could change the situation of the higher-ups. I can be considered lucky this time. In King Xian inheritance, I actually obtained a yellow gold relic gu as a reward. Fan Yuan sighed and activated this gu with a thought. The yellow gold relic gu immediately turned into a golden light and entered Fan Yuan's aperture. In Fan Yuan's aperture, 90% of his primeval sea was fluctuating. At the center, the spring-autumn cicada was faintly discernible. The moment the yellow gold relic gu entered, it was firmly suppressed by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Fan Yuan could only let the spring-autumn cicada hide before manipulating the yellow gold relic gu. A ball of golden light immediately spread and enveloped the entire aperture. It converged with the bright golden primeval sea. The 4 walls of the aperture were also being nourished. After a night like this, when the morning sun shone on Sancha Mountain, Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rank 4 middle stage. If he used 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, he would possess rank 4 upper stage essence gold primeval essence. At this moment, he had officially surpassed Bai Ningbing and caught up in terms of cultivation. At the same time, the aperture's sturdiness could withstand more of the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. This caused the life-reaping talisman, spring-autumn cicada, to be slightly delayed for a period of time. Next, it is time to refine gu. Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to activate the liquor worm, but took out a gu. This gu was like a quail egg-sized bone ball. On its surface, there were alternating black and white stripes and zebra stripes. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing had once used this to escape to heaven. That's right, this was the footless bird gu. Although it was only rank 3, it could travel 10,000 li in a day and was a first-rate moving mount below rank 5. But it also had a major flaw: it could only fly once. When it landed, it would be the moment of death. This footless bird gu was the reward Fan Yuan obtained from King Xian inheritance. 9 palace flower, aspiration stone, golden crow essence, frost grass. Fan Yuan threw in the materials one by one, and at the same time, threw in yuan stone at intervals. Most of these gu refinement materials were saved from King Xian's inheritance, while the rest were purchased from Li Xian. He used up over 180,000 yuan stone to refine the gu. Bone wings gu. Rank 4 gu, shaped like a feather, pure white and flawless. Its body was made of bone and was as light as a feather. With a thought from Fan Yuan, this gu flew to his back and spread out, forming 2 pairs of folded wings that covered almost all of Fan Yuan's back. Then, he mobilized his primeval essence and poured it into the bone wings gu. An intense pain assaulted him, and countless bone spikes grew on Fan Yuan's spine and ribs. The bone spikes pierced through his flesh and extended out, intersecting and forming two large bone wings. These bone wings were like the wings of a bird, wide and long. When folded, the tail could even touch the ground. One had to know that the current Fan Yuan had a true 8 feet tall body. Swoosh! With a light sound, the bone wings spread out. The cave immediately did not seem so spacious. Ordinary bone wings were pure white in color. But now, Fan Yuan's bone wings were not only black like ink, but also emitted a metallic luster, like steel and iron. This was because Fan Yuan's bones were extraordinary, and had the effect of the iron bone goo. At the same time, he had been using the rank 4 essence iron bone goo recently. This caused Fan Yuan's bone wings to be far stronger than others. Rather than saying it was a pure bone wing, it was better to say it was an iron bone wing. Fan Yuan waved his hand lightly, and with a whooshing sound, a strong whirlwind started blowing. The bone wings could be used at will, like a natural part of the body. Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ordinary goo masters were very cautious when using the bone wings goo. They often needed 2 to 3 years of training before they could use it to fly. If they were to use it for battle, the training time would be even longer, at least 5 years. After all, humans walked on the ground, and were not flying creatures. But Fan Yuan did not have such a problem. In his previous life's 500 years of experience, he had also left behind a huge amount of wealth in the aspect of flying. It could be imagined that if he suddenly used it, the enemy would be caught unprepared. Newly advanced cultivation, bone wings goo, these were Fan Yuan's new trump cards. Chapter 364. The group of 7 silently ran in the forest. We have been rushing day and night these days. We are already very close to Sanchao Mountain. Tai Basho thought as he ran, crossing mountain rocks and tree roots. He was tall and sturdy, with a square face and a resolute expression, giving people a feeling of reliability. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation and was famous in southern border. When he was young, he was not welcomed in the clan and was ostracized, forced to wander outside. In the end, he encountered a righteous path goo master inheritance and turned to strength path, making a name for himself. Now, he was a famous figure in the righteous path, possessing rank 5 goo earth overlord. People called him present age overlord, with battle strength surpassing ordinary rank 4 peak stage. On Sanchao Mountain, there are currently 5 rank 4 peak stage. They are Long Qing Tian, Yichong, Kong Ri Tian, Wusheng Tong and Yihua. Among them, Yihua has outstanding battle strength and is the most important opponent. But other than them, there will be more and more powerful figures joining the fray. I wonder what Tai Ruanan plans to do. Thinking of this, Tai Basho turned around and looked at Tai Ruanan who was running beside him. Although he had outstanding battle strength, the team sent by the clan this time was not led by him, but by a young junior, Tai Ruanan. After Tai Ruanan returned to the clan, she worked hard and displayed extremely strong aptitude and talent. Now, she was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. She was meticulous and perceptive, gradually gaining the title of Little Divine Investigator. She was the strongest rising star of Tai clan in recent years. She was gradually rising and was the center of attention. This time, when the 4 old-timers of Tai clan requested help, the clan made an exception and appointed Tai Ruanan as the leader of the team. Even a famous elder like Tai Basho had to listen to her instructions. It could be seen how much Tai clan's higher-ups had high expectations of her. Tai Basho only took a glance before retracting his gaze. He did not mind or feel any jealousy towards the clan's arrangements. Tai Basho was extremely loyal to the clan. For the clan's future hope, he was willing to assist and become the stepping stone. In fact, when he was in trouble, he had received divine investigator Tai Shueling's help. Tai Basho had always been grateful. These days of traveling, Tai Basho felt Tai Ruanan's excellence. As expected of the divine investigator's daughter. Brother Shueling, you have a successor, you can rest in peace. Tai Basho was filled with gratification. He was very satisfied with Tai Ruanan. Not only did he admire her talent in cultivation, but he also valued her leadership ability. Beside Tai Ruanan, there was a group of outstanding young goo masters. Let's not talk about others, just look at this group of people. Tai Mu, a rank 3 peak stage Gu master. He had a delicate appearance, and was brimming with talent. He was recruited by many parties, but chose to side with Tai Ruanan. Tai Ao Kai was at rank 3 upper stage. Don't be fooled by his dazed expression, as if he had not woken up yet. In fact, his scouting ability was top-notch, and he was very strong. There was also Tai Dao Ku. He was adept at offense, and had outstanding battle prowess. He had once served another young master before being recruited by Tai Ruanan. Tai Xianhua, one of the clan beauties of the clan. She was young and beautiful, and her defense was praised by the clan elders. These talents were gathered under Tai Ruanan's command, and they would become her foundation in the future. Tai Bashio could already see this foundation continuously growing, strengthening, and finally assisting Tai Ruanan to ascend to the position of patriarch. Each of the Tai family's 8 young masters had a chance to compete for the position of patriarch. As she ran at top speed, the light and shadow in her field of vision changed, sprinkling down waves of green, flowing on Tai Ruanan's face. Her long and slender legs displayed the youthful beauty of youth as she ran. After these years of training, Tai Ruanan had clearly matured. Her eyebrows were straight like swords, and her eyes were bright like the stars. As she looked around, she gave off a fierce aura. Her thick eyelashes cast a shadow, covering the resolute light in her eyes. Sancha Mountain! She muttered this name in her heart. She had heard of the news regarding the 3 kings' inheritance long ago, and knew that Sancha Mountain had already become the center of attention of the whole southern border. The whirlpool of conflict devoured all lives, and engulfed countless people of the demonic path and righteous path. Originally, Tai Ruanan did not want to participate. But an unexpected piece of information made her understand that there was a hidden story on Qingmao Mountain. Her father, Tai Xueling, died on Qingmao Mountain, a fallen hero. This matter concerned her father. She had to go. Thus, she personally accepted the order and rushed to Sancha Mountain. Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan. I will investigate the truth of what happened on Qingmao Mountain. The group moved forward. A group of 7 people, displaying a standard battle formation. The investigative Gu master Tai Ao Kai was at the front, Tai Ruanan and Tai Bashio were in the middle, the healing Gu master was at the back, and Tai Xianhua, who was in charge of defense, was beside him. No matter how the terrain changed, the battle formation did not show any signs of chaos. No matter what happened, this group could react quickly and not be caught unprepared. Who is it? Suddenly, Tai Ao Kai, who was at the front, stopped and shouted loudly, giving a warning. There was a situation. The whole group stopped abruptly, and the group changed rapidly. The formation was slightly adjusted, reaching the optimal position. They were tightly united, but also slightly scattered, leaving a path of retreat. They could advance and attack, and retreat and defend. One person, with his arms crossed, stood on a huge rock, looking down at the group. He was tall, with a broad back and a thin waist. Although the muscles on his body were not ridiculously bulky, they still gave people a feeling of sturdiness and strength. He was dressed in a tight black robe. Although he was standing alone, he was like a towering mountain in front of him. Especially his pair of black eyes, they were as deep as an abyss, giving off a feeling of unfathomable depth. Fa Nung! Seeing this person, Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk, blurting out. That's right, the person was Fan Yuan. Tai Ruanan, we meet again. Fan Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a trace of callousness in his calmness. Little Beast King! Tai Bashio squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The other 5 were on high alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. They were familiar with the relevant information, and knew that this person in front of them was a rising star of the demonic path. His battle strength was strong, and his conduct was wild and unrestrained, an extremely dangerous person. Fanjing, how have you been? A complicated expression surfaced on Tai Ruanan's face as she sighed and continued. Fanjing, are you here to reconcile? Actually, there is nothing impossible. I know about the Three Kings inheritance contest. It is either you die or I die. There is no way out. Bai Ningbing met my Tai clan's Gu masters and killed him. It was a helpless action. I have friendly relations with you two. How about this? You two come to Tai clan as guests, explain the matter clearly, and do something for Tai clan to atone for their sins. I can plead for mercy for you two, and let Tai clan not pursue this matter. As she spoke, Tai Aokai nervously activated his Gu worms, secretly investigating the surroundings. It was too strange for Fan Yuan to appear alone. There might be some other ambush. Hearing Tai Ruanan's words, Fan Yuan could not help but sneer. Sin? Just killing a person, what sin is there? The only difference is that this person's background is slightly strong. Tai Ruanan, to think you are still so childish. You want to trick me into going to Tai clan, trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Once I get to Tai clan, I will be like a dragon in shallow waters, a tiger in plain sight. You can do whatever you want to me. Tai Ruanan frowned deeply. Fangjing, you have changed too much these years. Don't you feel any guilt killing people? But I did not lie to you. I can guarantee with my character that you will be safe, and that the trial will be fair and just. Fan Yuan sneered. Is your Tai clan safe now? Now that divine thief Lu Zuanfeng is causing havoc in Tai clan, and even sneaked into Demon Suppression Tower, your Tai clan can't even look after themselves, and you want to guarantee my safety? Laughable, laughable. What? Divine thief Lu Zuanfeng's matter has been kept secret by the clan. He is an outsider, and is far away at Sancha Mountain. How could he know so clearly? The 7 Tai clan members' expressions changed. Divine thief Lu Zuanfeng was a rank 5 Gu master expert. He had already caused great trouble for Tai clan's higher-ups by sneaking into Demon Suppression Tower. Tai clan had always viewed themselves as the holy land of the righteous path, and Demon Suppression Tower was the world's famous prison of the demonic path. Yet, Lu Zuanfeng was able to come and go as he pleased. Such a great humiliation was kept secret by Tai clan, and even super clans like Wu clan and Shan clan could not find out about it. This little beast king actually knew. You actually believe such nonsense? Tai Ba Xiu could not help but deny the matter concerned Tai clan's reputation. Leader, there is no ambush around, he is alone. At this time, Tai Aokai reported in a low voice. Tai Ruanan immediately had a flash of inspiration, and looked at Fan Yuan. Fangjing, I understand your meaning. You want to use this information to threaten us, in exchange for Bai Ningbing's life? Sure. But we still need to know how you found out about this secret, otherwise, we will absolutely not let her go. Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Tai Ruanan, you are really naive. I was just saying those words casually. Don't you understand my intention? Don't tell me you don't know there is a battle tactic called besieging a point and attacking reinforcements? What, you want to deal with us? Tai Ruanan's pupils slightly widened, revealing an incredulous expression. The others stared at Fan Yuan as if they were looking at a madman. There are 7 of us, and you are alone. We have rank 4 upper stage senior Tai Ba Xiu, rank 4 initial stage Tai Ruanan, and 5 rank 3 Gu masters. All of them are experts. You want to deal with us alone? This little beast king, has he gone crazy from anxiety? Is there something wrong with his brain? At once, this thought emerged in everyone's mind. Fan Yuan saw the changes in everyone's expression, and knew what they were thinking. He was too lazy to argue, and with a cold smile, his figure suddenly flew down from the sky, and like a goshawk, he pounced towards the group. He really attacked? Courting death! The 7 were shocked and furious. Not right, this aura, how did he reach rank 4 middle stage? The next moment, the hearts of the 7 thumped as they felt the aura on Fan Yuan's body. Facts speak louder than words. Rank 4 middle stage! Isn't it initial stage? Tai Ruanan stared with her eyes wide open, feeling astonished. Chapter 365. Fan Yuan had been using breath concealment goo to restrain his aura. Now that he made a move, his true aura burst out. Moreover, Tai Ruanan and the others had a preconceived notion that Fan Yuan was rank 4 initial stage. Thus, the 7 Tai clansmen were extremely shocked. Rank 4 middle stage, this little beast king has actually surpassed our young master Roanan at such a young age. Rank 4 middle stage, no wonder he is so arrogant. So what if he is rank 4 middle stage? He actually dared to come to us, he is simply courting death. Many thoughts flashed in the minds of the Tai clansmen. Bam! With a muffled sound, Tai Ba Xiu flew out of the group and collided with Fan Yuan's fists in the air. Tai Ba Xiu landed on the ground calmly while Fan Yuan flew back. Fang Jing, you want to find trouble with us alone? I know you want to save your companion by Ningbing, but you need to reconsider. You cannot act rashly when it comes to saving people. It is not too late for you to stop now. If you continue to fight, you will truly be opposing our Tai clan. If that happens, your companion's life will be in danger. Tai Ba Xiu's words seemed to be advising with good intentions, but in fact, he was trying to break down Fan Yuan's fighting spirit. In the end, the older the wiser. Fan Yuan chuckled, staring at Tai Ba Xiu and the others with killing intent. Who does Tai clan think they are? So what if we are opposing them? If I really cannot save Bai Ningbing, then she can only blame her bad luck. Anyway, I have already tried my best. These words were so cold and emotionless. The 7 Tai clansmen could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Fan Yuan's eyes turned, looking at Tai Ao Kai. The one over there, you don't need to investigate anymore, it's just me. Honestly. The route you chose is very good and secretive, it is suitable for me to kill all of you. Hearing such words, Tai Ba Xiu's expression completely sank. Fang Jing, you are courting death. Die. Fan Yuan laughed loudly towards the sky, showing off his arrogance. Is this person crazy? Has Little Beast King already gone berserk and lost control of his temperament? Demonic cultivators are all such lunatics. Watching Fan Yuan's maniacal laughter, everyone from the Tai family felt troubled. The fierce are afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable are afraid of the reckless. Even the 7 of them from the Tai family. Since Fan Yuan was alone, the Tai family's people also felt apprehensive. This kind of man who didn't care about his own life, what else couldn't he do? Fan Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, and he took a step forward. With a loud boom, he charged forward like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Fight! Tai Ruanan's expression was solemn as she shouted. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. Tai Ba Xiu retreated and stood beside Tai Ruanan, while Tai Dao Ku and Tai Xian Hua moved forward. Tai Ao Kai ran to the side. The entire formation suddenly loosened up, as if a sack had suddenly opened up, displaying the exquisite tactical cooperation of the Tai family members. Charging Crash Gu! Fan Yuan was like a raging bull, trampling everything in his way. The mountain rocks under his feet crumbled as he fearlessly charged into the Tai family's sack. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant! Tai Xian Hua shouted angrily. She opened her right hand's 5 fingers. With a soft sound, a huge black gold lotus flower blossomed in her palm. Instantly it bloomed in her palm. The lotus flower bloomed, and the huge petals curved downwards, forming an arc like the surface of an umbrella. The dark green flower stalk continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to the length of an arm, becoming the handle of an umbrella. Tai Xian Hua stretched out her left hand and plucked this lotus flower from her right hand. She then carried the dark green flower stalk and charged towards Fan Yuan. Umbrella Lotus Gu! Tai Xian Hua's body was petite, while the umbrella lotus was huge. It completely covered her, and became a shield, firmly protecting her. Fan Yuan sneered as a white elephant appeared above his head. Beast Phantom, the strength of an elephant. Boom! Without any surprise, Tai Xian Hua, who was blocking in front of Fan Yuan, was directly sent flying. Tai Xian Hua flew over 10 feet away, like a fallen leaf swept by the wind. Such strong strength! She gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain from the collision. Her body spun in the air, quickly finding her balance and landing on the ground. But the expected attack did not follow. Fan Yuan ignored her existence and charged towards Tai Ruanan. Damn it, He is attacking young master! We need to stop him and protect young master! Fan Yuan's target was Tai Ruonan, arousing everyone's battle intent and killing intent. Tai Ruonan half knelt on the ground, pressing her hands on the ground. From the start of the battle, she had been creating puppets. Around her, the grass and trees grew wildly. The small grass by her feet grew as tall as a person. Dozens of huge grass intertwined together, and under the green light, weaved into a grass puppet. Grass puppet Gu. Rank 1 grass puppet Gu. Fan Yuan had seen it before on Qingmao Mountain. It had once been used by the Academy as a target to communicate with moon blades. Rank 1 grass puppet Gu posed no threat, but at rank 2, it could easily kill an ordinary hunter. And Tai Ruonan was currently using a rank 3 grass puppet Gu. The grass puppet she created had a short and sturdy body, with tightly woven grass leaves, one hand holding a bamboo blade, the other holding a rattan shield. This was a rattan shell grass soldier. It had the battle strength to kill a rank 1 Gu master. A single rattan shell grass soldier posed no threat to Fan Yuan. But once there were a lot of them, they would be troublesome. Rattan shell grass soldiers were often used as cannon fodder to expend the enemy Gu master's primeval essence. More importantly, dozens of rattan shell grass soldiers could combine into rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers under the power of a rank 4 Gu. In this short period of time, Tai Ruonan already had 18 rattan shell grass soldiers. Tai Ruonan! Fan Yuan's heart was filled with killing intent, his sharp and cold gaze locked onto Tai Ruonan. This girl had outstanding talent, similar to Bai Ningbing, and had investigated the matter on Qingmao Mountain. She could not be left alive. Fan Yuan had wanted to kill her back in Shangclan City, but the time was not ripe then. Tai Ruonan did not move. She chose to believe in her comrade, and continued to create rattan shell grass soldiers. Stop him! Tai Ao Kai waved his sleeves, and a large swarm of golden needle mosquitoes flew out. Don't even think of taking a step forward. Tai Dao Ku activated Hand Blade Gu and Swift Shadow Gu, slashing towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. He did not dodge, but fought head-on. The golden needle mosquitoes drilled bloody holes on his body. Tai Dao Ku's arms left 2 long wounds on his chest and back. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Fan Yuan walked forward with his head held high, blood splattering everywhere. He is injured. The Tai clansman had a grave expression. If it were any other opponent, the Tai clansman would be happy and relaxed. But Fan Yuan had bitter strength Gu, the heavier his injuries, the stronger his battle strength. Green bull, horse, stone tortoise. As expected. 3 beast phantoms appeared on top of Fan Yuan's head. Huge strength opened the path, unstoppable. Tai Xianhua rushed over, but was sent flying by Fan Yuan. Tai Dao Ku retreated helplessly, while Tai Ao Kai could only roam around. Good, tyrant strength Gu. Seeing that Fan Yuan was getting close to Tai Ruonan, Tai Ba Xiu shouted, stepping forward bravely. Bam! With a loud sound, the two fiercely collided, and both retreated 7 to 8 steps back. They were evenly matched. 4 beast phantoms appeared above Fan Yuan's head, but Tai Ba Xiu was not someone with an undeserved reputation. His rank 4 tyrant strength Gu was also inherited from the ancient strength path. It allowed him to possess the strength of an overlord. Interesting again. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he charged forward again. Tai Ba Xiu met him head-on, firmly blocking him. Tai Dao Ku and the others. Seeing this, they let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed. Little Beast King is finally stopped. As expected of Senior Tai Ba Xiu, Fan Jing has fallen into our encirclement. He is dead for sure. The Tai clansmen's morale surged, and Fan Yuan lost his momentum. In their eyes, he was like a raging bull that had fallen into a pit, his threat greatly reduced. They all joined in the encirclement. Golden needle mosquitoes, flower rain, hand blades, all kinds of attacks attacked Fan Yuan from all directions. Fan Yuan's flesh was torn open, his injuries were getting heavier, and he had no choice but to use Golden Shield Gu to defend himself. At the same time, he was using self-reliance goo to heal himself. The more he fought, the stronger he got, but Tai Ba Xiu was also the same. He had rank 5 Earth Overlord goo, which allowed him to absorb strength from the earth, making the effect of Tyrant Strength goo stronger and stronger. Tai Ba Xiu continued to activate Earth Overlord goo, obtaining formless strength from the earth and using it on Tyrant Strength goo. His strength also continued to increase. The battle entered a deadlock. Fan Yuan and Tai Ba Xiu engaged in an intense battle, both punching and kicking, becoming the center of the battle. They were like giant beasts in human form. Every move they made carried the force of 1,000 caddies. Wherever the battle group went, mountain rocks would fly and dust would fly. Howl! Suddenly a beast roared, and a beast phantom appeared above Fan Yuan's head. It had lightning coiling around it, and its sharp teeth were exposed, showing its ferocious aura. Thunder Boar Phantom. Tai Xianhua, who was blocking in front of Fan Yuan, was sent flying. Umbrella Lotus goo was broken, its petals fluttering in the air. Xianhua, hold on. Tai Mu quickly rushed over and hugged Tai Xianhua, who was vomiting blood, quickly healing her. At the same time, a group of rat and shell grass soldiers surrounded them, blocking the gap and protecting these two. Till now, Tai Ruanan already had close to 1,000 rat and shell grass soldiers supporting the battlefield. At the same time, new grass puppets were being created. Tai Ruanan walked the enslavement path, and an enslavement path goo master like her could not be given enough time to prepare. Enslavement path goo masters were most proficient in battles of attrition. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Fan Yuan. The best way to deal with it was to behead the leader. But this tactic would not work. Fan Yuan was currently entangled by Tai Ba Xiu. Such an amazing junior. Tai Ba Xiu could not help but exclaim in admiration towards Fan Yuan. Even though he had expected it, the strength that Fan Yuan displayed still made him shocked. He had thought that Fan Yuan's strength lay in his set of strength path goo worms. Inheriting the afterglow of the ancient strength path, the goo worms were rare and exquisite. But till now, the shrewdness, ruthlessness, calmness and steadiness that Fan Yuan displayed made Tai Ba Xiu almost unable to believe it. Chapter 366. The battle raged on like wildfire. Little Beast King is actually so terrifying. We have so many people, yet we still can't take him down. Tai Mu healed while gazing at the battlefield, his expression fluctuating. His battle strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, to this extent. Tai Daoku looked at the battle in front of him and felt that he could no longer interfere. No wonder he was arrogant enough to intercept us, such battle strength. But no matter how fierce you are, what can you do? 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands, we still have 7 people. This is the power of teamwork. Fan Yuan, you have undoubtedly lost this battle. Tai Ruanan occupied a high spot on the mountain rock and looked down at the battle. In her vision, Tai Ba Xiu and the other 5 surrounded Fan Yuan, fighting in a group. And around this group, there was a large area of green, a large number of rattan shellgrass soldiers, forming a tight encirclement. At the same time, some rattan shellgrass soldiers were combining with each other, forming rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The outcome has been decided, Little Beast King. Look at your surroundings. You are already heavily surrounded. Do you still want to persist in going about things the wrong way? Surrender, maybe you can still live. Tai Xianhua stood up and attacked Fan Yuan's fighting spirit. Her injuries had already been healed by Tai Mu and she had the strength to fight again. Fan Jing, you can't escape even if you have wings. This is the price you have to pay for overestimating your capabilities. Tai Mu stood beside Tai Xianhua and echoed. Oh? Can't escape even if I have wings? Fan Yuan exerted strength and temporarily pushed back Tai Ba Xiu. A mocking expression emerged on his face. Can't escape even if I have wings? I'd like to give it a try. Whoosh. A sharp pain came. A pair of pitch-black bone wings emitting a metallic luster unfolded on Fan Yuan's back. There's actually one? What? Under the astonished gazes of the Tai clansmen, Fan Yuan exerted strength to flap his wings and easily left the ground. He continuously rose and flew into the air. Tai Mu did not expect that his prophecy would come true and was stunned. According to the information, Little Beast King doesn't have a flying type goo. This is clearly a rank 4 flying type goo. How did he get it? Tai Xianhua stared with wide eyes, feeling extremely puzzled. Flying goo, as one of the movement type goo worms, had high value and was also very rare. Very few goo masters had them. Fondant can fly? No wonder he arrogantly intercepted us. Tai Dao Ku immediately understood. Tai Ruanan's expression was also ugly. Her vine shell grass soldiers had no anti-air ability. With Fan Yuan's flight, the encirclement that she had painstakingly created immediately revealed a huge loophole. What are you panicking for? Just at this moment, Tai Ba Xiu's loud shout resounded. This rank 4 peak stage strength path goo cultivator was the cornerstone of Tai clan. His eyes shone brightly. His rich life experience allowed him to see through Fan Yuan's weakness. How is it easy to control a flying type goo? Humans were born with 2 feet on the ground. If they wanted to fly into the sky and soar freely, how much hard practice did they have to go through? If they wanted to use flying to fight, how much sweat and bitter practice did they have to put in? Even verdant Great Sunday, the Grand Renzu's son, also died while flying. How long has it been since Little Beast King obtained the flying type goo? Tai Ba Xiu's words startled the Tai clansmen awake. Their gazes became excited. That's right, according to the information, Fan Jing doesn't have a flying type goo. The time he has obtained this pair of bone wings is pitifully short. Flying requires a lot of practice. It can't be used immediately after obtaining it. Little Beast King is really too naive. At the crucial moment, Senior Tai Ba Xiu is really reliable. The Tai clansmen regained their fighting spirit. My long-range battle methods are insufficient, you guys attack. Knock him down. Fan Jing, your actions are utterly stupid. If you fought honestly, you could have lasted for a while, but now you are digging your own grave. Tai Ba Xiu shouted again. Oh? Is that so? Fan Yuan smiled lightly, his gaze revealing a trace of pity. Little Beast King, you won't be happy for long. Golden Needle Mosquito, ugh! Tai Aokai was just about to use his best method, but his expression suddenly froze. In the battle just now, his Golden Needle Mosquito goo had already been completely used up. That was because he found that Fan Yuan never defended against the Golden Needle Mosquito's attacks. It was very useful. The intense battle also made him forget the intensity of the Golden Needle Mosquito's consumption. Not good, my Star Arrow goo has already been destroyed by Little Beast King. Damn it, there are only 2 Flower Rain goo left. Similar situations were playing out more or less on the others. Tai Ba Xiu's heart sank. It turned out Little Beast King had already targeted him earlier. His schemes were truly hidden deeply. No matter, I have Blade Chi Goo. I can fight from long range. Tai Dao Ku stood up. I have Snowball Goo. I can also make Little Beast King suffer. Another Tai Clan Goo Master also stood up. Tai Clan had 7 Goo Masters. They had the advantage in numbers and abundant methods. Even if Fan Yuan had targeted them, he could not kill them all at once. Little Beast King, come down! Tai Dao Ku sent out a Blade Chi. The Blade Chi whistled over, but Fan Yuan easily flapped his wings and dodged it. 3 snowballs were shot in succession, sealing Fan Yuan's escape route. Fan Yuan retracted his left wing, and with a nimble maneuver, he safely passed through the gap between the snowballs. Seeing this, Tai Ba Xiu's heart thumped. A bad feeling flashed in his heart. He actually dodged it so easily, is this luck? Soon, Fan Yuan skillfully and confidently dodged countless attacks, causing the Tai clansmen to feel astonished and helpless. He can actually control the flying goo so well. Damn it, I can't even hit him. My primeval essence is somewhat insufficient, the Blade Chi goo's consumption is too high. It seems I can only let Fan Jing escape this time. The Tai clansmen's firepower gradually became sparse. Little Beast King, I can't help but admire you, you are indeed a genius. Letting you escape so easily today is also your talent. But remember, be careful the next time we meet, Tai Ruonan warned in a heavy tone. When Fan Yuan heard this, it was like he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and he laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? The bad feeling in Tai Ba Xiu's heart intensified. Ha ha ha, of course I am laughing at your naivety. Why should I run? The true battle has only just begun. Fan Yuan had just finished speaking when a voice rang out. All-out effort Gu and strength Qi Gu were activated at the same time. Green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 5 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and pounced down. Bam bam bam! For a moment, the battlefield was in an uproar, rocks cracked and dust rose. The rattan shell grass soldiers were sent flying by the beast phantoms, scattering. The Thai clansmen rapidly retreated. Attack! We cannot take a beating passively. Make sure he can't even take care of himself. Tai Ba Xiu roared, raising his bull-sized fist and punched towards Fan Yuan. The formless, piercingly cold fist energy exploded forth, creating a sonic boom. But Fan Yuan flapped his wings. His body flew up and easily dodged. Tai Ba Xiu sighed helplessly. Although his fist force was a long-range attack, the distance was still too short. He was a strength path Gu master, and this path had always been lacking in long-range battles. Fan Yuan was an anomaly, because his strength Qi Gu originated from the ancient Qi path. After receiving Tai Ba Xiu's reminder, the other Tai clan Gu masters resisted the beast phantoms and counterattacked. But right now, Fan Yuan was displaying an unparalleled flying ability. He was like a butterfly, fluttering in between attacks, nimbly dodging. Sometimes he was like a goshawk, soaring into the sky, making people feel helpless. Sometimes he was like a swallow, his black bone wings drawing arcs. Sometimes he was like a dragonfly, hovering and flying, waiting for an opportunity. Most of the attacks, he dodged them all. Scattered attacks landed on his body, but were all blocked by the golden shield Gu. How can this be? His flying ability, how can it be so strong? This is simply not inferior to Lan Mei He, Hong Fei Yu, and Fei Yu Wang. Lan Mei He, Hong Fei Yu, and Fei Yu Wang were all flying experts, and were famous in southern border. The Tai clansmen were dumbstruck, extremely shocked. Fan Yuan continued to activate Gu worms, bombarding to his heart's content. The previous battle was only a preparation for this. Tai Ruonan's expression was ashen. She had painstakingly created so many rat and shell grass soldiers, but she could only passively take a beating. And she had wasted a large amount of her primeval essence for nothing. Die. Fan Yuan circled for a long time, before suddenly grabbing an opportunity and pouncing down from the sky. Tai Mu, be careful. Dodge. Everyone's screams reached Tai Mu's ears, and he hurriedly looked up. The dazzling sunlight in the sky first blinded his eyes. Next, he saw a black shadow, like a goshawk, pouncing down from the sky. An intense whistling sound filled his ears. An enormous sense of danger instantly filled his heart. Not good, escape. This thought had just appeared in his mind when Fan Yuan's hands grabbed his shoulders. Beast Phantom Recall. Fan Yuan's enormous strength surged as he spread his arms and ruthlessly tore them apart. Bright red blood gushed out like a waterfall. Tai Mu's 2 arms were torn off at the base by Fan Yuan. The intense pain almost drowned Tai Mu's mind. He let out an angry roar, his handsome face contorting to a terrifying degree. Bam! Fan Yuan retaliated and clapped his hands. Tai Mu's head was like a watermelon that was forcefully smashed. In an instant, blood and brain matter sprayed all over Fan Yuan's body. His face and hair were either white brain matter or red blood. There was even an eyeball stuck to Fan Yuan's clothes. The intense smell of blood assaulted his nose. If it were anyone else, they would have vomited on the spot. But to Fan Yuan, it was like he was smelling the most fragrant smell in the world. He enjoyed it as if it was malt syrup, and even felt an intense excitement from the deepest part of his body. Death, how sweet and fragrant. Kill, kill. Let the intense flower of life bloom brightly in the blood. He raised his head and roared, actually composing an impromptu poem. Tai Mu. Seeing Tai Mu's sacrifice, the Tai clansmen were furious. Their anger could burn the sky and boil the sea. Chapter 367. You killed Tai Mu, I want you dead. Tai Xianhua raised the umbrella lotus gu and shouted, pouncing over crazily. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, and when the iron thread flower got close, he used his ankle to turn his body nimbly and spread his wings, moving like he was dancing as he brushed past the iron thread flower. Tai Xianhua rushed for 5 to 6 steps before stopping. Her beautiful face was in a daze. The umbrella lotus gu fell to the ground, and a trace of blood appeared on her snow-white neck. Then blood spurted out like a fountain, sending her head flying and separating from her body. Xianhua! The Tai clansmen screamed, but they could not save Tai Xianhua's life. Tai Ba Xiu rushed over. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, flapping his wings and flying into the sky. Tai Ba Xiu was obstructed by the rat and shell grass soldiers, and even though he tried his best to open a path, how could he match Fan Yuan's speed? Fan Yuan flew into the sky and bombarded indiscriminately for a while before charging towards Tai Ruanan. Oh no, his target is young master! Tai Dao Ku and the rest quickly went to help. Fan Yuan suddenly changed his direction and landed in front of Tai Dao Ku. Die! Fan Yuan's expression was cold. He did not dodge Tai Dao Ku's punches and kicks. He was extremely fierce. Tai Dao Ku had a brave and resolute nature. He brazenly attacked Fan Yuan. Swift Shadow Gu. Hand Blade Gu. Iron Hand Gu. Consecutive Slash Gu. Swift Battle Wind Gu. Blade Chi Gu. He was an offensive Gu master, and right now, he attacked with all his strength. His arms were like the wind, creating rolling blade lights and blood shadows. Fan Yuan's golden shield Gu only lasted for a while before it was broken. Even though Fan Yuan had the defensive brown skin, his skin and flesh were lacerated, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. That's it, persevere! The others quickly changed their direction and went over to help. Oh no, my primeval essence is exhausted! Suddenly, Tai Dao Ku's attack stopped. He was a rank 3 Gu master, and had been fighting intensely all along. Now that he was attacking wildly, the little bit of true essence he had left was quickly exhausted. Without primeval essence, Tai Dao Ku was like a tiger turning into a sickly cat. Fan Yuan snickered, grabbed his neck, and squeezed. Crack! Tai Dao Ku's neck was easily crushed by Fan Yuan. A bladesman of his generation, Tai Ruanan's capable general, brave and decisive, died here. No! Seeing this, Tai Ruanan's eyes turned blood red. Sorrow and anger ignited the flames of hatred, wanting to burn her to ashes. Under her command, the rattan shellgrass soldiers converged into a torrent of green that swept towards Fan Yuan. Thousands of grass soldier puppets had the advantage of numbers and were enough to pose a threat to Fan Yuan. The corners of Tai Ruanan's eyes, nose and mouth were all bleeding. This high-intensity control was extremely taxing on her mental energy, and it was even reflected on her body. Ruanan, don't be rash, don't be blinded by anger. Tai Ba Xiu saw this and quickly reminded her. But Tai Ruanan had already lost her rationality. She watched helplessly as her family and friends died tragically. It was a huge blow to her, and it even brought back the grief she had for her father's death. You are still too inexperienced. Fan Yuan sneered, flapping his wings and flying up. The aggressive rattan shellgrass soldiers pounced on empty air, colliding with each other and squeezing into a ball. This not only caused the formation to be in chaos, Tai Ba Xiu and the others had no room to move. This is the weakness of teamwork. Once the teamwork is not good, our own people will become the biggest stumbling block. The detailed division of labor also makes our members overly reliant on others. It is better to rely on ourselves than others, this is the truth of this world. Fan Yuan flew up, his cold and emotionless gaze swept through the battlefield, before focusing on Tai Ao Kai. As an investigative Gu master, Tai Ao Kai had been roaming around the periphery from the start of the battle. He was very fast and could easily escape to report for reinforcements. he was a huge influence on Fan Yuan's plan of total annihilation. Thus, Tai Ao Kai had to die. Seeing Fan Yuan flapping his wings and flying towards him, Tai Ao Kai could not conceal the shock on his face. Fan Yuan's body was bathed in blood, his black hair, black eyes and black wings. He was simply like a demon god descending into the world, ruthless and cunning at the same time. Tai Mu, Tai Xianhua and Tai Dao Ku had all died in his hands. Even Tai Ba Xiu could not do anything to him. How could he be a match for such a strong enemy? The densely packed rattan shell grass soldiers had once given Tai Ao Kai a sense of security, but now it had become a huge cold mockery. Escape! Escape to Sancha Mountain and report to the 4 old-timers of Tai clan! Tai Ao Kai was afraid. After giving himself a reason to retreat, he immediately retreated from the battlefield and ran. Don't run! Quickly come back! Tai Ba Xiu saw Tai Ao Kai enter the forest and shouted anxiously. If Tai Ao Kai stayed and banded together, he might have a chance to survive. However, he was running alone, his jinyuan was insufficient, his cultivation was low, and his legs were restricted by the terrain. How could he not be caught by Fan Yuan? Sure enough, not long after, Fan Yuan flew back with Tai Ao Kai's head in his hand. Ah! Guyue Fanjing! Guyue Fanjing! You're dead, you're definitely dead. You've killed my Tai clan's disciples, you've committed a heinous crime, there is no possibility of you being pardoned. If you have the guts, don't run, hiding from me. What kind of man are you? You gutless coward, come and fight with me. I will tear you into pieces, grind your bones and scatter your ashes. Tai Ba Xiu was extremely angry and let out a thunderous roar. Fan Yuan sneered, not accepting his words. Heinous crime? Heh, I've killed many people before, why haven't I heard you say anything heinous? Touching a Tai clan member is a heinous crime? I really like this kind of sin, then I will kill some more and add more sin. Saying so, Fan Yuan flapped his wings and continued to fly, killing the remaining Tai clan Gu masters one by one. Tai Ba Xiu's eyes were bloodshot, he was about to vomit blood from anger. But he was obstructed by the rat and shell grass soldier. His speed could not match Fan Yuan's. He could only watch as these outstanding Tai clan youngsters were slaughtered by Fan Yuan, losing their lives. Soon on this battlefield, only Tai Ruanan and Tai Ba Xiu were left. Die, I want you to die! Tai Ruanan's eyes were bloodshot, she gritted her teeth so hard they were about to shatter, muttering these words. She used all her strength to control the rat and shell grass soldier. Blood flowing out of her 7 orifices converged on her face, giving off a terrifying feeling. Ruanan, calm down, calm down! Tai Ba Xiu rushed to her side and shook her shoulder. But Tai Ruanan did not notice it. Her hateful gaze was fixated on Fan Yuan, who was in the air. Below Fan Yuan, the rat and shell grass soldiers had gathered into a group, squeezing tightly together. Unfortunately, they could not hit Fan Yuan, they were like headless flies. Tai Ba Xiu helplessly sighed. He was experienced, and knew that this battle had given Tai Ruanan an unparalleled impact. It had already caused her mental state to collapse, and she was filled with hatred and anger. She was close to going berserk, and in a short period of time, she would not be able to help. Fan Yuan flapped his wings from time to time, causing his body to float in the air. There were only 2 Tai clan members left, but Fan Yuan had stopped for the moment. Because of these 2, Tai Ruanan was crazy like a demon, while Tai Ba Xiu had high battle strength. They were hard to deal with. If one was careless, they would suffer a backlash. Looking at Tai Ruanan, Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with contemplation. Tai Ruanan has already lost her rationality in this state. I might as well leave these rat and shell grass soldiers to expend her mental energy. When her mental state collapses, I will take her life. No, there is a better method. She is Tai clan's young master, Tai Ba Xiu will definitely protect her. I can use Tai Ruanan to beat Tai Ba Xiu. If I can kill Tai Ba Xiu, that would be the best. Tai Ba Xiu had been famous for a long time. His cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, but because he had Earth Overlord Gu, his battle strength surpassed ordinary rank 4 peak stage. It could be said that he was the strongest opponent Fan Yuan had met since he left Qing Mao Mountain. In a direct confrontation, even if Fan Yuan used all his strength, he could not win. His only weakness was his lack of long-range combat ability. But this was not his fatal flaw. However, battles were always unpredictable. Tai Ba Xiu himself had no flaws, but right now, there was someone beside him that he had to protect. Unknowingly, Tai Ruanan had already become Fan Yuan's hostage. If I can kill Tai Ba Xiu, even Yi Hu will be wary of me. But I need to pay attention to the surroundings. I cannot drag this on for too long. Although these 7 from Tai clan chose a secretive route, there is no guarantee that the 4 old-timers of Tai clan will come to help. Fan Yuan warned himself in his heart. He was cautious, calm and rational, not panicking in difficult situations, and not arrogant even when he had the upper hand. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan had a killer move called Limitless Search and Lock. As long as the lock goo was planted on a goo master, no matter where the goo master went, they could be captured. It was a top-tier capturing method. In his previous life, even Kong Ritian fell for this killer move, and a demonic expert of his generation was defeated. Although Fan Yuan had the bone wings goo and could roam the world freely, attacking and retreating were all in his mind. But as long as the lock goo was planted, even if he flew to the 9 heavens, he would still be captured. There is always someone better, there is always someone better. All living things are balanced. Although bone wings goo is good, it could be countered by other methods. The reason why this battle was so effective was because Fan Yuan had relied on his previous life's memories and had a good understanding of these 7 Tai clan members. Secondly, it was because Fan Yuan had continuously expended and destroyed the long-range combat methods of the 7 Tai clan members in the previous battle. All these thoughts happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. After Fan Yuan made up his mind, he took out Yuan Stone and started to recover his primeval essence. The primeval sea level in his aperture started to rise rapidly. At the same time, he inspected his body and used self-reliance goo to heal some dangerous injuries. Damn it! Seeing this, Tai Ba Xiu's heart felt like it was being pressed by a mountain rock, extremely heavy. If Little Beast King had continued to attack, he would have been happy instead. But now, Fan Yuan was calm and unruffled. He was not immersed in the pleasure of having the upper hand. Instead, he stopped attacking and started to recover his primeval essence and heal his injuries. Chapter 368. Fan Yuan's calmness caused Tai Ba Xiu to feel a chill in his heart. If it was at the start of the battle, Tai Ba Xiu would never have expected that he would be in such a situation and be at a disadvantage. But now, this famous pillar of Tai clan had no choice but to admit that he was in a perilous situation. The main culprit of this situation was this young man in front of him. He fought 1 against 7 and forced his side into such a situation. How did he do it? From the moment Little Beast King appeared, his every action, every word and action was a trap with unfathomable meaning, luring the 7 of us into his trap. He has a flying goo and has such a skillful flying technique, this is even more unexpected. Relying on his flying ability, he held the initiative, advancing and retreating at will, slaughtering them one by one, finally leading to this situation. Tai Ba Xiu recalled, and his heart turned even colder. How did Fan Yuan master such a mystical flying technique? It was no longer the scariest thing. This kid's truly terrifying aspect is his intelligence. How can such a youngster have such meticulous scheming ability? He is simply a monster. If used on the right path, he would be the brightest star of the righteous path. However, it was a pity that he used his wisdom on crooked ways. This is a calamity for all living beings in the world. Tai Ba Xiu suddenly had a premonition that one day, this youngster in front of him would become a great calamity for the whole of southern border. At that time, the land would be dyed red for thousands of li. Blood would flow like rivers. Who knows how many living beings would suffer under his evil hands? No, my current situation is very dangerous. Tai Ruanan can no longer fight, my long-range battle strength is insufficient, but Little Beast King can fly. Whether he wants to fight or retreat, it all depends on his will. Retreat, I must retreat and rush to San Cha Mountain to meet up with the 4 elders. Although Tai Ba Xiu had been famous for a long time, his temperament was steady and not tempted by fame and fortune. Although his battle strength had not been completely displayed, under the support of Earth Overlord Gu, Tyrant Strength Gu would become stronger and stronger, eventually surpassing Fan Yuan's current limits. But Tai Ba Xiu was not infatuated with his strength. Someone as experienced as him could see through his true situation. If he continued to fight, it would bode ill rather than well. The wisest method was to retreat. Even if he was forced to flee by a junior, it did not matter. Even if his reputation was ruined, it was still better than dying. Furthermore, Big Brother Schweling, your descendant cannot lose her life in front of me. Thinking of this, Tai Ba Xiu decisively pulled Tai Ruonan and started to retreat. He wants to run! Fan Yuan's eyes suddenly burst with a fierce light. He found it rather troublesome. Tai Ba Xiu's decision to run away was too wise. This place was already close to San Cha Mountain. Once the Tai clan's 4 elders came to help, it would be Fan Yuan's turn to retreat. Kill! Fan Yuan naturally did not want to see such a situation happen. He pointed his finger, activating all-out effort Gu and strength Qi Gu. Beast phantoms materialized from phantom and descended, blocking Tai Ba Xiu. However, Tai Ba Xiu's strength was formidable. His fists and legs intersected, and wind and thunder whistled, scattering these beast phantoms. Fan Yuan suddenly changed his target, and all his beast phantoms flew towards Tai Ruonan. Despicable! Tai Ba Xiu cursed, standing up to protect Tai Ruonan. Fan Yuan laughed loudly at this. If Tai Ba Xiu abandoned Tai Ruonan and escaped alone, Fan Yuan would not be able to stop him. However, Tai Ba Xiu protecting Tai Ruonan was courting death. Because he was not a defensive Gu master, but an expert in offense. To protect Tai Ruonan, he naturally had to sacrifice himself. With his hands and feet tied, it was like using his weakness against the enemy's strength. Both sides were in a deadlock, one escaping and one chasing. No matter how Tai Ba Xiu cursed and provoked, Fan Yuan only flew in the air and used beast phantoms to attack. Tai Ba Xiu could not hit Fan Yuan, and could only passively take a beating. He also had to protect Tai Ruonan, and soon received light injuries. He is clearly only rank for middle stage. Why does he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ba Xiu gradually felt despair. He did not know that Fan Yuan not only had liquor worm, he also had heavenly essence treasure lotus. In terms of primeval essence, he did not lose to rank 4 upper stage. Fan Yuan bombarded indiscriminately without stopping. Every time he destroyed a beast phantom, another would immediately pounce on him. The beast phantoms attacked one after another, advancing wave after wave. Especially the thunder boar and rock crocodile beast phantoms from time to time, they were a threat to Tai Ruonan. Tai Ba Xiu was exhausted from running for his life, and was gradually losing his strength, feeling powerless. Why aren't the 4 elders here yet? Tai Ba Xiu ran all the way, and was already close to San Cha Mountain, but he still did not see the 4 elders. The route they chose was too secretive. To prevent information from leaking, they even set off 2 days in advance. These arrangements, at this point, had instead become Tai Ba Xiu's escape obstacle. Tai Ba Xiu fell into an extremely passive state. The injuries on his body continued to accumulate, turning from light injuries to heavy injuries. The beast phantoms became more and more threatening, and he gradually felt it difficult to move forward. Tai Ruonan became his biggest burden, struggling again and again. Tai Ba Xiu could only knock her unconscious and carry her with his arm. We are already close to the foot of the mountain. Persevere for a while more. Tai Ba Xiu's body swayed, his vision already turning blurry. Are we really going to let him escape? Damn it! Fan Yuan flew in the air, his expression was gloomy, and his attacks became increasingly swift and fierce, like a surging tide. As they neared San Cha Mountain, Gu masters began to appear in the surroundings. There is a battle here. It is Little Beast King. Oh heavens, am I seeing things? That one being chased seems to be the present age overlord, Tai clan's cornerstone, Tai Ba Xiu. Little Beast King is too heaven-defying, he is actually chasing rank 4 upper stage Tai Ba Xiu. Along the way, the Gu masters who witnessed this battle were all dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. Some righteous Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Tai Ba Xiu being chased like a drowning dog. Big Brother Li Xian, why hasn't Little Beast King appeared yet? We've been waiting here for a long time. Is your information reliable? In a hidden corner, Hu Mei'er looked at the purple light barrier in front of her and yawned in boredom. Within the light barrier formed by Iron Cabinet Gu, Bai Ningbing was still trapped by the 4 Tai clan elders. The information is naturally accurate, let's wait a while more, Li Xian said while mumbling inwardly. It shouldn't be, I have already told him about Tai clan's reinforcements. How can he still restrain himself? Is he really not going to save her? If the Little Beast King were to really leave someone to die, even Li Xian would tremble in fear if he thought of this kind of cold-bloodedness. But if he saved her, it would be a situation where both sides would suffer. There would be many benefits in a chaotic battle. While the two were discussing in a low voice, they suddenly heard a clamor. What's going on? Hu Mei'er turned her head to look. Her puzzled expression quickly turned sluggish, and after the sluggishness, it turned into shock. The person she had been waiting for had appeared, and was even flying in the air ostentatiously. But wait, the person Little Beast King is chasing seems a little familiar, right? Aye, it is Tai Ba Xiu. Tai clan's present age overlord is being chased. So Little Beast King went to intercept this batch of reinforcements. Li Xian stared dumbfoundedly at this chase and could not help but curse. At the same time as he came to a realization, he also felt extreme bewilderment and shock. Little Beast King actually took the initiative to intercept this batch of Tai clan's reinforcements. How can he have such guts? Is he crazy? No, he is not crazy. He won and is chasing Tai Ba Xiu to kill him. Tai Ba Xiu was rank 4 upper stage. His battle strength was extraordinary. Ordinary rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were not his match. Even on Sanchao Mountain, among the 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, only Yihua could be mentioned in the same breath as this present age overlord. But now, Tai Ba Xiu was actually being chased by Little Beast King, fleeing in a sorry state like a dog. Oh my God, is this his illusion? Someone hugged his head, looking at the scene in disbelief. This world is too crazy, the changes are too fast. Someone mumbled with a lifeless gaze. Fortunately, I did not go head-to-head with Little Beast King. Li Xian rejoiced, but also felt a lingering fear. No, I need to be careful when dealing with Fangjing. This guy cannot be judged with common sense. How many days has it been? He has already advanced to rank 4 middle stage and can even fly. Hu Mei'er covered her chest, feeling extremely shocked at Fan Yuan's abnormal growth speed. Demonic path scoundrel! Quickly save him, that is Tai Ba Xiu! Tai clan's 4 old-timers also sensed the situation and quickly cancelled the Iron Cabinet Gu, rushing to the rescue. As for besieging Bai Ningbing, they could no longer care about it. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. In the end, I was still lacking by a bit. Tai Ba Xiu felt extremely bitter. His eyes were blurry and the wounds on his body were already numb from the pain. He was already on the verge of death from being beaten by Fang Yuan. He had been protecting Tai Ruonan, not letting her suffer any harm. It is a pity that this Little Beast King did not come down to fight me in close combat. Otherwise, he would have died. Tai Ba Xiu felt extremely regretful. He had hidden a trump card. But Fan Yuan had been very cautious. He never flew down and only bombarded indiscriminately from the sky. Ba Xiu, persevere! We are here to support you. Tai clan's 4 old-timers shouted in unison, rushing over. Ha ha ha, just one step away, Tai Ba Xiu, you have failed at the last step. Fan Yuan laughed towards the sky. A rock crocodile phantom pressed down, and with a loud sound, Tai Ba Xiu fell to the ground. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were still rushing over. They were already very close. But with just this distance, the result was like the difference between clouds and mud. Everything is over. Fan Yuan's expression was cold as he pointed with his finger, launching a fatal attack. No, not yet. Iron cabinet goo! Tai Ba Xiu used the last of his strength, and placed his palm on Tai Ruonan's back. A square-shaped metal cabinet quickly formed and sealed Tai Ruonan tightly. The beast phantom pounced down and tore Tai Ba Xiu into pieces, but the iron cabinet was as firm as before, and Tai Ruonan was safe and sound inside. At the crucial moment, Tai Ba Xiu gave his last chance to live to Tai Ruonan. Ba Xiu! Tai Clan's 4 old-timers shouted in grief. They rushed to the scene but were still too late. Little Beast King, our Tai Clan will not rest until you are dead! The 4 old-timers stared at Fan Yuan in the sky, wishing they could bite him to death. Chapter 369. Heavens, Little Beast King fought 1 against 7 and actually won! Even the present age overlord died in his hands. Number 1 demonic rookie, he is the current generation's number 1 rookie. The crowd was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing and whispering to each other. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers paused for a moment before attacking. But Fan Yuan flapped his wings and easily dodged. His agility was breathtaking. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, I have not settled the score with you for trapping me. Please search for floating astronomy. Bai Ningbing slowly walked over. Her expression was cold as she glanced at Fan Yuan with a complicated expression. After being besieged for so many days, Fan Yuan had grown so much. Not only had his cultivation advanced to middle stage, he had also grasped such a proficient flying technique. Looking at this, Southern Border would have another flying expert. How did he do it? Bai Ningbing had also thought of practicing flying. But flying was too troublesome. The amount of practice required was huge, and at the same time, it took a long time and required painstaking effort. She put in a lot of effort, but the short-term effect was very little. Thus, Bai Ningbing did not take it. She did not think that Fan Yuan had quietly practiced such a flying technique. This was simply beyond common sense. Did he have some fortuitous encounter in the 3 Kings' inheritance? Bai Ningbing naturally thought of this. In fact, even without Fan Yuan's explanation, many people had linked his performance to the 3 Kings' inheritance. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers removed the iron cabinet goo, allowing Bai Ningbing to easily regain her freedom. Now that Fang and Bai had gathered, the situation was extremely dangerous. The 4 old-timers were like facing a great enemy. They tightly protected the iron cabinet goo that was wrapped around Tai Ruonan in the center, guarding against Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan looked at the iron cabinet goo. He was somewhat unresigned. Tai Ba Xiu retreated to the end, but all his efforts were in vain. He chased all the way, but all his efforts were in vain. He did not take Tai Ruonan's life. No doubt, this was a threat. But if it wasn't for Tai Ruonan, I wouldn't have killed Tai Ba Xiu so easily. Now that things have come to this, I can only give up. Fan Yuan's killing intent was boiling on the surface. In reality, his fighting spirit was gradually dissipating. Along the way, he had insufficient primeval essence in his aperture, while the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan were in perfect condition. Meanwhile, there were many Gu masters secretly watching the battle. Many jackals and wolves were secretly watching, waiting to take advantage of the situation. Not to mention others, just Li Xian alone. That was his plan. It's time to stop. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. He shouted loudly. Tai Clan's 4 elders, my companion killed one of your people, and you trapped her for so long. I killed 6 people from your Tai family. How long are you going to trap me? This was a pure provocation, causing the eyes of the Iron Clan's 4 elders to tremble. Little Beast King, don't be arrogant. You slaughtered my Tai Clan's disciples and killed Elder Tyrant Xiu. Hunting down the Tai family's young master is an irreconcilable enemy of my Tai family. I swear on this. Even if I have to exhaust my entire lifespan and pay any price, I will capture you and imprison you in Demon Suppression Tower, suffering endless torture and punishment. The leader of the 4 Tai Clan old-timers furiously shouted. Although he said so, he did not dare to act rashly. Little Beast King's battle strength made him extremely shocked. If Bai Ningbing was added. Ha ha ha, very good. Since it is so, I will also view Tai Clan as my mortal enemy. From now on, as long as it is a Tai clan disciple, I will kill one if I see one, kill two if I see two. Fan Yuan laughed arrogantly, flapping his wings and flying away. Under the disappointed gazes of many Gu masters with ulterior motives, he took the initiative to leave. Bai Ningbing also left. The result of this battle spread like lightning throughout the whole Sancha Mountain. Now, what was Sancha Mountain doing? The appearance of three kings' inheritance, the whole southern border, countless clans, righteous path and demonic path members all focused their attention on it. Soon, the battle report of Fan Yuan fighting 1 against 7 and killing Tai Ba Xiu spread throughout the whole southern border. Unavoidably, Fan Yuan's reputation rose. This child actually killed Tai Ba Xiu? Is this information reliable? In Yan Clan village, young Master Yan Jun almost did not dare to believe his ears when he heard this news from his subordinate. What kind of person was Tai Ba Xiu? He had been famous for a long time and was known as the present age overlord. He had Earth Overlord Gu and had battle strength surpassing ordinary rank 4 peak stage. He was the cornerstone of the super clan Tai clan, an expert who could hold his own. But he was actually chased to death by a junior, Little Beast King Fangjing, who only had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. This Little Beast King can actually jump ranks to challenge and even kill Tai Ba Xiu. What kind of person is he? I have actually never heard of him. Yan Jun asked with a frown. The subordinate promptly reported. Young master, you inherited the immemorial Phantom Path inheritance, and went into closed cultivation for 5 years. It is normal that you do not know about Fangjing. This person is only 25 years old. He is a rising star of the demonic path that has emerged in recent years. Little Beast King Fangjing? These youngsters nowadays are really amazing. In the Yangtze River, the waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front die on the beach. TSK. In the mountain forest, Feng Tianyu walked slowly as he recalled the news he had just heard, sighing with a trace of fervor. I heard Little Beast King could grasp flying techniques and grow so fast because he obtained benefits from the Three Kings' inheritance. 3 Kings' inheritance. Feng Tianyu thought of this, and wished he could immediately rush to Sancha Mountain. He was a famous refinement path Gu master in southern border. King Xian inheritance was suitable for him. Fangjing actually fought 1 against 7 and killed 6 Tai clansmen, including Tai Ba Xiu. One of the 5 great generals of Shang clan, Elder Yihua, came out of the inheritance and felt incredulous when he heard the news. Tai Ba Xiu's battle strength was on par with his. If Fan Yuan could kill Tai Ba Xiu, wouldn't he also be able to kill Ziji? How could this be possible? But the cold and cruel truth spoke louder than any argument. When Yihua understood more details, he gradually came to a realization. So he has grasped the flying art, and can use it in battle. No wonder he could fight 7 against 1 and kill Tai Ba Xiu. Grasping flying techniques and being able to be used in battle. To Gu masters, it was a qualitative leap in their battle strength. Humans were creatures that walked on land, they were born with no wings. Even the ancestor of human did not have the ability to fly. If one were to fly, this itself was a heaven-defying miracle. Once one could fly, the encirclement on the ground would be of no threat. The vast sky would become a stage for Gu masters, allowing the flying Gu masters to roam freely. They could attack and retreat. They could firmly grasp the initiative on the battlefield. Southern Border's famous flying Gu masters, Fei Yuwang, Lan Mei-He, Hong Fei-Yu, they all made people wary. They were existences that felt extremely troublesome and did not want to be enemies with. Yihua had a deep understanding of flying Gu masters. Because there was a perfect example by his side. That was Wei Yang. Wei Yang was known as the White Light Swordsman. He moved like light, as fast as lightning. He was also a flying Gu master. He did not have enough aptitude and only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but he was one of the 5 important ministers of Shang clan, and was known as one of the 5 generals, on the same level as a rank 4 peak stage Gu master like Yihua. Once, Yihua felt that he was one of the 5 generals together with Wei Yang. It was an insult, thus he challenged him. The result. He was dejected, Wei Yang could come and go as he pleased, he could do nothing to him on the battlefield. In terms of flying speed, Wei Yang could be said to be number one in southern border, even Little Beast King cannot compare. Recently, Wei Yang received clan leaders' help and advanced to rank 4. Yves thought of this, and the pressure in his heart increased. Shan clan's 5 generals were not united, they had their own factions and had always been competing with each other. Yves had come to San Cha Mountain this time to make some contributions and become a member of Shan clan, and obtain Shan clan's living treasure door's resources, advancing to rank 5 Gu Master. Fan Jing has flying techniques and his battle strength rose sharply. But that Tai Ba Xiu was weak in long-range combat, and he had Tai Ruanan by his side, thus he was killed by Little Beast King. In terms of true battle strength, Tai Ba Xiu is higher than Little Beast King. Unfortunately, I can no longer recruit Little Beast King. Yves thought of this and felt very regretful. Although the battle strength Fan Yuan displayed was not as good as ZG, Yves could not do anything to him if he could fly. Forcing the Little Beast King was not going to work. On the contrary, it would ruin ZG's reputation and make Fan Yuan Shan clan's Purple Thorn VIP. Apart from this, there was also the most important thing, the Tai family. Little Beast King had deeply offended Tai clan this time. Tai clan's losses were huge, they had to deal with Little Beast King, there was no way to turn the situation around. And Fan Jing had announced in public that he would slaughter Tai clan's disciples. His tone was extremely arrogant. If he were really recruited Little Beast King, it would be equivalent to offending Tai clan. Tai clan and Shan clan were both super clans, giants of the righteous path. At that time, Yves would have to bear endless pressure from Tai clan and Shan clan's higher-ups. Little Beast King must have grasped the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. Otherwise, how could he have grasped such an exquisite flying technique in the blink of an eye? Li Xian sat on the sofa, his eyes narrowed into slits, flickering with brilliant light. He knew Fan Yuan's information like the back of his hand. Fan Yuan suddenly grasped the flying technique. This was simply inconceivable, it broke common sense. Even if he trained diligently in Shan Clan City, it would not be impossible for him to not leak any information. And how many years has it been? How could he possess such a powerful flying ability? Could it be? At the side, Hu Mei was also pondering. 3 kings' inheritance. A thought flashed in his mind, causing Li Xian to blurt out. In an instant. The matter of Little Beast King relying on the token to enter the 3 kings' inheritance to earn a lot of money in Shan Clan City. And the matter of him purposely delaying rescuing Bai Ningbing to enter the 3 kings' inheritance. And every time he came out to the inheritance, he would bring out so many gains. These matters converged in Li Xian's mind, forming a clear clue. Little Beast King must have grasped the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. In the 3 kings' inheritance, the flow of time was different from the outside world, it was a land of Gu immortals. The reason he could grasp the flying technique was definitely due to the 3 kings' inheritance. It must be, Fan Jing must have grasped the great secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. Hu Mei also came to a realization. Her thoughts of charming Fan Yuan and recruiting him to her side suddenly became even more intense. Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories. He naturally grasped the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. Li Xian and Hu Mei had a secret discussion, and by chance, they managed to deduce the truth. The problem now is, since we are in such a situation, how can we obtain even greater benefits? When Little Beast King matures, even Tai Ba Xiu will fall in his hands. He is not someone we can control. Li Xian clicked his tongue, his thoughts moving rapidly. We can't, but that doesn't mean others can't. People's hearts can be stirred, he he he. Hu Mei laughed charmingly. Chapter 370. Fan Yuan was originally only slightly famous on Shangliang Mountain. But after the battle with Tai Ba Xiu, his name spread throughout the southern border, becoming a well-known demonic path genius. When the news spread, it attracted the attention of many people. Among these people, some were experts who had been in closed cultivation for many years, some were Gu masters who roamed the world. The attention of the righteous path, the greed of the demonic path. It could be said that Fang Yuan had truly entered their field of vision. Some people chose to temporarily retreat, such as Century Boy. Some like Li Xian and Hu Meier secretly added fuel to the fire. There were also some whose battle intent was stimulated, directly declaring that they wanted to challenge him. At once, the winds and clouds surged, as countless waves swept towards Fang Yuan. San Cha Mountain. In a certain cave. Fang and Bai were sitting cross-legged. Fang Yuan placed his palms on Bai Ningbing's back, instilling primeval essence into her. In Bai Ningbing's aperture, essence gold primeval essence was like a waterfall, falling from the sky and rushing into the primeval sea, creating countless waves. On the primeval sea, the waves surged unceasingly, continuously washing the aperture walls. Fang Yuan was rank 4 middle stage, possessing bright gold primeval essence. Under the effect of Nine Eyes liquor worm, it was purified to essence gold primeval essence. Right now, through bone flesh unity goo, it was injected into Bai Ningbing's aperture, helping her to nourish the aperture walls and increase her foundation. Several hours later, Fang Yuan retracted his palms, as Bai Ningbing slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was calm. She did not express any gratitude towards Fang Yuan's help. Nor did she express any anger towards Fang Yuan's delay. She was extremely calm, as if the matter of her being trapped had never happened. But her inner feelings were extremely complex. All along, her cultivation was higher than Fang Yuan's. But at this moment, she had instead become the beneficiary of bone-flesh unity goo. Essence gold primeval essence was a huge help to her. After all, she was still at rank 4 initial stage. It seems that cultivating with Fang Yuan is not bad. This thought was immediately extinguished by Bai Ningbing. She stood up slowly and said in a cold tone, as if she was taking pleasure in his misfortune. Have you heard the recent rumors? Many people are saying that you hold the great secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. You didn't know how to fly, but you inherited the King of Confidence's legacy. You have to be careful. Right now, Tai family is furious. Tai family has publicly announced that you are a great enemy. The wanted list has already spread throughout the southern border. Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the ground as he replied indifferently. Who doesn't know about our friendship? If the Tai family touches me, you won't be able to escape either. Humph. You continue to cultivate in the first half of the night. I'll stand guard for you. In the second half of the night, come out and replace me. Bai Ningbing then walked out. The current situation was even more dangerous than when he first came to San Cha Mountain. Fang and Bai tried not to cultivate at the same time. In the depths of the cave, only Fang Yuan was left. However, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he fell into deep thought. The Tai family's reaction was within his expectations. He killed the Tai family elder and chased after the Tai family young master. He had already touched Tai family's bottom line. Tai family was a super clan, the leader of the righteous path. How could they tolerate this? Their revenge would definitely be extremely fierce. Other than Tai family, there were other troubles. Shang clan, Wu clan and other righteous path Gu masters, Hu Meier, Li Xian, Century Boy and other demonic path Gu masters. This was the price of becoming famous. At the same time that Fang Yuan became famous in one battle, he also pushed himself to the heart of the struggle, receiving the attention of countless people. From all directions there were undercurrents that tried to probe him, or waves that wanted to drown him. They had already converged into a huge whirlpool. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan knew that he was facing a test. If he could struggle free from this whirlpool and resist the incoming waves, he would be able to truly stand firm and become a publicly recognized expert of the southern border. If he was swallowed by this whirlpool and crushed, there would be no need to mention anything else. Right now, Divine Thief Lu Zuan Feng has infiltrated Demon Suppression Tower several times and caused havoc in the Tai family. They are already in a terrible situation. I need to wait until they have the energy to deal with me. It is not a matter of a month or 2. I can put it aside for now. There are rumors circulating outside that I hold the inheritance's great secret. It is likely that Li Xian and Hu Mei are behind this. Humph, I will deal with these two sooner or later. But Li Xian still has value at the moment. And Hu Mei has a rank 6 Gu immortal behind her. Do I need to scheme? 3 kings' inheritance is too big of a cake. I am destined to not be able to eat it all. I can only choose the essence. But if I can obtain the essence, like undefeated 100 battles Gu, this trip will not be in vain. My strength will rise greatly. It will be of great help to the upcoming battle of Yitian Mountain. Thoughts churned in Fan Yuan's mind, spreading out as he thought of Central Continent. Looking at the days, the Hu immortal inheritance on Central Continent's Tianti Mountain should have opened already, right? This is a true Gu immortal inheritance. It is many times more precious than the 3 kings' inheritance. That Feng Kim Hong relied on this inheritance to become a Gu immortal, becoming a person whose name would shake the world in the future. At the same time, Central Continent, at the foot of Tianti Mountain. The elite disciples from Central Continent's 10 great sects gathered together. Among the crowd, the real Guyu of Fangjing let out a breath of turbid air. The large competition that had lasted for several months had finally ended. Several months ago, the 10 great sects had passed down orders to organize these elite disciples to compete in the large competition to determine the rankings. Central Continent's 10 great sects were the strongest inheritances. This generation of elite disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the pride of heaven. Even the weakest of people would have 1 or 2 trump cards. Because of Fairy Bai Xia, Guyue Fangjing's days were not good. In the large competition, many opponents had deep enmity towards Fangjing and dealt heavy blows. Fortunately, Fangjing had a deep foundation. He had the Ironbeak Flying Crane group, and also had Lord White Crane, who was inside the spirit incubating flea. To guide him in battle, he passed the rounds with difficulty and obtained a relatively high ranking. At this time, in the sky above Tianti Mountain, 10 formless Gu immortal divine senses were quietly conversing. This generation of elite disciples is only SOSO. But there is still a batch of outstanding juniors. Spirit Butterfly Valley's Xiao Qixing is not bad. If I remember correctly, he is Xiao Baihang's great-grandson? Myriad Dragon Doc Xing Xingji is also very outstanding. Dragon Lady is the best at teaching him. Not at all. Your granddaughter, Feng Kim Hong, has beaten all her peers. No one can match her brilliance. She is the truly outstanding one. I say, don't flatter each other. Let's work together and completely open Hu immortal inheritance. All right. Let's do it together. Rise! 10 formless forces surged out from the void, majestic and vast like a tsunami, like a mountain flood. The heaven and earth changed color, winds blew and clouds surged. The 10 forces revolved around each other, then converged together, and fiercely charged towards a certain place on Tianti Mountain. Without any sound, the terrifying formless forces suddenly vanished. In the platinum light, a vermilion-red gate slowly rose. The gate was 30 meters tall and had a 9-colored signboard, shining brightly. In the sky, pink auspicious clouds gathered, and the resplendent multicolored light converged to form a staircase of light. The staircase extended from the gate, forming a rainbow bridge, landing right under the elite disciples' feet. According to the ranking of the competition, you can enter one by one. In the sky, an indistinct voice resounded, clearly entering the ears of the 10 sects disciples. This was the voice of a Gu immortal. The 10 sects disciples' faces were filled with awe, reverence, and fanaticism. Most of their gazes were focused on a young girl. She wore a phoenix coronet, had red phoenix eyes, long golden eyebrows, and a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance was dignified and graceful, and also incomparably beautiful. She was this time's 10-sect competition's first place, Feng Kim Hong. This girl was luxurious and glorious. Her skin was white as snow, and her gaze was like lightning, like a phoenix soaring in the sky, elegant and pure, looking down on the world. Compared to her, the other elite disciples around her seemed to have become ordinary sparrows. When Fangjing fought with her, he only lasted for 6 rounds before regrettably losing. Hearing the Gu Immortal's voice, Feng Kim Hong let out a clear cry, turning into a ray of light and shooting up. The golden light turned into a phoenix, and when it crashed into the gate, the vermilion gate shook, tearing open a void and swallowing Feng Kim Hong inside. After Feng Kim Hong, it was Xiao Qi Xing, Ying Xing Ji and others who entered Hu Immortal Inheritance one after another. After 20 to 30 people entered, it was finally Gyue Fengjing's turn. Fengjing walked up the rainbow staircase and entered the gate. He felt the world spinning, and the colors in front of him formed a whirlpool, dazzling like 100 flowers, as if he was in a dazzling tornado, drifting with the wind. Hee hee! A cute and tender little girl suddenly entered his sight. Are you also a fated person who wants to inherit Hu Immortal Inheritance? In a while you will see a mountain peak. Only the first person to ascend to the peak of the mountain can have me. You'll have to work harder. Those in front of you in line have already been claimed. First you are a lot. Hee hee hee! The little girl was dressed in gorgeous colorful clothes. Behind her, there was a snow-white foxtail sticking up mischievously. Her big eyes were round and filled with innocence. Who are you? Fengjing was shocked and suspicious. He could not understand why such a girl would appear in this Gu immortal land. Hee hee, so it's a silly boy. As the girl spoke, she mischievously stretched out her fair little finger and lightly tapped Fengjing's forehead. Then, just like how she suddenly appeared, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. With this, Fengjing's feather-like body suddenly regained its weightlessness, and he abruptly fell down. Ah! Fengjing screamed as he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. He wanted to activate his goo worms, but to his horror, his entire aperture was sealed by a formless force. He could not use the power of the goo. Chapter 371. Bam! With a muffled sound, dust flew up. Fengjing fell heavily to the ground, his face landing on the ground as he fell flat on his face. He fell from a high altitude, but it did not take long before he landed on the ground. He did not fall to his death. Pft. Fengjing lay on the ground, spitting out the grass and soil in his mouth, his whole body aching and suffocating. Where is this? He took a few breaths and stood up in a sorry state, looking at his surroundings. The surroundings were covered in green grass. Fengjing felt like he was in a grassland. The grass swayed along with the wind, countless colorful flowers formed a carpet of flowers, extending to the horizon. In the distance, a tall and precipitous crystal mountain stood abruptly. The crystalline peak was translucent and pink, looking dreamy and illusory. Fengjing stood here and could clearly see that there were already people climbing the mountain. Compared to the entire crystal mountain, these people were as tiny as ants. The first person to climb to the peak will obtain Hu Immortal Inheritance. Suddenly, Fengjing recalled the words of that mysterious girl. Who was that mysterious girl? Could he really obtain this Hu Immortal Inheritance by climbing the opposite mountain? Just as Fengjing was feeling uncertain, Master Tenchiru's anxious voice came from the depths of his mind. Stupid disciple, what are you hesitating for? Quickly climb this Danghun mountain! Master! Fengjing was surprised and joyful. Who is that girl? Also, why can't I use my goo worms? Quickly run over and make the best use of your time. I will explain the reason to you. Listen carefully. Master Tenchiru hurriedly explained. This Hu Immortal Inheritance is no small matter, it is a complete Gu Immortal Inheritance. There is only one inheritor who can obtain it. They can soar to the sky and have a high possibility of becoming an immortal in the future. As for the others, they will not obtain any benefits or gains. The girl you saw earlier is the Hu Immortal Inheritance. You can only be the first to climb to the peak and become her master. Only then can you obtain the Gu Immortal Inheritance. Fengjing looked at the peak as he ran. He had lived in the southern border since he was young, and there were many mountains in the southern border. Naturally, he knew the principle of the mountain in sight runs to the death. Master, I'm still very far away from this crystal mountain. Those people were already climbing the mountain. The gap was too big. I can't even activate my movement goo, how can I win? Master Tenchiru snorted. Ignorant! This was Hu Immortal's blessed land. This world was different from the rest. Although the fox immortal had already perished. But his will was still there. Your movement goo has already been restricted by who immortal's will, of course you can't use it. The others were the same, unable to use any goo worms. If you want to reach the peak, you can only rely on your own physical strength to complete this test. Fangxing heard this and felt dejected. I can't use a movement goo, and there is such a huge gap. How am I supposed to catch up? Strangely, we entered the gatehouse one after another. Why is there such a huge gap between them? Master Tenshiro replied. This is a goo immortal blessed land, the flow of time is different. 1 day in the outside world is 5 days in here. When you guys entered the gatehouse one by one in the outside world, the time difference was very short. But once you entered here, the time difference suddenly increased. Otherwise, why would there be a competition to decide the ranking? Every ranking represents a certain advantage. The last one basically has no hope of winning. So that's it. Fangxing finally understood how important it was to obtain a ranking in the competition. But unfortunately, he was not strong enough and his strength was inferior to others. The 10 great sects were the leaders of Central Continent. With hidden dragons and crouching tigers, their foundation was extremely deep. Even Southern Border's superclans could not compare. Among this generation's elite disciples, Fangxing, Fairy Bai Xia, Gu Ting, Wei Wuxiang and others could only be considered the second level. On the first level, there were Feng Qimhong, Ying Xingji, Xiao Qixing and others. They all had Gu immortals supporting them, their backgrounds were extremely deep. From the moment they started, they received meticulous nurturing. A vast amount of resources were supplied, never lacking. Occasionally, there were even Gu immortal level existences who personally taught them and gave them instructions. In comparison, a person like Fangxing was just a country bumpkin. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, how could it compare to the support of Gu immortals? My ranking is not high, but there is nothing I can do about it. I have already used all my strength in the competition, even the Iron Beak Flying Crane group was almost wiped out. Fangxing felt regret and helplessness. But as he thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Master, since Gu worms cannot be used here, how can you still talk to me? Master, you are truly amazing, you are truly amazing. Ha! Master Tenshiro could not help but laugh loudly. Stupid disciple, you finally realize this? But you overestimate me. I was only rank 5 when I was alive, and after death, my soul is residing in this spirit incubating flea, it is even less of a problem. The reason I can talk to you is because of my Crane Gate's Supreme Elder, Lord He Fengyang. Fangxing, you must remember, in this world, only Gu immortals can deal with Gu immortals. Supreme Elder He Fengyang? Fangxing's heart was filled with shock. Crane Gate had many Gu immortals hidden. Among them, He Fengyang was one of them. To think that he was actually involved with him. Master Tenshiro spoke in a meaningful tone. Fangxing, Gu immortals' inheritance is not a small matter, it has a land spirit. That is to say, this blessed land has its own will. Even if Gu immortals attack it, they will not have an advantage. The land spirit is pure and stubborn, it inherited the original owner's obsession. If they fight it, even if the land spirit cannot endure it, it will choose to self-destruct, causing the blessed land to collapse. The Gu immortals who attack it will also get injured in vain, their losses will be disastrous, and all their efforts will be in vain. Thus they sent you, these elite disciples. In this great competition, Spirit Affinity House produced a Feng Qimhong, she is indeed amazing. This young girl can be said to be a genius among geniuses, looking down on everyone, she is a dragon among men. Your foundation is insufficient, it is normal for you to lose to her. But our Crane Gate might not lose. You are our Crane Gate's hope of turning the tables. Me? Fangxing's eyes opened wide, he had not expected such a huge hope to be placed on him. He suddenly realized. This contest for Gu immortal inheritance seemed to be a competition between the elite disciples of the 10 sects, but it was actually a contest between the 10 great sections. He and the others were chess pieces, while the Gu immortals of the 10 sects were the chess players. They stayed behind the scenes, arranging the chess pieces and competing with each other. And he himself was ignorant, and was chosen by Crane Gate as their secret weapon. Master, aren't the sex hopes on me too high? I can't even use my goo worms now, how can I be the sole victor? Hee hee. Master Tenshiro laughed complacently. Fangjing, do you know what this crystal mountain is? This is the famous Danghun Mountain in the legends of Renzu. Danghun Mountain! Fangjing cried out in shock. The legends of Renzu were widely spread in this world. Fangjing naturally knew of Danghun Mountain's great name. Master Tenshiro continued, all living beings in this world, as long as they enter the range of Danghun Mountain, their souls will be shaken. The closer they get to the peak, the stronger the vibrations. Many living beings have weak souls, and their souls will scatter when they reach the waist of the mountain. Of course, this is a righteous path inheritance. It is not as dangerous as a demonic path inheritance. Danghun Mountain's power has already been suppressed by the land spirit, allowing you elite disciples to ascend to the peak. If someone cannot hold on, they will be transported out by the land spirit. It can be said that your life is not in danger. Master Tenshiro's tone became more solemn. Fangjing, what I am going to say next is of utmost importance. Listen carefully. You were exterminated at such a young age, and the culprit was your own brother. You are determined to take revenge and have a firm will. After experiencing such a huge change, your soul is far stronger than your peers. But compared to people like Feng Kim Hong and Shao Qi Xing, there is still a gap. But don't be discouraged, He Fengyang's scheme is ingenious here. He secretly used a method to revive the spirit incubating flea. Next, I will use my soul to support you and push you to the peak of Danghun Mountain. Master Tenshiro was a rank 5 Gu master. His life experience was uncountable. At the same time, he had a long lifespan and abundant experience. His soul foundation naturally far surpassed people like Feng Kim Hong and Shao Qi Xing. Although these geniuses were high-spirited and had limitless futures, compared to Master Tenshiro, their soul foundation was still lacking. Fangjing was both happy and worried. With Master's help, I have a chance of winning. But isn't it unfair to cheat like this? What if other Gu immortals find out? What should I do? Master Tenshiro snorted and reprimanded. Silly kid, this is not cheating, it is ability and talent. With ability and talent, you will naturally obtain a Gu immortal's inheritance. This is fairness. Don't worry, you have Crane Gate behind you, and with Lord He Fengyang protecting you, other Gu immortals won't dare to touch you. Moreover, Gu immortals cannot enter the Blessed Land. Once they enter the Blessed Land, they will be attacked by the land spirit, thus even if they discover something, they can only watch helplessly. Ha! The land spirit is so powerful? Even Gu immortals are not its match? Fangjing was flabbergasted. One side attacks with all their might, while the other side is afraid of harming the innocent. Moreover, the land spirit and the blessed land are one. In the blessed land, the land spirit is an immortal god, heaven and earth are under its control. Controlling the land spirit means controlling the blessed land. Master Tenshiro replied. Fangjing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Oh! I understand, that little girl I saw just now is the land spirit. Ha! Master Tenshiro laughed loudly. Disciple, you are not too stupid, you finally understood. That's right, that little girl is Hu immortal land spirit. Charge forward. Charge forward courageously. This Danghun Mountain is very hard to climb, it will take at least 1.5 years. Just in case, I won't speak much and will only help you in secret. With my help, you have at least an 80% chance of obtaining Hu Immortal's inheritance. As long as you obtain Hu Immortal's inheritance, you will soar to the sky, from a beggar to a tycoon, becoming fat in one go. This is ascending to heaven in one step. I understand, Master. I will do my best, I won't disappoint you. Fangjing's tiger eyes shone with a resolute and courageous light. Go, the whole Crane Gate is watching you. Master Tenshiro's words roused Fangjing, igniting the hot blood in his body. Chapter 372. Several months later. Southern border, Sancha Mountain. In a spacious cave, a banquet was in full swing. Gu masters were toasting each other, the lights were bright, and the aroma of the dishes permeated the air. Come, 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 eat and drink, there's no need to be restrained. Century Boy sat at the main seat, looking around and calling out loudly. Century Boy wore a black robe, he looked like a young boy, but he was actually over 180 years old. In this world, under normal circumstances, a person's lifespan was only around 100 years. To increase one's lifespan, the best way was to find lifespan goo. But lifespan goo was hard to find and extremely rare. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Who would complain about having a long lifespan? Thus, many other methods were thought of. Century Boy was such an example. Although he did not find lifespan goo, he had revert youth goo, which could accumulate his life force and slowly release it, thus achieving the effect of prolonging his lifespan. However, the disadvantage of this was that his body and appearance would always be fixed at a young age. Century Boy had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, and at the same time, he had over 180 years of rich experience, and was worthy of being a senior in the demonic path. He was old and experienced, he liked to hold banquets, and invite people from all walks of life. Sometimes, he would give pointers to some people and impart some experiences. In the demonic path, he had the reputation of guiding the younger generation. Some demonic path Gu masters were guided by him, and recognized him as a godfather. Over time, a group of godsons and goddaughters gathered around the Century Boy, forming a relatively large group of forces. Today's banquet included many of his godsons and goddaughters. There were also distinguished guests, like Rock Lizard Li Chang and Fiery Star Bao Tong. They were famous demonic path figures and could not be underestimated. Shang Clan Zihua. He is indeed strong, suppressing the other 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. On San Chao Mountain, there is currently no one who can contend against him. Gu Refinement Master Feng Tianyu is here, he promised to refine Gu for Ihua. I wonder what Gu he refined, but Ihua's battle strength must have increased greatly. During the banquet, the topic that everyone discussed the most was naturally the current situation on San Cha Mountain. Ihua came from Shang Clan, he represented the righteous path. His strength had a huge influence. It caused all the demonic path Gu masters on San Cha Mountain to be suppressed. They could not even raise their heads during battles, feeling fearful. Although Ihua is powerful, he is only at rank 4 peak stage. If Tai Ba Xiu was still alive, he would definitely be able to compete with him. And he wouldn't be in the limelight like he is now. When Tai Ba Xiu was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan. A few days ago, Little Beast King killed Yu Tsung again. This is the 4th strength path Gu master he killed this month. Someone said in a low voice. Yu Tsung was a righteous Gu master and came from a small to medium-sized clan, Yu clan. Ever since Fang Yuan killed Tai Ba Xiu, his aura had grown stronger, and he had repeatedly caused trouble for others. Killed demonic path or righteous path Gu masters. His ferocious might was awe-inspiring, and his murderous name shook a region. Centenarian Boy's ears twitched. His senses were very sharp. He heard the name, Little Beast King. His expression turned ugly. The sky tiger Shui Sansi that Fang Yuan had killed was one of his goddaughters. He had originally spread the word that he was going to cause trouble for Fang Yuan. However, after Fang Yuan killed Tai Ba Xiu, he immediately ceased all activities. They stopped talking about Fang Yuan. Humph! Little Beast King might be strong, but he also obtained the help of 3 kings' inheritance. He knows a lot of secrets regarding the inheritance. Thus, every time he enters the inheritance, his gains are much greater than ours. Li Xian, you transacted with him, so you know his situation very well. Is there such a thing? Rock Lizard Li Chang suddenly said loudly. Li Xian nodded. There is indeed such a thing. These few months, Little Beast King has sold some of the secrets of 3 kings' inheritance many times. 9 out of 10 of his intelligence reports were true, and all of them had been verified. For example, the first half of King Xian inheritance interferes with the hairy men's Gu refinement. There are also some experiences of King Quan inheritance. Little Beast King definitely has many important secrets hidden in the depths of his heart. His luck has arrived, he really struck it rich this time. Relying on Three Kings' inheritance, his battle strength is getting stronger and stronger. Right now, he is one of the most popular candidates to inherit Three Kings' inheritance. Fiery Star Baotong said while drinking, his tone filled with envy and jealousy. Fan Jing is getting stronger and stronger, he is also increasing his goo worms. These few months, he has been working together with Bai Ningbing, they are simply a pair of adulterous husband and wife. These two are colluding with each other, who knows how many people have fallen victim to their treacherous schemes. Little Beast King's ambition is huge, ever since he entered Sancha Mountain, he has been challenging Strength Path Goo Masters everywhere. Recently, he even declared that he wants to become the #1 Strength Path person and restore the glory of the ancient Strength Path. Fortunately, I am not a Strength Path Goo Master, everyone discussed fervently. Fan Yuan only took the initiative to deal with Strength Path Goo Masters. This caused Strength Path Goo Masters to feel danger, while Goo Masters of other paths watched from the sidelines with a gloating attitude. Fan Yuan might be arrogant, but he did not provoke public anger. Firstly, he had strong battle strength and could fly. He was not easy to deal with. Secondly, he leaked a lot of information about Three Kings' inheritance, causing many people to curry favor with him. Thirdly, he only dealt with Strength Path Goo Masters, only one type of people, he did not blindly provoke all Goo Masters. Lord 100 Years, you have to be careful. I remembered you are also a Strength Path Goo Master, right? Fan Jing, that barbarian, when he acts tyrannically, he is really unreasonable, fierce and tyrannical. Rock Lizard Li Chang looked deeply at Century Boy, seemingly advising him with good intentions. Century Boy sighed inwardly. How could he have expected Fan Yuan to be so ferocious? Sigh, talented people appear in every generation, these days, there are many talents. A few years ago, there was Mo Tian, and now there is Little Beast King. This world is getting harder and harder, it is not easy to be a godfather. Century Boy thought this in his heart, but his mouth was still unyielding. Humph. If heaven wants a person to die, it will first make him crazy. This Little Beast King is getting crazier and crazier, he is not far from death. He killed my goddaughter Shui Sanxi, I will find him for revenge sooner or later. But there is no rush, after Three Kings' inheritance is over, I will slowly settle the score with him. The urgent matter now is still Three Kings' inheritance. Saying so, he turned to his godsons and goddaughters at the banquet. You also need to understand the principle of priority. Three Kings' inheritance is a once-in-100 years opportunity, it is an extremely rare opportunity. You need to grasp it as much as possible, if you miss it, you will regret it for life. The implication was that they should also avoid conflict with the Little Beast King. Godfather is right. Godfather's words are too reasonable, it is thought-provoking. That's right, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. This Little Beast King won't be able to jump around for long, he killed Tai Ba Xiu and chased after Tai Clan's young master. Wait until he gets through Tai Clan's pursuit. I heard that Tai Clan's people have already secretly come to Sancha Mountain. Godfather, when I cultivate to rank 4, I will be able to deal with Little Beast King even without Godfather's help. Little Beast King won't be happy for long, under my thunderclap goo, his corpse will be preserved. These goddaughters and godsons spoke one after another, some expressed their loyalty, as if they were willing to go through fire and water for Century Boy. Some even flattered, saying that Century Boy disdained to deal with Fan Yuan. Some judged the situation and said that Fan Yuan's joy would not last long. Good, 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 you are all my good children. Godfather's guidance was not in vain. Century Boy laughed heartily. Just at this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Century Boy, Fan Jing is here, come out. The noisy and lively banquet that had just been toasting each other suddenly became deathly silent. Little Beast King! Why did he come to find them? Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Especially Century Boy's godsons and goddaughters, they were dazed, not knowing what to do, not daring to make a sound. That's right, This is Little Beast King's voice. It seems he has indeed arrived. Li Xian held back his laughter and broke the silence. Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Star Bao Tong and the others put down their wine cups, their expressions grave. Century Boy slammed his wine cup on the table and shouted towards the outside of the cave while gritting his teeth. I am here, what business does Little Beast King have? Outside the cave, Fan Yuan's voice immediately came. Humph, Century Boy, you set up a banquet and invited heroes from all over, but you did not even invite me? Are you looking down on me? Don't apologize, it is already too late. Since you are also a Strength Path Gu Master, come out and compete with me. When the Century Boy heard this, he was shocked and angry at the same time. Fan Yuan's appearance made him apprehensive. Fan Yuan's arrogance made him furious. Fan Yuan's words made it seem like he was really going to apologize, making him angry. But Century Boy did not want to fight with Fan Yuan. He looked around and shouted angrily. Little Beast King, don't be too arrogant. You've come looking for trouble like this. You're too arrogant. You're simply looking down on all the heroes here today. I will tell you the truth, Lord Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Star Bao Tong and the Demonic Path's sharp young master Li Xian are here. Are you courting death? Once he said this, everyone's expression changed. They cursed Century Boy in their hearts for being sinister, wanting to drag them all into the water. But Fan Yuan continued, Century Boy, you are a coward, but the people you invited are all heroes. Let me make it clear to you that I'm here to look for trouble. I am not looking for trouble with others, but I am specifically looking for trouble with you. I want to restore the glory of the ancient times and rebuild the glory of Strength Path. You little rascal who ruined the reputation of Strength Path, come and accept your death. Li Chang heard this and his solemn expression immediately eased up. Fan Yuan's intention of coming was only for Century Boy. This made his mind slightly relaxed. I didn't expect Little Beast to also know of my name, Wang De. Bao Tong stroked his beard with a complacent expression. Li Xian chuckled and looked at the centenarian boy. He made up his mind to sit on the sidelines and watch the fire burn. Chapter 373. Fan Yuan scolded again, causing Century Boy's anger to burn even more fiercely as he thought. Little Beast King might be strong, but the reason he killed Tai Ba Xiu was because he had the advantage of flying. He is so young, he has not eaten as much as I have eaten salt. As long as I focus on defending and do not be greedy, there will not be any danger to my life. In public, Century Boy could only force himself to maintain his dignity. If he avoided the battle, the reputation he had painstakingly built up over the years would be lost. If I really cannot hold on, I will escape back to the cave. There are so many people in this banquet, even Fang Jing would not dare to come in. But what is annoying is that these people were saying such nice words earlier, but at the crucial moment, none of them can be relied on. Century Boy fiercely stared at his godsons and goddaughters, feeling angry and disappointed. Speaking of which, among these children he recognized, Shui Sanxi had the highest cultivation and was the most promising, but unfortunately she was killed by Fan Yuan. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant and tyrannical. Today, I will let you know that the older, the wiser. Century Boy walked out of the cave and looked at Fan Yuan, shouting furiously. His appearance was like a child, but his tone was old and full of vicissitudes. It was extremely strange. Less nonsense, take my move! Fan Yuan saw Century Boy and sneered. He took a step forward, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, creating a storm of blood as he pounced forward. All-out effort Gu! Instantly, Beast Phantom soared as Fan Yuan's strength rose sharply. Bam bam bam, muffled sounds of punches and kicks colliding could be heard one after another. Outside the cave, the figures of two Strength Path Gu masters were entangled. Both were fighting in close combat, fiercely attacking and punching. After fighting for a while, the two were already 100 steps away. Wherever it went, rocks were sent flying, trees were toppled, and dust and leaves were sent flying all over the place. The Gu masters in the banquet had already rushed out of the cave, watching the battle from the side. Bitter strength Gu. Fan Yuan gave up on defense. The heavier his injuries, the stronger the strength he could display. Moo! Suddenly, there was a bull's cry. Above his head, a huge green ox phantom rose. This green ox was huge, twice the size of an elephant. Its back bulged high, thick and solid, and was covered in moss. This was the Kunlun ox. It was an existence that could rival the Biao, Dracophant, Thunder Boar, and Rock Crocodile. Fan Yuan struck out with the Kunlun ox strength. This strike was powerful and heavy. Even the air exploded, bringing with it the whistling of wind and thunder. The centenarian boy was caught off guard and was sent flying far away. His small body was like a ball as he crashed into a dozen tall trees. Only then did it stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared fiercely at Fan Yuan. It was actually the Kunlun ox strength. The little beast king's strength had increased again. Century boy, I killed your goddaughter, Shui Sansi. Haven't you always wanted revenge? Today, I will give you this chance. Fan Yuan laughed mockingly and charged forward again. Little beast king, you are too arrogant. Take this. Century boy was so angry that his face turned red. His eyebrows were raised. He received Fan Yuan's attack and counterattacked. Century boy was, after all, a demonic cultivator who had lived for close to 200 years. He had some skills and also had many hidden trump cards. When he truly erupted, Fan Yuan also felt the pressure and was on the verge of being suppressed by Century boy. Strength Chi Gu. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's shoulders shook as he exerted Strength Chi. The Thunder Boar phantom was attached to the Strength Chi and immediately turned into a solid body, charging towards Century boy. Century boy could only dodge for the time being. Fan Yuan followed behind the Thunder Boar and launched a fierce attack. Century boy's counterattack dissipated like a puff of smoke. Fan Yuan's battle experience was increasing and he was becoming more adept at using this set of Gu worms. In the past, he could not use Strength Chi Gu while fighting in close combat. But now, after dozens of battles, he could already coordinate his battle tactics with the beast phantoms. Thunder Boar was simple and fierce. When it charged, rocks and mountains crumbled when it encountered them. Rock Crocodile was unyielding, its tail was like a steel whip and its mouth was like a saw, overflowing with a savage aura. Kunlun Bull was even more courageous, its horns pointed in all directions and its back was like a mountain rock. Once these three mutated beast phantoms were activated, Century Boy would be badly battered and flustered. The beast phantoms turning into solid form was a huge threat to Century Boy. But even if he destroyed the beast phantoms, he only destroyed a trace of Strength Chi. When Fan Yuan activated Strength Chi Gu again, the beast phantoms would reappear, full of vigor and vitality. Fortunately, Little Beast King's three mutated beast phantoms can only be summoned by luck. His all-out effort Gu is only rank 3 and cannot activate these mutated beast phantoms. Century Boy was firmly suppressed by Fan Yuan, but he rejoiced in his heart. Fan Yuan had raised the Boar, Crocodile and Green Bull phantoms to Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile and Kunlun Bull respectively. This caused his overall battle strength to rise. However, there was also a disadvantage. His all-out effort Gu was only rank 3 and could not activate these 3 rank 4 mutated beast phantoms as he wished. Unless Fan Yuan obtained undefeated 100 battles Gu from King Xian inheritance, and raised all-out effort Gu to rank 4. Godfather's situation is getting worse. Should we make a move? Are you courting death? The battle between these two is so intense, before we even join in, we will be turned into mincemeat. Strong, truly too strong. Among us, only Flying Sky Tiger has the qualifications to join the battle. Unfortunately, she was killed by Fangjin long ago. Then are we just going to watch like this? What are you afraid of? Is Godfather so easy to deal with? He definitely has some other methods. Outside the cave, Century Boy's godsons and goddaughters looked at the intense battle in front of them, their hearts trembling and their limbs turning cold. Century Boy's body was small and his fighting style was crafty. He dodged all around and focused on attacking small areas, his fists and legs exploding out with explosive force. But Fan Yuan was bold and unrestrained, his legs were like spears, His arms were like huge rods and his legs were like huge rods. From time to time, there would even be explosive sounds. The momentum was fierce and powerful. Sentry Boy was at a disadvantage. His space to maneuver was getting smaller and smaller. These months, Fan Yuan's goo worms had improved again. Not only did he raise the Green Bull Phantom to Kunlun Bull Phantom. At the same time, he also used Essence Iron Bone Goo. The hardness of his bones rose again, 2 to 3 times stronger than before. Besides these, he also used Golden Steel Tendon Goo, forging his tendons into the toughness of golden steel. Ancient Bronze Skin, Essence Iron Bones, Golden Steel Tendon, these 3 defenses linked together and reflected off each other, greatly increasing Fan Yuan's defense. Together with Golden Shield Goo, it was enough to deal with the full strength of a rank 4 peak stage Goo Master. Sentry Boy became more shocked as he fought. This little beast king, how can he be so shrewd? I was suppressed by him from the start. How many times did I try? I can't even turn the situation around. Is he still a young man? How can such a person only be in his 20s? Sentry Boy recalled his appearance when he was in his 20s, and compared to Fan Yuan, he felt that he had wasted all these years. No, I have to retreat. This little beast king. I can't use common sense to estimate him. No wonder Tai Ba Xiu died in his hands. Up until now, he has not used Bone Wings Goo. Sentry Boy was suppressed by Fan Yuan to the point where he could barely breathe. After thinking for a while, he had the intention to retreat. His figure suddenly changed, and he ran towards the cave. Sentry Boy, are you afraid? Fan Yuan activated Charge and Crash Goo. He chased relentlessly. Sentry Boy, with me here, where are you going? Bai Ningbing suddenly jumped into the battlefield, blocking in front of Sentry Boy. You! Sentry Boy's attention was placed on Fan Yuan. How could he have expected Bai Ningbing to suddenly appear beside him and make a move? Caught off guard, he was hit by Bai Ningbing's attack and lost his footing. How could Fan Yuan let go of such a good opportunity? A series of fierce attacks. His luck was good. Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile, and Kunlun Bull, these 3 beast phantoms. They fiercely attacked together. The tremendous power surged like the sea, instantly knocking out the Sentry Boy. Sentry Boy did not even have time to scream before his leg was grabbed by Fan Yuan and torn into 2. Godfather, you died so tragically, Lord Sentry Boy. At once, under everyone's shocked cries, blood splattered, white bones could be seen, and organs fell to the ground one after another. Ha ha, what Sentry Boy, he is only SOSO. Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Blood splattered all over his face, he stared at the people in front of him, and shouted unhappily. What are you shouting for? Sentry Boy fled in the face of danger, he is as cowardly as a mouse, he is simply a disgrace to the strength path, he deserved to die. Suddenly his expression relaxed and he laughed. Everyone here is a reasonable person, no one help this shameless person. Come, let's go in and drink. Li Xian, are you interested in the information regarding the inheritance of the 3 kings? I still have a deal to make with you. Everyone was shocked and worried, but also curious. They were shocked because Fan Yuan was like a demon god descending to the world. He killed another famous person. His strength was even more terrifying. They were worried because Fan Yuan killed people like they were grass. He just killed a person. He laughed loudly and talked wittily. He did not care about human lives at all. Anyone would feel pressured when interacting with such a person. They were curious because Fan Yuan knew the secret of the inheritance of the 3 kings, and now wanted to make a deal with Li Xian. Would he be able to obtain some information regarding the 3 kings' legacy from him? Everyone's thoughts were complicated, they hesitated for a moment. Fan Yuan walked with his head held high. He walked side by side with Bai Ningbing, and directly entered the cave. The people who were originally blocking the entrance subconsciously made way for the 2 of them. Fan Yuan walked into the banquet and sat on the main seat with a flourish. This seat was originally occupied by Sentry Boy. Sit down, don't stand on ceremony. Whoever dares to leave is not giving me, Little Beast King, face. Fan Yuan's fierce eyes swept around, his mouth uttering undisguised threats. Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Firestar Bao Tong and the others were only rank 4 upper stage. They dared not say anything and could only sit down. In the ice-cold silence, everyone looked at each other, worried that Fan Yuan would suddenly kill people. They could only sit down. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile. Since everyone is giving me face, I will sell it to everyone. Next, he casually mentioned a piece of information regarding the protection token of the Three Kings' inheritance. Chapter 374. So there's still such a chance of survival in the inheritance of the Three Kings. If I get the token, I'll definitely be able to do as I please and not have to retreat in advance. Bao Tong sighed. Li Chang took the initiative to raise his cup and toasted Fan Yuan. Little beast, Wan Da's words are really worth 1,000 gold. This cup of wine celebrates you for killing Century Boy, the scum of the strength path. Just now, Li Chang was still conversing with Century Boy. Now that it was Fan Yuan, he immediately changed his words and labeled Century Boy as a scum. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. Fan Yuan did not raise his cup. Instead, he looked at Century Boy's godchildren and waved his hand impatiently. Today, I've killed the culprit. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you guys live. If you don't want to stay, get lost. Get lost, get lost. You're an eyesore. With Century Boy's death, these godchildren were already anxious. When they heard this, they could not help but look at each other. What? Stay, do you want me to kill you? Fan Yuan smiled coldly. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people left pathetically, and the banquet was instantly half empty. However, a small portion of Centenary Boy's godchildren remained. Lord Fangjing, you're my savior! One of the godsons suddenly knelt down and shouted with tears and snot mixed together. I was forced by that centenarian boy to acknowledge a thief as my father. Lord Little Beast King, you are mighty and domineering. You saved me from the water and fire. You are my savior! Little Beast Wang De, your valiance has completely conquered my heart. Please let me stay and accompany you and serve you. A beautiful goddaughter pleaded delicately. Little Beast Wang De, you saved me from disaster. I'll never forget your great kindness. Please let me call you Godfather. An old man in his 70s or 80s knelt on the ground and shouted emotionally. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone fell to their knees in front of Fan Yuan. With the death of Century Boy, the leader of this group of forces was gone, and they immediately fell apart. Most of them escaped, while others changed their ways and wanted to rely on Fan Yuan. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed out loud. What a pleasant speech! Not bad, not bad. Joy also appeared on the faces of the group of godchildren. But then, Fan Yuan stopped laughing and his face turned gloomy. He shouted in a low voice. A bunch of flatterers! Killing was killing, and evil was evil. What was there to be grateful about? I have never disdained such hypocritical praise. I like to kill, I like to sin, listen, how direct. How pure. All of you get lost as well. If you want revenge, hurry up and accumulate your strength. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. The godchildren were astonished. Terrified, they were all stunned. Fan Yuan snorted through his nose. With a thought, the beast's shadow pounced forward. One person was killed on the spot. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and screamed in unison. They fled out of the cave in a sorry state, pissing their pants in fear. The Gu masters who stayed behind had ugly expressions. Fan Yuan was temperamental and killed people at the slightest provocation, causing the people around him to feel pressured. Century Boy might be hateful, but compared to him, he was many times cuter. Only Bai Ningbing sat on the left side of Fan Yuan, her blue eyes half closed, and her expression as calm as ice. Li Chang had been holding his wine cup without putting it down. At this moment, he forgot about the awkwardness and forced a smile. Little Beast Wang De people, we need to eliminate the roots when cutting weeds. If we let these people go, what if they become famous in the future? To be safe, it is better to kill them all. Little Beast Wang De people, it doesn't matter if you can't remember all of them, I remember. Let me kill these people on your behalf as thanks for the information just now. It's fine, it's fine. Fan Yuan leaned back on the chair, smiling lightly. He naturally had his own plans for letting these people go, but he could not say it out loud. After thinking for a while, Fan Yuan said, I walk the demonic path and have never been afraid of offending people. As long as I continue to get stronger, what is revenge? If 10 people take revenge, I will kill 10 people. If 100 people take revenge, I will kill 100 people. If the whole world takes revenge, I will kill the whole world. If my revenge is successful, it proves that I am not strong enough, did not work hard enough, and slacked off in my cultivation. I deserve to die. As Fan Yuan said this, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He looked left and right like a ferocious tiger. No one dared to look him in the eye. Little Beast King is ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. This Fangjing's demonic nature is too strong. Not afraid of revenge, not afraid of death, putting life and death aside. Fangjing has gone crazy, his mentality is not normal at all. Being enemies with such a person is definitely a nightmare. Everyone heard Fan Yuan's words and felt a chill in their hearts. Fan Yuan succeeded in intimidating everyone, so he stopped before going too far. He smiled and said, Let's drink. Everyone raised their wine cups, trembling with fear, as if they were accompanied by a man-eating tiger. Thinking of their own safety, the wine became tasteless. But following that, Fan Yuan talked about the inheritance of the 3 kings and exposed many secrets. Everyone's attention was completely attracted as they secretly listened to the secrets one by one. Many people were so excited that their breathing became heavy. Only Li Xian was worried and bewildered. What is this little beast king planning? He actually took the initiative to expose this precious information. What is he trying to do? After an hour, the banquet ended. Fan Yuan killed Centenarian Boy, occupied his nest, and even hosted the banquet. And the others were still not satisfied. They all felt that this trip was worthwhile. When they walked out of the cave, they were even somewhat reluctant to leave. They wanted to hear more information from Fan Yuan's mouth. As for the original host of the banquet, that Centenarian Boy, his torn corpse was still on the ground. Blood had already seeped into the ground, and the deathly white bones emitted a cold light under the moonlight. Everyone talked and laughed as they walked past his corpse. No one cast a glance at this loser. This was the ending of a demonic path loser. Winner takes all, loser takes all. All demonic path Gu masters more or less had this kind of awareness. It was drizzling in the sky. Cold wind blew in the gloomy sky. The drizzle fell on the young girl's hair, shoulders, back, and even her whole body. Young Master Roanan, the dead cannot come back to life, please restrain your grief. The leader of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers stood behind the young girl and consoled her with concern. But the young girl did not speak. Her eyes that were as bright as stars were now listless and empty, no longer having the resolute and sharp gaze of the past. Tai Roanan dazedly looked at the tombstones in front of her. These tombstones were cut pieces of mountain rocks, carved with the names of the hibernators. Tai Mu, Tai Dao Ku, Tai Xian Hua, Tai Ao Kai, Tai Ba Xiu. Each of these names could draw out the deepest and most vivid memories in Tai Roanan's heart. But the companions who had fought alongside her and moved forward together had already become the coldest corpses on the ground. Just like Tai Roanan's heart, there was no longer any warmth. I harmed you all. I did not fulfill the responsibility of a leader. You all died, but I lived alone. I am a coward. All of this is like a nightmare. Father, I have lost face for you. Tai Roanan fell into deep self-blame, and other than that, there was also regret and confusion. This proud child of heaven, after experiencing the pain of losing her father, worked hard to climb up, like a rising star of the righteous path, receiving the attention and blessings of countless people. But in a battle several months ago, Fan Yuan personally smashed this rising star to the bottom of the valley, turning her into a dark and gloomy corner, smashing on the ground and covered in cracks like a gray meteorite. Sai, the head of Tai clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Xianji, sighed deeply as he looked at the thin and frail back of the young girl in the dark ring. But at this time, an old voice softly resounded behind him. "It has already been several months. Is this child Ruan still like this?" Tai Xianji was horrified. Who was it, to be so close to him? But he did not sense it. At that moment, his hair stood on end. He turned around at lightning speed, subconsciously wanting to attack. However, a skinny hand gently rested on his shoulder, and at the same time, a voice said, "Xuanji, don't be impatient." Tai Xianji's body immediately stiffened. The boiling primeval sea in his aperture was enveloped by a powerful and visible force. It was as if a huge mountain that was thousands of feet tall had suddenly pressed down. The head of Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, rank 4 upper stage Tai Xianji, was unable to move at this moment. His whole body was restrained, like an insect trapped in amber. But when he saw the appearance of the person who came, Tai Xianji's heart was filled with fear and despair, before turning into wild joy. "Ah, it's you, old clan leader!" Tai Xianji blurted out. At this moment, the bony old man standing in front of him was the previous clan leader of Tai Clan, Tai Mu Bai. "I have already abdicated the position of clan leader. I am no longer an elder now, Xianji, you can call me Mu Bai." The old man gently waved his hand, smiling as he said, "How can Junior dare to call old clan leader by his name?" Tai Xianji bowed deeply, respectfully greeting the old man. Towards this old man, Tai Xianji's heart was filled with reverence and admiration. A name is only a code. The name Tai Mu Bai was originally used to address someone. There is nothing wrong with it. The old man's tone was indifferent. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He had already seen through fame and fortune. Tai Xianji wanted to speak, but the old man waved his hand, slowly walking up to Tai Ruanan. He stood in front of the tombstone, his back facing Tai Ruanan. Next, he stretched out his hand, caressing the surface of the tombstone, sighing softly. "Tai clansmen are buried where they die. This is a rule that has been set since Tai Clan was founded. Do you know why?" Tai Ruanan was still half kneeling on the ground, as if she did not hear anything, indifferent. Chapter 375. Tai Ruanan's gaze moved as she slowly raised her head, looking at this old man who she did not know, but gave her an incomparably intimate feeling. "Our Tai Clan, since its establishment, has always been resolute, and righteous, known throughout the world. For generations, Tai Clan has defended justice and attacked criminals. Countless people have shed their blood and sacrificed themselves like this. The Tai Clan men who died here today will not be the first batch, nor will they be the last. Do you understand?" The old man continued. Tai Ruanan opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but did not say anything. "I feel gratified, because these people did not die in vain. But I also feel disappointed, because you have lived in vain. Tai Ruanan, do you know the criminals are still roaming free, still causing harm to the world? As for that little beast King Fangjing." When Tai Mu Bai said this, he paused for a moment. He turned around and faced Tai Ruanan, asking, "Do you want to uphold justice?" Tai Ruanan looked at the old man in front of her, finally recognizing his identity. Tai Mu Bai, rank 5 peak stage. Tai Clan's previous clan leader roamed southern border, dominating an area. During his time, he forged Tai Clan like an iron bucket, suppressing Wu Clan, Shan Clan and other clans, becoming the leader of the righteous path, causing the demonic path to tremble in fear. Tai Ruanan's lifeless eyes shone with a spark. She squeezed out a word from her hoarse throat. "Yes. Very good." The old man nodded. His gaze was calm and his tone was still indifferent. "From today onwards I will teach you Metal Path, the Gu path that our Tai Clan Gu masters used to surpass southern border." 8 days later, 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Red, yellow and blue pillars of light shot out. They pierced through the clouds, visible for 1,000 li. But on Sancha Mountain, there was silence. There was no sound at all. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, countless people were looking at the peak. There, an ordinary-looking skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles and white hair was standing calmly with his hands behind his back. Not far from him, Ihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong and Wu Shintong all had ashen expressions. Just now, this old man in front of them. He suppressed the 5 of them together. He had easily defeated them. Strong, he is too strong! Tai Mu Bai, the previous patriarch of the Tai clan. He's still alive! That's amazing. Was this the power of rank 5 peak stage? Ihua, Kong Ri Tian and the rest were simply not enough. If he wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. I didn't expect the Tai family to send their old patriarch. Now whatever Shang clan or Wu clan, none of them will be Tai clan's match. This is an older generation Gu master expert. Little Beast King isn't even fit to carry his shoes. Back then, he roamed the southern border unhindered. Under his leadership, the Tai family was in the limelight. It has even surpassed the Wu clan and is about to become the leader of the righteous path. He is one of the most powerful patriarchs in the history of the Tai clan. He was the glory of the Tai clan, the role model of the righteous path, and the symbol of justice. His battle achievements are dazzling, and even today, they do not fade. After a short period of silence, there was a burst of violent noise on Sancha Mountain. There were praises, cheers, and cries of fear. Tai Mu Bai's appearance caused the situation of Sancha Mountain to completely change. Another 3 days later there was news. It turned out that divine thief Lu Zuanfeng had caused a ruckus in the Tai clan, sneaking into the demon suppression tower several times and alerting Tai Mu Bai, who was in closed-door cultivation. Tai Mu Bai personally made a move, and even though Lu Zuanfeng was a famous divine thief and was also a rank 5 Gu master, he was heavily injured and barely managed to escape with his life. After Tai clan settled down, they focused their attention on Sancha Mountain. Tai Bashio's death made all the higher-ups of Tai clan furious. Just as they were about to send their generals to reinforce the 4 old-timers of Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai took the initiative to suggest going out for a walk. He came to Sancha Mountain and used his peak strength to easily defeat both righteous and demonic experts. Even Ihua, Kong Ri Tian and the rest had no choice but to concede defeat. From today onwards, all demonic Gu masters are not allowed to enter 3 Kings' inheritance. Tai Mu Bai stood on the mountain peak. After defeating 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, he publicly announced. He wanted to use his own strength to sweep away all the demonic Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. The demonic Gu masters were all furious, but facing the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai, the strongest expert who stood at the peak of the mortal world, even if there were thousands of demonic Gu masters, they did not dare to resist. On that day, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian left the mountain with gloomy expressions. Behind them, Li Xian, Hu Mei'er and the rest also left dejectedly. The heavenly Tao is vast, justice is glorious. Even if 3 Kings' inheritance is a demonic inheritance, it can still contribute strength to our righteous path. Everyone, as long as we work together and gather the sparks together, the light will blossom and cover the whole of Sancha Mountain. There will be no more darkness. Tai Mu Bai said sincerely and slowly took a step forward, entering 3 Kings' inheritance. Intense cheers resounded on Sancha Mountain. The Righteous Path members were all joyful and celebrated. Their voices were like endless waves. This time, the opening of 3 Kings' inheritance lasted for more than half a month. Tai Mu Bai single-handedly changed the situation on Sancha Mountain, allying with the Righteous Path to expel the demonic path, causing the winds and clouds to change. His old body displayed the majestic and domineering aura of the former Tai clan leader. The demonic path members were all expelled, but they were unwilling to leave, so they could only surround Sancha Mountain and watch as the 3 light pillars became thinner. After the inheritance closed, Tai Mu Bai set up a banquet and invited close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters. The open-air banquet covered a large area of the mountain. Gu masters used mountain rocks as tables and chairs, and sat on the ground. Wine and food were fragrant, and laughter could be heard. Junior Ihua offers a toast to Senior. Ihua stood up, holding a wine cup with both hands and bowing deeply towards Tai Mu Bai, who was sitting on the main seat. Among the few great clans, Shang clan has always had many talented people. I heard Shang clan is now under Shang Yanfei's control? Shang Yanfei has been a genius since young. You are also not bad. Take a seat. Tai Mu Bai took a sip and said, with his seniority, Shang Yanfei was also a junior. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, even if Shang Yanfei was an astonishing genius, he was also inferior. Ihua could only nod and slowly sit down, heaving a long sigh in his heart. Tai Mu Bai's arrival. This already meant that his plan to dominate San Cha Mountain had failed. Facing this expert of the older generation, he, Ihua, could only look at his back and had no way of contending with him. Old clan leader Tai, I represent E-clan to congratulate you for coming out of closed cultivation. E-clan's elder Ichong had a fiery temper, but right now in front of Tai Mu Bai, he behaved like an obedient grandson. Gu immortals were always elusive and elusive. To most people, a rank 4 Gu master was a lord who ruled over a region. And a rank 5 Gu master was an emperor who stood at the peak of the mortal world. Tai Mu Bai coming out of closed cultivation was like an emperor coming out for an inspection. The lords could only bow their backs and come to see him. Old clan leader Tai, you are the glory of our southern border righteous path. You are as majestic as ever. With just one sentence, you made close to 10,000 demonic scoundrels retreat helplessly. This junior is full of admiration for you. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Fa Jing escaped very quickly. A few days before you came, he had already escaped from San Cha Mountain. On the other side, Wu Shintong said in a sinister tone, you are talking about Little Beast King, right? Tai Mu Bai smiled lightly, not getting angry. This little guy is very outstanding. I have heard of his deeds. Very amazing. Working alone, starting from scratch. Rising like lightning, becoming a rising star of the demonic path. He seems reckless and unreasonable, but he planned before taking action, an expert in scheming. Tai Clan's few youths died in his hands. It was not unjust. Tai Mu Bai continued to speak. His words were shocking. As the victim, the Tai clan leader who had his dignity offended, actually praised his enemy in front of everyone. Rumor has it that the Tai family's patriarch has a fiery temper and hates evil. Why is it that after meeting him, he is different from the rumors, instead gentle and refined, not affected by flattery or humiliation? Wu Shintong was inwardly shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Tai Mu Bai's gaze. This gaze was filled with vicissitudes of life, deep and unfathomable, containing the wisdom of seeing through the mortal world. Wu Shintong felt his schemes being seen through by this gaze. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. He could not speak anymore. Do you find it strange? Tai Mu Bai looked around, smiling as he spoke. I am the glory of Tai clan. Why would I publicly praise an enemy of Tai clan? Praising the enemy. This is called boosting the enemy's prestige and destroying your own morale. But how can the morale of a person with ambition be destroyed by a few words? Only by appreciating your enemy can you discover their strong points. Be wary of your own weaknesses, and treat your enemy more seriously. Don't be blinded by hatred. Your eyes are filled with wisdom. Tai Ruonan, who was standing behind Tai Mu Bai, shook when she heard this. She knew that most of Tai Mu Bai's words were directed at her. After Tai Mu Bai came out of the inheritance, he had been guiding her these days. He taught her metal path Gu worms, taught her how to use them, and also taught her the philosophy of life. Don't be blinded by hatred. Your eyes are filled with wisdom. Go and admire your enemy. Tai Ruonan pondered over these words, pondering in her heart. Ruonan, what do you think of Fang Jing? Tai Mu Bai suddenly asked. Yes. Tai Ruonan took a step forward, reporting. Although I am filled with hatred, I have to admit that Fang Jing is an outstanding person. He dares to take risks, but also plans carefully before taking action. Although he is a strength path Gu master, he definitely has powerful and unusual investigative methods. This can be seen from him intercepting us. Tai Ba Xiu and I have chosen such a secretive route. Everyone else was kept in the dark, only Fan Yuan detected it and intercepted us. Lord Old Clan Leader, you came to San Cha Mountain secretly. No one knows, only Fan Jing left in advance. Little Beast King, although he is in the limelight, he hides himself deeply, he cannot be underestimated. Very good, your analysis is good. Tai Mubai nodded, showing admiration in his eyes. He continued, in this world, there is one thing more precious than life. That is glory. Since time immemorial, there was a Renzu crown prince, verdant great son, who gave up his life in pursuit of glory. Roanan, this Fangjing is your mission. Arrest him or kill him, and your shame will be washed away, becoming a glory that belongs to you. Many people call me Tai Clan's glory, but let me tell you, Tai Clan's glory is not mine alone, it is all of you, generations after generations of defending it. Tai Mubai said this, turning his gaze towards everyone, his voice becoming sonorous. Similarly, the glory of the righteous path is also defended by all of us. Come, drink this cup, let the glory of justice shine on the world, like the radiance of the sun, let the darkness retreat, let the demonic path cease to exist. Let the darkness retreat. Let the demonic path cease to exist. Close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters raised their cups, shouting in unison. Their voices were grand, spreading over 1,000 li, causing countless demonic cultivators' expressions to change. Damn it, this Tai Mubai, even time cannot wash away Tai Clan's glory. Truly terrifying. Chapter 376. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 2, Section 3. The sunlight of the immemorial era shone upon all living beings. Swish. The summer cicadas were noisy, the noise emitted the heat of life. And the dense green trees formed a large area of shade, swaying along with the wind. A large vat of wine was placed in front of verdant great sun, but he frowned, not having the desire to drink. Divine Travel Gu, O Divine Travel Gu, you have caused me trouble. Even though I have wine now, I do not dare to drink. I am afraid that after I get drunk, you will bring me to another dangerous place. Verdant Great Sun sighed in distress. The previous 2 times, Divine Travel Gu had brought him to ordinary abyss, and the other time, he had been brought into the frying pan of the hairy men. Fortunately, his luck was good, and he narrowly escaped death both times. Divine Travel Gu said, Human Crown Prince, I did not intentionally harm you. Actually, every time, it was because you were drunk and used my strength. I am also innocent, moreover, I saved your life once, didn't I? Divine Travel Gu had indeed saved Verdant Great Sun from the tiger-striped bee once. Verdant Great Sun's expression was dejected. Sigh, let's not talk about the past. Now, because of you, I do not dare to drink wine. My life has become boring. Divine Travel Gu heard his words and felt ashamed. Since it is like this, I will teach you a method. First, go to the sky. In the azure sky of the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that grows in the jade sky. Then, go to the blue sky of the 9 heavens, and at night, collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments. Next, at dawn, fly to the sky and use the glory of the morning sun to turn me into fixed immortal Travel Gu. After I become that Gu, I will no longer bring you around when you are drunk. Verdant Great Sun heard this and was overjoyed. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt the hope was slim. Buell. I am born with my feet on the ground, I am not as light as the clouds, nor do I have the wings of a bird. How can I fly to the azure sky and pluck the jade bamboo? And how can I collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments? It is even more impossible to fly to the morning sun. Divine Travel Gu said. That's right, humans cannot fly. But it doesn't matter, we can ask Wisdom Gu. Its intelligence is unfathomable, it will definitely have a way. Verdant Great Sun and Wisdom Gu had been friends for a long time. The reason why Verdant Great Sun drank wine was it was Wisdom Gu who taught him. But Wisdom Gu had taught him to drink so that he would not be bothered by it. Sensing that Verdant Great Sun was looking for it, it promptly hid. Verdant Great Sun did not find Wisdom Gu and was very depressed. But Divine Travel Gu continued. If we can't find Wisdom Gu, we can go and find Cognition Gu. It is the mother of Wisdom Gu. Verdant Great Sun found Cognition Gu. Looking for a way to fly. Cognition Gu said, You were right to find me, because cognition has the wings of freedom. However, Everyone's thinking is different. What kind of wings you can have will depend on you. Saying so, Cognition Goo let out a warm radiance, enlightening Verdant Great Sunday. In the radiance, on Verdant Great Sun's back, a pair of pure white and slender wings grew out. This pair of wings was extremely beautiful, as white as snow. There was not a single stain on it, just like the wings of a white pigeon. Cognition Goo took a glance and said, This pair of wings of yours is called self. Everyone has their own thoughts. This pair of wings is very flexible and also very free. But you have to be careful. Don't be too exposed to sunlight, otherwise the self will either expand or shrink. Young man, you have to remember my warning. The higher you fly, the harder you will fall. Cognition Goo said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone at the end. Verdant Great Sun obtained the cognition wings called self and was extremely happy, immediately flying towards the sky. He flew and flew higher and higher. Humans were born without the ability to fly. Flying freely like a bird gave Verdant Great Sun a new and interesting feeling. He played freely in the sky and was extremely happy. At the same time, he also remembered Cognition Goo's warning, never being exposed to sunlight excessively. Whenever it was sunny, he would fly into the clouds and hide. Just like this, Verdant Great Sun kept flying upwards, finally reaching the extreme heaven, the end of the azure sky. Over there, jade bamboos grew out of nowhere, spreading their dark green leaves and branches. These jade bamboos had their roots submerged in the void, and the tips of the bamboos also pierced into the void. From the outside, there was only a section of bamboo trunk at the center. Verdant Great Sun casually took one section. This dark green bamboo trunk looked like it was made of jade. It was the size of a palm, empty in the middle, and was cool and moist. Verdant Great Sun obtained this section of jade bamboo and was very happy. He continued to fly upwards. The sky of the immemorial era was divided into 9 layers: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. Verdant Great Sun plucked the jade bamboo in the azure sky. A few days later, he flew to an even higher layer of the blue sky. At night, the blue sky was filled with dazzling starlight. The stars were playing and moving, scattering down countless stardust. These stardust gathered into a sea. The silver starlight river flowed in the entire blue sky. Verdant Great Sun flapped the wings of cognition, diving into the starry river to roam. He searched painstakingly in the boundless stardust. He did not want those 7-edged and 16-edged stardust. He only wanted the 8-edged stardust. These stardust were like diamonds, sparkling and translucent, perfect and flawless. He searched for a long time, and finally found one. On the second day, when the sun had just risen from the east, he flew towards the rising sun. The rising sun was like a bright red lantern, emitting warm light. This sunlight was not ordinary, it was the light of glory, able to shine on all living beings and penetrate the river of time. Verdant Great Sun held the jade bamboo in his left hand, and the 8-edged diamond stardust in his right hand, flying towards the rising sun while summoning divine travel goo. Under the illumination of the light of glory, divine travel goo swallowed the stardust and entered the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun, I need time to spin my cocoon and transform into a butterfly, finally becoming fixed immortal travel goo. During this period of time, you have to keep flying towards the sun. Don't break the radiance of glory. But you have to be even more careful, Cognition Goo had once said. Pay attention to the pair of wings on your back. Once I transform into a butterfly, quickly fly to the clouds. Remember this, remember this. Divine Travel Goo reminded. Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily. Oh Goo, don't worry. I even went through ordinary abyss. I was able to survive in the hairy men's territory. I obtained reputation Goo and even broke through vanity. Even the sunlight of glory cannot do anything to me. Then I can rest assured. Divine Travel Goo's voice gradually weakened, the bright sunlight gradually condensed into threads, forming a cocoon of light, wrapping Divine Travel Goo and the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun flapped his pure white wings, flying towards the sun. During this process, the cocoon of light also became heavier and thicker. After a while, the cocoon of light suddenly broke, and a fluttering green butterfly flew out. I finally succeeded. From today onwards, I am no longer divine travel goo, but fixed immortal travel goo, ha ha ha. Fixed immortal travel goo flew around verdant great sun, happily dancing, when it suddenly cried out. Ah, not good. Verdant great sun, look at your wings. Under the illumination of the sunlight, verdant great sun's wings had already expanded to 3 times their original size. Don't make a fuss, I noticed it long ago, what does it matter? The bigger the wings, the stronger they are. I can fly higher and faster. Verdant great sun laughed heartily. Quickly hide in the clouds, don't fly anymore. Fixed immortal travel goo worriedly said. No worries, no worries. Verdant great sun did not care. The wings on his back grew larger and larger, eventually becoming larger than his entire body. Verdant great sun's flying speed also became faster and faster. Fixed immortal travel goo, what do you think is above the 9 heavens? He flew towards a higher altitude. Stop flying, stop flying. If you fall down, I can't help you. Fixed immortal travel goo was very worried. What does it matter, how can I fall down? Look at my wings, they are so strong, so powerful. Verdant great sun had just retorted, when the wings on his back expanded to the limit, exploding. Losing his wings, verdant great sun immediately fell down. Eventually, he smashed on the ground, his body shattering into pieces. Rinzu's eldest son died just like that. Southern border, Huatan Mountain. On a reddish-brown mountain rock, there was a jar of wine. Relying on the heat of Huatan Mountain, the wine was maintained at a certain temperature. Under the sunlight, Fang Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp, sighing comfortably. This cotton yeast wine is most suitable to be drunk warm. At the side, Bai Ningbing was also sitting, but she did not touch the wine in front of her, instead looking towards the direction of Sancha Mountain. There, a 3-colored light pillar soared into the sky, piercing through the heavens. You can actually drink wine? Several months have already passed. 3 Kings' inheritance has already opened twice. Tai Mu Bai controlled Sancha Mountain and chased away all the demonic Gu masters. These few months, we have been hiding on Huatan Mountain. Are we just going to watch? Bai Ningbing said unhappily. She was not afraid of death, she only wanted to pursue the most exciting life. Maybe it was the stimulation from being trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, or maybe it was because Fang Yuan's strength had already surpassed her. These days she had been bitterly cultivating, not caring that her aptitude was getting higher and higher. In my opinion, we can also enter 3 Kings' inheritance. As long as we find the right opportunity, we can move when Tai Mu Bai and the rest enter the inheritance. With our strength, no one on Sancha Mountain can stop us. Bai Ningbing's words were very radical. But Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled, waving his hand leisurely. No rush, no rush. Tai Mu Bai is known as Tai Clan's glory. He is the previous clan leader. With rank 5 peak stage cultivation, he is such a high and mighty person. Compared to him, we are just the rats under his feet. Let him fly higher and higher. Finishing, he raised his wine cup and faced the direction of Sancha Mountain. He faintly smiled and muttered, Come, Senior Tai Mu Bai, Junior offers you a cup of wine. Chapter 377. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A tall crystal mountain stood in the center of the blessed land. It was called Danghun Mountain. It was pink in color, giving off a dreamy color. At this moment, the elite disciples of the 10 sects were like ants, trying their best to climb the mountain. Near the middle of the mountain, Fang Jing was sweating profusely. His face was pale, his fingers tightly gripped the cliff as he panted heavily. As long as any living being was near Danghun Mountain, their souls would suffer the pain of being shaken. The higher Fang Jing climbed, the more dizzy he felt. His soul felt like it was being blown by a strong wind. He felt like he was about to fall. Ayaya, you can't hold on anymore? Then give up. Look at how far behind others you are, how can you win? Why don't you just give up, you have no hope anyway. Hu Immortal Land Spirit pouted, suddenly appearing beside Fang Jing. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was like a little girl, her skin was white as snow, but also had a pink tint. A pair of large, black, and shiny eyes exuded an innocent radiance. What was most eye-catching was behind her, but there was a snow-white foxtail. It was furry and very cute, making people want to play with it. At this moment, Hu Immortal Land Spirit was sitting in the void, looking at Fangjing as she joked. Fangjing was not surprised. He had climbed from the foot of the mountain to his current height. Hu Immortal Land Spirit had appeared a few times. Every time she came to watch the show, she was very mischievous. Fangjing had already found the secret to deal with her, that was to ignore her. As expected, Hu Immortal Land Spirit saw Fangjing not speaking and felt bored. Her mouth pouted even more. "You stupid kid, so boring. Don't become my master, otherwise my life will be too boring. Hee hee, other people are more fun." Saying so, she suddenly disappeared, going to find other elite disciples to play with. After Hu Immortal Land Spirit left, in Fangjing's aperture, the spirit incubating flea trembled slightly. Master Tenchu's voice was heard. "Fangjing, persevere. Now is not the time for me to show up. You have to reach at least halfway up the mountain for us to have a chance of winning. Persevere. Persevere. The power of the soul could be excavated. You still have a lot of untapped potential." He heard his master's encouragement. Fangjing's slackened gaze regained its firmness. He replied in his heart, "Master, don't worry, I will persevere. I just want to rest and catch my breath." He paused for a moment. Fangjing asked again, "Master, I've always had a question. What exactly is a land spirit? Just now that Hu Immortal Land Spirit was beside me, do you think if I catch her, I won't have to climb the mountain anymore?" Master Tenchu was startled and quickly reprimanded. "You're really ignorant and fearless, kid. He even dared to have designs on the land spirit. Do you know how a land spirit is formed? That is a spirit body formed from the remnant will and soul fragments of a gu immortal after death, combined with the power of the blessed land. What, the land spirit was a gu immortal when it was alive?" Fangjing was shocked. "That's right. The Hu Immortal Land Spirit you saw just now. She transformed from the previous Hu Immortal after her death. But she no longer has any memories of her life, only her final obsession is left. Don't look at her harmless appearance. In this Hu Immortal blessed land, she can freely manipulate the power of heaven and earth. She can directly contend against gu immortals. She can casually imprison any gu worm from rank 1 to rank 5. Only rank 6 immortal gu. Only then can she move freely in the blessed land. Fangjing, you are too daring. Climb the mountain obediently, don't have any unrealistic thoughts." Master Tenchu lectured. "Yes, Master. I won't dare to do it again." Fangjing nodded, admitting his mistake in his heart. After lecturing Fangjing, Master Tenchu's tone softened as he consoled and encouraged him. "So do you understand now? As long as you can become the owner of the blessed land, you can obtain the loyalty of the land spirit. As long as it is in the blessed land, the land spirit is in existence comparable to a gu immortal." Fangjing was stupefied. What kind of powerful assistance was this? It was like obtaining the assistance of a gu immortal. Master Tenchu continued. "However, the land spirit cannot leave the blessed land in the end. The true essence of Hu Immortal inheritance lies in this vast blessed land. Fangjing, your level is still too low, there are too many things you don't know. Wait until you inherit this blessed land, you will slowly understand how much help a blessed land can provide to a gu master. You are really lucky, finding a blessed land with a spirit and obtaining the help of the sect. If it is a blessed land without a spirit, the benefits would be greatly reduced." Fangjing could not help but be curious. "Master, what will happen to a blessed land without a spirit?" Master Tenchu replied. "A blessed land without a spirit is destined to perish. It is like a sleeping divine dragon, everyone can suck its blood and eat its flesh. Until it dies, it will not awaken. Fangjing, when you become the owner of the blessed land, you will have to hand over all the resources in the blessed land to the sect. Crane Gate nurtured you, you will have to repay the sect. The stronger the sect, the more protection it will give you. Do you understand this logic?" Yes, I understand. It was Crane Gate who took me in. Without Crane Gate's help, I would not have any hope of fighting for the inheritance. I would not even have the chance to take revenge on my brother. If possible, not only will I repay the sect, I will also help Master revive. Fanjing nodded, his gaze clear. He had always been filled with reverence and gratitude towards Crane Gate. Master Tenchu was stunned, before laughing dryly. Stupid disciple, how can a dead person be revived so easily? It is good that you have this intention. The glory of the righteous path shrouded Sancha Mountain. Under Tai Mu Bai's influence, Three Kings' inheritance became a playground for righteous path people to explore. All demonic Gu masters were chased away, unable to take a step into Sancha Mountain. Tai Mu Bai is too overbearing, directly sealing off the area and not letting any of us enter. He is a grand senior expert, yet he is so greedy. After eating the meat, he did not even leave any soup for us. Most importantly, Three Kings' inheritance is opening for a shorter time. The three light pillars are also getting weaker. It seems it is like Little Beast King said a month ago, this Gu immortal blessed land is declining, and will be destroyed soon. The demonic Gu masters were getting more and more anxious and furious. A once-in-100 years opportunity was right in front of them, but they were excluded. They could see it but could not eat it. The courageous will die from starvation. Brothers, let's charge up. No matter how powerful that Tai Mu Bai is, can he slaughter all of us? Someone shouted, standing up and encouraging everyone. We can take the chance when Tai Mu Bai enters the inheritance, and charge up the mountain. That way, we will face much less resistance. Someone suggested. This method is flawed. When we come out of the inheritance, Tai Mu Bai might also come out. Moreover, who knows which corner of Sancha Mountain he will appear in? We will be surrounded and killed by the righteous path. Someone immediately retorted. So what? Riches come from danger. How can we get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? If we don't want to take risks, we can take advantage of the situation. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Just as the demonic path people were shouting and cursing, they suddenly heard the screams of 100 ghosts. The clear blue sky turned into rolling dark clouds. An ear-piercing voice came from the pitch-black clouds. Gagaga. Tai Mu Bai, since you came out of closed cultivation, why didn't you greet your old friend, The dark clouds moved, forming a huge human face with a hooked nose and deep eye sockets. Looking at Sancha Mountain. Such laughter, such might, it is our demonic path's Lord Wugui. I remember now. Lord Wugui is also rank 5 peak stage, an expert of the older generation. He is Tai Mu Bai's old enemy. What's so great about the righteous path? We demonic path also have experts. Go, Senior Wugui. At once, the demonic path people cheered. Everyone's eyes shined, some shouted. Some screamed. The dark clouds moved forward, quickly enveloping Sancha Mountain with a huge momentum, like a huge army. At once, even the sunlight was covered, and Sancha Mountain was shrouded in darkness. The righteous path Gu masters were all anxious. He actually has such might. This is old demon Wugui, to think he is still alive. Old demon Wugui, he is already hundreds of years old. Back then when he was breaking through to rank 6 realm, he was unintentionally disrupted by the inexperienced Lord Tai Mu Bai. Thus he held a grudge and slaughtered Tai tribesmen many times to take revenge. Wugui, where have you been hiding all these years at the foot of the mountain? Today, you want to taste defeat again? At the peak of the mountain, golden light shone. Within the golden light, Tai Mu Bai stood proudly with his hands behind his back, looking at the rolling dark clouds in the sky, speaking with a plain tone. Over 10 years ago, I let you win by a stroke, but now you are really acting arrogant. Little scoundrel, today I will make you die without a grave. The dark clouds boiled like boiling water, suddenly forming a large hand that grabbed at Tai Mu Bai. This hand was extremely huge, even larger than a small mountain. Its aura was awe-inspiring, as if it could capture the stars and grab the moon. The dark cloud hand seemed slow but was actually fast, grabbing at Tai Mu Bai. Corrosive smoke quickly rose, and the giant hand covered the entire mountain, causing all the trees and rocks it touched to melt. Still the same old tricks. Tai Mu Bai snorted coldly, stomping his feet as he turned into a sharp golden light, directly breaking through the dark cloud hand and charging towards the sky. The golden light shone like a meteor, like lightning, as it crashed into the dark clouds in the sky. Almost at the next moment, thunderous explosions erupted one after another. The dark clouds rumbled, and golden lightning flickered from time to time. 2 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters fought inside the dark clouds, and although the situation could not be seen clearly, everyone could feel the strength of the two from the aftershocks of the battle. Wu Gui, when I just started my career, you were already a famous expert. At that time, if I met you, I would definitely take a detour. But 50 years later, I was able to escape from your hands with my life. 80 years later, you could not do anything to me. Over 100 years later, you were defeated by me. Now more than 10 years have passed, and today, you will have to hand your life to me. Tai Mu Bai's loud voice came from the dark clouds. Huff huff huff. Tai Mu Bai. You are too arrogant. You are lucky to be born in Tai clan, relying on the clan. It is easy for you to talk. If I had your resources, I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Wu Gui's voice was hoarse, his breathing unstable. Evidently, in the intense battle just now, Tai Mu Bai had the upper hand. But do you think I don't have a backup plan? Ha! Wu Gui panted for a while, before suddenly laughing wildly. Following his maniacal laughter, a 3rd rank 5 peak stage aura suddenly rose. Tai Mu Bai, did you miss me after all these years? A sinister voice rang out for 1,000 miles. Chapter 378. On San Cha Mountain, the wind and clouds were constantly changing. After Tai Mu Bai suppressed San Cha Mountain for half a year, he finally attracted the archenemy of the demonic path. But Wu Gui, who was also rank 5 peak stage, was not Tai Mu Bai's match. What happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. Ku Mo, who was also at the peak of rank 5, suddenly appeared, changing the battle situation into 2 demonic path rank 5s attacking Tai Mu Bai. The righteous faction scolded the demonic faction for being despicable and shameless, while the demonic faction people all rushed to San Cha Mountain, all of them cheering. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared fervently at the sky. Battles between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were rarely seen, and what was even rarer now was that there were 3 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters competing. Tai Mu Bai had the ability to suppress Wu Gui, but to fight 1 against 2, it was beyond his abilities. But Wu Gui and Ku Mo were both demonic Gu masters. Although they worked together, they still had to guard against each other. Thus, the 3 of them fell into a stalemate. Dark clouds covered the sky, and strong winds howled. The deafening explosion shook heaven and earth. Suddenly, golden light blossomed, and a 4-clawed golden dragon tore through the dark clouds, stirring up the wind and rain. The dragon's roar echoed for 500 kilometers. Humph, a mere rank 4 golden dragon Gu, and you dare to bring it out! Ku Mo let out a disdainful roar. Watch me tear you apart with 1 claw! As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound rang out. The golden dragon let out a miserable cry and fell from the sky. Just as the golden dragon was about to die, a golden whirlwind suddenly blew over. The 4-clawed golden dragon was enveloped by the whirlwind, and its heavy injuries were instantly healed. It raised its head and roared, rising into the air once again. This is the rank 4 Metal Wind Gu. Its healing effect is extremely strong, comparable to a rank 5 Gu. Li Xian, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes. He recognized the golden whirlwind. Don't even think about it! Wu Gui suddenly gave a strange cry. This strange cry was extremely ear-piercing, like the cawing of a crow. When the righteous and Devil Dao practitioners heard it, they felt dizzy and nauseous. Along with the strange cry, a jet-black halo shot down and struck the 4-clawed golden dragon's body. The 4-clawed golden dragon couldn't hold on any longer. There was an explosion. In an instant, a dazzling fiery light burst forth like a miniature sun. Everyone watching the battle had their eyes tightly shut. The sound was so loud that it seemed like it was going to burst people's eardrums. A strong wind pressure followed. It swept in all directions. Countless trees and rocks were blown down, many Gu masters were instantly buried alive. A violent gale rose against the sky, even dispersing the dark clouds that covered the sky. It took a while for the spectators to recover. They retreated in fear while looking up. In the sky, 3 figures confronted each other. Tai Mu Bai was wearing a golden chainmail. It was a rank 4 golden coat Gu with outstanding defense. His entire body was covered in a layer of golden light. It was the rank 4 golden aurora Gu. It could allow a Gu master to fly. Wu Gui was standing on a black cloud. The corners of its mouth protruded forward violently, forming a black beak. As for Ku Mo, he slowly shook the pair of bone wings on his back, and his entire body was covered in a layer of bone armor. At the same time, his elbows, knees, shoulders, and other parts of his body grew sharp bone spikes of different colors. At first glance, it was like a ferocious and colorful human-shaped hedgehog. The confrontation only lasted for a few short breaths. The 3 attacked at the same time, as fast as lightning. In the sky, a golden aurora pierced through the void, as sharp as a sword. A black light sword, moving and stopping at times, it was strange and crafty. A multicolored ribbon charged forward. It was the bravest and bravest. The naked eye could not clearly see the battle situation of these 3 people. Most people could only hear continuous explosions that continued to ravage their eardrums. Suddenly, a golden light like a blade sliced through a certain part of the mountain. Immediately, the mountain rocks shattered into powder, and a ravine that was 20 feet wide and over 100 feet long appeared. The Gu masters that were unlucky enough to be standing nearby were all chopped into mincemeat. All of a sudden, the caw of a crow exploded like a thunderclap. Hundreds of unlucky Gu masters had their heads explode. From time to time, bone spikes rained down from the sky like rain. Many Gu masters could not dodge in time, and were pierced by the bone spikes, nailing them to the ground and losing their lives. The battle had reached its climax, and the 3 sides could no longer restrain themselves. A battle between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters, even if it is just the aftermath of the battle, we cannot endure it. Too terrifying, let's leave quickly. If we continue to watch, we might have to pay with our lives. Everyone was trembling in fear as they escaped from Sancha Mountain. Even Li Xian, Hu Mei'er and the others did not dare to stay here. On Sancha Mountain, only Ihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong and Wu Shintong, these rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were still here. Even so, their expressions were grave, their concentration was extremely concentrated, their nerves were like taut bowstrings, ready to escape at the slightest sign of trouble. Soon, these rank 4 peak stage Gu masters could not stay any longer. Because the 3 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters started to use their rank 5 Gu worms. Tai Mu Bai's golden dot Gu shot everywhere. Be it rocks, plants, flowers, birds, fish or beasts, once they were hit, they turned into golden statues, their life force extinguished. Kumo's soft bone Gu, within a radius of 50 li, all bones turned soft, until they turned into bone paste. And Wu Gui's crow's 7 Gu, black she spread, once contaminated, all Gu worms below rank 6 would be sealed to varying degrees. In this world, the higher the rank of the Gu worm, the stronger it was, and the rarer it was. Rare rank 4 Gu were already hard to buy. Rank 5 Gu were almost never circulated in the market. As for rank 6 immortal Gu, each of them was unique. In his previous life, when Fan Yuan reached rank 6 Gu immortal realm, he could only refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. To most Gu masters, rank 5 Gu worms were extremely rare and in short supply. In a battle between rank 5 Gu masters, the most important thing was the strength of their rank 5 Gu. This is the power of a rank 5 Gu. So terrifying, rank 4 defensive Gu are unable to resist it, not to mention rank 3 Gu. At a corner far away, Bai Ningbing was concentrating her attention on the San Cha Mountain battlefield, her blue eyes shining with a solemn light. This was not the first time she had seen a battle between rank 5 Gu masters. Back on Qingmao Mountain, she had already seen it once. But this time, the 3 rank 5 Gu masters' battle strength was clearly higher than Master Tenchiru's. And the first generation Guyue was much stronger. This was because the first generation Guyue and Master Tenchiru were old and had used all kinds of methods to prolong their lifespans, barely surviving as rank 5 Gu masters. The first generation Guyue had been sleeping in the blood coffin all year round, turning himself into a zombie. He was already neither human nor ghost. And Master Tenchiru was not much better. He came from Central State, and in Southern Border, his battle strength would be suppressed to a certain extent. The 3 rank 5 Gu masters Bai Ningbing was witnessing now were all at their peak condition. However, they were all at their peak condition. The fierce battle between the 3 sides naturally brought a stronger impact to her soul. If I were to face such rank 5 Gu masters, I would not even be able to last one round against them. I wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Bai Ningbing had been watching the battle for a long time, her hands subconsciously clenched, deeply aware of the difference in strength between her and Tai Mu Bai and the others. Rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world. They were like emperors among Gu masters. Especially after using rank 5 Gu masters, they could display their true battle strength. They could collapse mountains and break rivers. Their power was so great that people could not help but feel they were hard to resist. This is the show you were waiting for? Bai Ningbing retracted her gaze and looked at Fang Yuan, who was standing beside her, as she said with some realization. Tai Mu Bai is fighting 1 against 2, but he is too weak. It looked like after this battle, the situation on Sancha Mountain would undergo an earth-shattering change. The demonic path will suppress the righteous path. You have been waiting for this opportunity for months, right? Fan Yuan looked on quietly. He shook his head with an indifferent expression. Rank 5 Gu worms are already very rare. Many rank 5 Gu masters do not even have a single rank 5 Gu, and can only use rank 4 Gu. Thus, a rank 5 Gu master's battle strength depends on what rank 5 Gu they have, and how many they have. Demonic Gu masters have always lacked resources, and can only rely on luck and opportunities. Kuemo and Wu Gui will only have 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu worms. But Tai Mu Bai is different. He has the backing of Tai Clan, and will have at least 3 rank 5 Gu worms. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Then you mean Tai Mu Bai can win this battle? Fan Yuan, however, shook his head. Gu worms are a Gu master's trump card. Once they are exposed, they will be countered. Tai Mu Bai will not easily expose all his trump cards. This battle, from the start, has no victor, and there is no loser. Bai Ningbing was an extremely intelligent person. Hearing Fan Yuan's words, she immediately understood. No matter how intense this battle was, it was only a probing battle. Why did Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui and Kuemo come? Was it purely because of their grudges? This was impossible. To people like them, their biggest goal was to break away from the mortal world, and advance to rank 6 Gu immortal realm, thus achieving immortality. These 3 were at the peak people who looked down on mortals. They had rich experiences, and were no longer impulsive towards grudges. Each of their actions had their own deep meaning. The 3 of them could have fought at any place, but they chose Sancha Mountain. Thus, Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui and Kumo's deep meaning is clear. That is the 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with the light of contemplation. The 3 kings are all rank 5 Gu masters, the rank 5 Gu worms left behind in the inheritance. Each of them has a huge boost to their strength. With the treasures in front of them, how could they risk their lives to fight? Unless the battle strength of both sides is extremely unbalanced, and the difference is huge. But now, it seems that is not the case. Thus, this battle can only be a draw. The originally confusing battle situation suddenly became incomparably clear. Bai Ningbing subconsciously glanced at Fan Yuan. When everyone's hearts and minds were shaken by the battle of the rank 5 Gu masters, he was still so calm, as if he was a bystander, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. But was it really nothing to do with him? Bai Ningbing shook her head inwardly. No one understood Fan Yuan's desire for the Three Kings' inheritance better than her. But even with this desire, he could restrain his impulse. Chapter 379. Half a month later. Sancha Mountain, on a certain mountain peak. A group of gray-white mountain apes, numbering close to 1,000, were chirping as they surrounded Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan breathed in deeply, and suddenly waved her hand, throwing out a large amount of golden needle goo. Golden needle goo was not a natural goo, it was a goo refined by Tai Clan's goo masters. Every golden needle goo was a rank 2 goo, shaped like a golden needle as long as an index finger. The golden needle goo shot into the ape group. Some of these apes were unable to move, some died from the poison, and some went berserk, attacking their companions. Tai Ruanan threw out golden needles again and again. The mountain ape army was in chaos, suffering heavy losses. They screamed miserably as they ran for their lives. Soon, the noisy battlefield calmed down. A large number of mountain apes were lying on the ground, some were dead, while others were on their last breaths. Tai Ruanan slowly walked towards them, and threw out golden needle goo again. But this time, these golden needle goo had healing effects, shooting into the bodies of the mountain apes and turning into lumps of golden light, moving around their injuries, allowing many mountain apes to regain their mobility. Golden needle goo itself was not special. But when used with poison goo, it could form poisonous needles. When used with zombie goo, it could make enemies unable to move. When used with Chaos Divine goo, it could make enemies unable to differentiate between friend and foe, causing them to fall into chaos. If used with Vitality goo, it could even have healing effects. Tai Ruanan only spent 7 to 8 days to familiarize herself with these 4 battle tactics. In actual combat, she single-handedly defeated a group of nearly 1,000 mountain apes. Ruanan, this child has outstanding aptitude. His comprehension is high, and more importantly, his personality is firm and resolute. He is indeed a pillar of the Tai family. Tai Mu Bai watched from not far away. Tai Mu Bai watched from not far away, without any expression on his face. To this old Tai clan leader, he had seen the rise of countless geniuses in his life, and also witnessed the fall of countless geniuses. He knew very well that a harsh living environment would always give birth to many people with extraordinary talents. But talent was only one aspect. What was rare was the nature of a genius. If a genius could endure hardships, he would be able to endure hardships. If they could endure loneliness, they could have great achievements in the future. A genius with a flawed nature could only be a shooting star. Dazzling for a moment. Why did Tai Mu Bai teach Tai Ruanan? Firstly, Tai Ruanan and Tai Xueling's bloodline was related to him. Secondly, Tai Ruanan had been through many hardships, and her personality had been polished like a rock, without a trace of impulsiveness. Only steadiness and perseverance remained. Tai Ruanan was like an unpolished jade. With just a bit of polishing, it released a dazzling radiance. Old tribe leader. Tai Ruanan climbed up the mountain and came to Tai Mu Bai's side, cupping her fists in greeting. The young girl was full of admiration and respect for the old man in front of her. Half a month ago, this old man Tai Mu Bai had fought against 2 rank 5 demonic path experts. He first used the rank 5 touch gold goo. He easily dealt with the 2 demons. Next, he used the rank 5 golden soup goo. This caused the 2 powerful enemies to retreat in the face of difficulties. Their fighting spirits weakened, and in the end, they both gave up. Tai Mu Bai's strength was like a bucket of cold water, splashing the demonic goo masters' hearts. Their arrogance, which had just soared up, instantly weakened. The result of this battle was that the righteous and demonic paths would compete for the 3 kings' inheritance. But those with discerning eyes could see that Tai Mu Bai was at ease, and had not used his full strength. Not bad, to be able to grasp these battle tactics in such a short time, very good. Tai Mu Bai lightly praised, before waving his hand. Swoosh. A large number of golden needle goo flew out. But different from Tai Ruanan's golden needle goo, Tai Mu Bai's golden needle goo were extremely small, like raindrops being pulled into thin threads. When they flew in the air, they were like a lump of golden fog. The golden fog moved with the wind, blowing past a mountain rock. The entire boulder was emitting sparse sounds, as if thousands of silkworms were eating mulberry leaves. Tai Ruonan's pupils shrunk, immediately recognizing the power of this transformation. Wherever the golden fog passed, the mountain rock was penetrated and filled with countless tiny holes. The trees beside the mountain rock were also pierced, their vitality extinguished in an instant. If a person was hit by this goo, their entire body would be pierced by tens of thousands of tiny golden needles, and their organs would be destroyed. This was a terrifying killer move. Tai Mubai waved his hand again, and 3 golden needle goo flew out. However, these 3 golden needles changed again, becoming thicker and longer. A normal golden needle goo was only the length of a finger, but these 3 golden needles were the length of a palm. The 3 golden needle goo flew to a mountain ape's head, piercing down like lightning. One pierced straight into the mountain ape's head. The other 2 pierced into the mountain ape's left and right temples, most of them entering the mountain ape's brain, leaving only a small portion outside. This mountain ape was healed by Tai Ruonan, and just as it was about to escape, it was struck by the golden needle. The mountain ape let out a miserable howl, and suddenly jumped a few times, kneeling at Tai Mubai's feet. His ape eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with incomparable panic, fear, and anger. However, the strange thing was that its body was not under its control. It knelt respectfully, and did not move at all. It was quiet, not a single sound could be heard from it. Tai Ruonan had never expected such a strange scene, and was dumbfounded. Tai Mubai laughed, looking at the mountain ape under his feet, lightly saying, "Golden needle goo combined with fog goo can form a golden fog. This golden fog looks weak and ethereal, but its attack is extremely strong, especially good at breaking a goo master's defense. When I was 28, I roamed the southern border, and used this move to dominate the Luchuan River region." Tai Mubai paused, before continuing. "Golden needle goo combined with puppet control goo can control a living being's body. When I was 42, I cultivated to rank 4 peak stage, and ended my closed cultivation, starting to test the world. When I arrived at Tai Mu Mountain, I was attacked by over 50 goo masters from the demonic path. Using this move, I caused 38 of them to betray me, and finally killed them all, getting rid of a scourge for the people." Tai Ruonan was fascinated as she listened. When she was young, she had followed her father, traveling all over the world. But she had also heard of this old clan leader's heroic deeds. The old clan leader had a great aptitude, and when he first started cultivating, he became the #1 rising star of Tai clan. And he did not disappoint, reaching rank 4 peak stage before he was 50. He ended his closed cultivation, and tested the sword in the southern border, crossing mountains and rivers, rampaging all the way, making a name for himself. After returning to Tai clan, he became the clan leader, leading Tai clan and painstakingly developing. At once, Tai clan's fame was strong, causing Wu clan and Shang clan to lose their luster. His life was filled with glory and radiance. He had countless battle achievements, whether it was fighting alone, rampaging in the southern border, or leading a group of heroes to eradicate evil. He won more than he lost. Especially his unyielding style, he dared to fight and was extremely domineering, causing many enemies to tremble in fear when he was in power. Even Righteous Path members would feel stifled when they heard Tai Mubai's name. Now, as Tai Ruonan listened to the old clan leader's calm recollection, she could not help but feel emotional. She couldn't help but recall the scenes in her mind. In the past, a young hero, handsome and elegant, wearing a green robe, rampaging in the mountains and rivers. Killing strong enemies with one hand, no one could stop him, becoming the center of attention. However, time was merciless, eventually turning that youth into an old man. But Tai Mubai was still Tai Mubai. No matter how old he was, it could not cover up his glorious deeds. These battle achievements were the dazzling halo that shrouded him, even the dust of history could not cover up his brilliance. "Lord Old Clan Leader, I will not let you down. Golden Needle Goo is in my hands, it will not tarnish your reputation," Tai Ruonan said firmly. But the old man nodded in relief, patting Tai Ruanan's shoulder. Child, you have a firm and unyielding character. Our Tai clan's blood flows in you. You have the responsibilities of a Tai clan daughter. This is good. I imparted my life's knowledge to you, hoping that you will be able to carry Tai clan's banner in the future. That little beast King Fangjing is a test for you. Do you have confidence? I have confidence, and I have a plan. Don't worry, old clan leader. Fangjing has already fallen to the demonic path. I will definitely take his head. Tai Ruanan's gaze was firm. Very good, you are not arrogant in victory, and do not give up in defeat. You can walk out from the setback, and gain strength from the tribulation. This is something many youngsters cannot do. As long as you maintain it, you will definitely be Tai clan's glory in the future. Next, I will impart the principles of these two transformations, my insights, experiences, and the other transformations that are derived from them to you. Like this, one taught diligently, while the other learned with all her might. Over an hour later, Tai Mubai finished imparting. All right, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Tai Ruanan had excellent comprehension, and had already memorized everything that was imparted. But after thinking about it, she still asked. These days, I found that the opening time of Three Kings' inheritance is getting shorter and shorter, and the number of Gu masters entering each time is also decreasing. The three light pillars are no longer as thick and bright as they used to be. Right now, many people are saying that the blessed land is on the brink of destruction. Is this true? Tai Mubai nodded. It is true. There are some things that you cannot come into contact with now. Everything is balanced. There is yang if there is yin, there is fire if there is water, there is calamity if there is fortune. He turned his gaze towards the peak of San Cha Mountain and sighed. Every blessed land will have an earthly calamity every 10 years. Every 100 years, there will be a heavenly tribulation. This blessed land originated from a mysterious ancient Gu immortal, and was later inherited by the Three Kings, and transformed into an inheritance ground. This blessed land is already old, and its end is near. If there was a land spirit, it could last for some time, but unfortunately, there is not even a land spirit. Chapter 380. To think that even a blessed land would be destroyed. Hearing the secret, Tai Ruanan sighed softly. How can there be an indestructible existence in this world? The heavenly Tao circulates, and everything in the world competes. In the vast universe, we mortals are like a handful of sand and stones at the bottom of the ocean, tiny to the extreme. Only by advancing to a Gu immortal can one be considered to have transcended mortality and have a foundation, turning into sand and stone into an island, able to resist the waves of the sea. Tai Mubai's tone was filled with emotions. The blessed land is about to be destroyed. Wouldn't the people in the blessed land be in danger? Tai Ruanan asked. Not bad. Tai Mubai nodded his head. The moment the blessed land disappears, the winds of assimilation will blow, merging with the heavens and earth. Everything in the blessed land will return to the most basic yuan qi of the world. This wind has great power. It can sweep away all dust. Even Gu immortals are wary of it. Even immortal Gu can be destroyed. There's such a strong wind? Tai Ruanan exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. Tai Mubai waved his hand. It's fine, I have already entered the blessed land many times, and my understanding of it has deepened. I have always been observing and comprehending it. The blessed land was indeed weakening, but there was still some time before it was destroyed. During this period of time, the heavenly power in the blessed land will become weaker, and the restrictions on us Gu masters will also gradually decrease. Slowly, we can use 1 or 2 Gu worms, then 3 or 4, 5 or 6. At the final stage, the blessed land will be full of loopholes, forming a tunnel that we can enter and exit at will. Tai Mubai gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and filled with wisdom, as if he could already see the future. The final stage will be the final battle of the Three Kings' inheritance. The suppression from the blessed land was almost gone. Everyone could display their full strength, plundering and fighting to their heart's content. At that time, San Cha Mountain would not only have 3 rank 5 Gu masters. That is the true gathering of wind and clouds, the rise of dragons and snakes. Tai Ruanan had an epiphany and was enlightened. She finally understood why Tai Mu Bai did not fight to the death with those two demonic Gu masters. This was because their future enemies would be far more than just these two. If he used his full strength too early, others would take advantage of him instead. The closer to the end of the Three Kings' inheritance, the more generous the rewards the Gu master would obtain. The experts who truly understood the blessed land were already preparing for the final battle. Hongzhou State. Tianti Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Finally, we're halfway up the mountain. Fang Jing panted heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead. His limbs were sore and numb. He was almost completely exhausted. Climbing to such a height with his own strength had already squeezed out all the potential of his soul. As the mountain breeze blew, he felt a strong sense of dizziness. It made Fang Jing feel like he was about to fall. His vision was spinning, and his soul was squeezed to the limit. He even lost the ability to think. In a daze, he heard the voice of the spirit incubating Flea. Good, very good. My good disciple, it really wasn't easy for you to persevere to this step. You've succeeded. The rest is up to me. After saying this, Fang Jing felt an invisible strength pass into the deepest part of his soul. That feeling of falling to the ground immediately disappeared. It was like a child who had just learned how to walk suddenly. She was supported by the adults. Everything in his field of vision became clear. The dizziness that had been troubling Fang Jing for a long time was gone. It was also disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Fang Jing took a few deep breaths. He felt great. It was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst, and suddenly drank sweet spring water. It was like a person who worked all year round without rest, and slept for 7 days and 7 nights. Everything was good, and he felt refreshed. Good disciple, hurry up and climb up, Master Tenshiro urged. Yes, Master! Feng Jing's tiger eyes shone with dazzling light. He looked up. Feng Kim Hong and the rest were still far ahead, but their speed was getting slower. Feng Jing had an unprecedented sense of confidence. I can do it. With Master support, I can definitely defeat these prodigies, and become the sole inheritor of Hu Immortal Inheritance. Feng Jing, you need to do your best. After encouraging himself, Feng Jing started to climb. His movements were fast and steady, and his speed of ascension was very fast. It was simply an explosive move. This performance immediately attracted the attention of many people. When Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened, it had always been connected to the outside world. Thus, the 10 Gu Immortals hiding outside the Blessed Land immediately discovered Feng Jing's abnormality. This child had already reached his limit and was about to be eliminated. How did he suddenly become so vigorous? Strange, this speed is even faster than Feng Kim Hong and the rest. This junior is from Crane Gate. So that's it. The 10 Gu Immortals communicated with their wills, and soon, someone discovered Feng Jing's trump card. He Fengyang, you are really willing to spend so much. Spirit incubating fleas are not rare, but to protect the fleas you used one's own Wei Gu, right? He Fengyang was one of Crane Gate's supreme elders, and possessed a rank 6 one's own Wei Gu. It was already widely known. One's own Wei Gu could allow other Gu worms to be used normally in the Blessed Land. It was an expendable Gu, and could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would vanish into thin air. He Fengyang, you really have a good method. To think you had such a hidden move. You flatter me. Among this generation's newcomers, Myriad Dragon Dock has Xingji, Spirit Affinity House has Feng Kim Hong, and Spirit Butterfly Valley has Xiao Qi Xing. Our Crane Gate cannot compete with them, so we had to use this method. He Fengyang's words were humble and low-key. The other Gu Immortals could only chuckle. They naturally had rank 6 Gu worms, but they did not have one's own Wei Gu, and could not provide such an effective and huge help. Rank 6 Gu worms were immortal Gu, they were unique. At the same time, in the vast world, there would only be one immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were rarer than rank 5 Gu, many rank 6 Gu Immortals did not even have one immortal Gu. In Fan Yuan's previous life, he became a Gu Immortal in 500 years. To refine the first rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada, he spent a lot of time and effort. The moment he succeeded, he was besieged by the righteous path. Their main goal was to snatch this immortal goo. The 10 goo immortals at the scene. Because of their sex, they had some savings. But they only had 1 or 2 immortal goo on hand. He Fengyang had one's own way goo, that meant other goo immortals definitely did not have it. The subtle thing was, He Fengyang's actions did not cross the bottom line, and did not break the rules of the game that the 10 sects had agreed on. Thus, the other goo immortals could only watch, and could not forcefully interfere. Unfortunately, my immortal goo specialize in offense. If I use it, it would be attacking Hu immortal inheritance. That would not be good. Although I have a defensive immortal goo that can protect the soul, the disciples do not have immortal essence to use. Otherwise, Hu immortal inheritance would belong to the sect. The situation has not been decided yet. This disciple of Crane Gate. With the help of the spirit incubating flea, he has a huge advantage. But he has fallen behind by a lot. We will have to wait and see what the result will be. He Fengyang used one's own way goo 80 years ago, this is the second time. That is to say, the one's own way goo in his hands. I can only use it one last time. He paid such a huge price just to gain an advantage in the competition for the inheritance. The other goo immortals pondered for a while, before choosing to restrain themselves and continue to observe. On San Cha Mountain, 3 pillars of light shot into the sky. The opening of 3 kings' inheritance once again attracted all the goo masters in southern border. Just like Tai Mu Bai had guessed. On San Cha Mountain, dragons and snakes began to gather, and the wind and clouds surged. Did you hear? Just yesterday, Li Fail came to San Cha Mountain. Ah, you mean stable as a mountain, Li Fail? Soon, another famous expert arrived on San Cha Mountain. Li Fail's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, an earth path goo master, known as stable as a mountain, and specialized in defense. He was originally Li clan's rising star, receiving the clan's great nurturing. But this person had an intense obsession towards the pursuit of strength. Obsession was obsession. To pursue the greatest strength, he killed people to refine goo, and was not accepted by the righteous path, thus he turned to the demonic path. Li Fail was only a catalyst. In the following month, many famous goo masters arrived on San Cha Mountain. There was the enslavement path goo master Zhang San San, who killed a rank 4 goo master at rank 3 peak stage, and was now rank 4 middle stage, known as a beast enslavement master. There was the righteous path expert Tao Zi, who had the famous rank 5 healing goo of southern border, spirit peach goo. There was also Yun Luo Tian, Yun clan's young clan leader, a wind path goo master. He reached rank 3 peak stage at 23 years old, and was only a step away from rank 4 peak stage at 35 years old. More and more famous goo masters, like sharks smelling blood, stepped onto San Cha Mountain to compete for the 3 kings' inheritance, wanting a share of the loot. These goo masters had at least rank 3 upper stage cultivation, and some had even reached rank 4 realm. A month later, the 4th rank 5 goo master arrived on San Cha Mountain. Wan Xiao. He was the lord of Wu Mountain, a demonic path goo master, a rank 5 poison cultivator, a true overlord of an area. 2 months later, Wu clan's Wu Lanshan arrived. As the number 1 clan of the righteous path, Wu clan had always dominated southern border. The Wu Lanshan who was sent here was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader. The moment she ascended the mountain, she fought with Wang Xiao. Although this battle had also ended in a draw, the battle strength she had displayed had already surpassed Ku Mo and Wu Gue. Another 8 days later, the famous demonic path Choujiu appeared at the foot of San Cha Mountain, causing a commotion as well. Choujiu also had rank 5 cultivation, but his battle strength was weak. He was proficient in healing, and was the famous killer ghost doctor. Together with Dr. Su Shou, 9-fingered wandering doctor and divine Dr. Xing Shou, they were known as the 4 great doctors of southern border. He had an eccentric personality, and had a rule: anyone who wanted him to heal had to kill someone for him. If he saved a life, he had to kill a life. Thus, he was called Killer Ghost Doctor. Walking by the river for a long time, one's shoes would get wet sooner or later. Gu masters lived in this cruel world, injuries and illnesses were unavoidable, and they had to seek help from doctors. The four great doctors were both in the righteous and demonic paths. The moment Killer Ghost Doctor ascended Sancha Mountain, he received a cordial invitation from Tai Mu Bai, and the two chatted happily during the banquet. Time passed quickly. The three kings' inheritance opened and closed, closed and opened again. On this day, the three kings' inheritance opened again. At the foot of Sancha Mountain, two figures walked over. Soon, someone recognized the two and shouted in shock. "It's the black and white twin demons, they are here again!" Chapter 381. At the peak of Sancha Mountain, red, blue, and yellow pillars of light stood in front of everyone. Compared to before, anyone with a discerning eye could see that these three pillars of light had become many times dimmer. At the same time, their size had shrunk to less than half of their original size. This Gu immortal blessed land that had existed since the olden antiquity era was already nearing its end. After being remodeled by the three kings, it was slowly becoming unbearable as countless Gu masters explored and plundered it. It was like a sinking ship, half of it had already been submerged by the seawater. Only the flagpole and some of the upper deck were still exposed to the air. "Old tribe leader Tai, please go ahead." After seriously observing for a while, Wu Lanshan respectfully cupped her fists towards Tai Mu Bai. Although there were many rank 5 Gu masters here, in terms of battle strength, Tai Mu Bai was still the strongest. In this Sancha Mountain, he was undoubtedly the number 1 rank 5 Gu master. Even in the entire southern border, he was a top-tier existence among rank 5 Gu masters. Tai Mu Bai's status was publicly acknowledged by everyone. Even opponents like Ku Mo and Wu Gui had to admit this point. Tai Mu Bai looked at the three pillars of light and nodded. "Then I will go first." His every movement attracted everyone's gazes. The thousands of Gu masters near the inheritance entrance were all focused on him. Tai Mu Bai slowly walked forward, entering King Xian inheritance. Wu Gui and Ku Mo looked at each other. Since Tai Mu Bai had chosen King Xian's legacy, then the two of them had to avoid encountering him. Rank 5 Gu masters would try their best to avoid unnecessary competition. The final battle was the stage where they could display their true strength. After Tai Mu Bai, Wu Lanshan, Wang Xiao and the rest also made their choices and entered the inheritance. Next was the rank 4 peak stage Gu masters led by Ihua. One by one they entered. On Sancha Mountain, righteous and demonic Gu masters gathered. The enemies who used to fight each other behaved in an orderly manner in front of huge benefits. However, right at this moment, the originally quiet peak suddenly became restless. First, it was the Gu masters in the outer circle who were discussing. Next, the Gu masters in the inner circle also looked over. "It's the black and white twin demons, they are finally back!" Someone saw the cause of the commotion. Someone said in surprise, "They are the black and white twin demons! The two rising stars of the demonic path?" This was the first time many people saw Fang and Bai, and they couldn't help but size them up. These two youngsters are not simple at all. One was besieged by the 4 elders of the Tai clan and managed to persevere for several months without being defeated. The other one is even more powerful. He fought 1 against 7 and even killed Tai Ba Xiu, someone introduced. Fang and Bai had wreaked havoc on Sancha Mountain. It left a deep impression on everyone. Now that many people thought about it, it was still vivid in their minds. Tai Ba Xiu. I have fought with him before. Fan Jing was actually able to kill him, and at such a young age, he is indeed not simple. Someone nodded, his expression becoming serious. In my opinion, the so-called overlord of the age is just a facade. Making a junior famous. Truly a disgrace to our generation. Some Gu masters scoffed. So what if the black-white double ghosts are here? Times were different now. On Sancha Mountain, there were 6 rank 5 Gu masters. The 2 of them were merely rank 4 Gu masters. They won't be able to cause any big waves. That's right, especially since Fang Jing killed a Tai clansman. Tai Mu Bai will not let him off. But he has guts to actually dare to come here. Isn't this taking advantage of the fact that Tai Mu Bai has already entered the inheritance? That's why he dares to come here. Everyone discussed softly, looking at Fang and Bai with all kinds of gazes. Some were curious, some were judging, some were solemn, some were frivolous. There were also many people who did not look at them, but looked at another person. This person was standing among the rank 4 Gu masters. Dressed in tight clothes, her beautiful eyes were like stars, and her brows were tightly furrowed. It was Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan was a rank 4 Gu master. She naturally had to follow this wave of rank 4 Gu masters and enter the inheritance. Although Tai Mu Bai was the number 1 person on Sancha Mountain, he still had to follow the rules and set an example. Otherwise, it would be difficult to command the Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. This was the code of conduct of a righteous path leader. Fanging, it's you! Tai Ruanan walked out of the crowd, closely staring at Fan Yuan with an agitated expression. Seeing Fan Yuan, this great enemy whose hands were stained with the blood of Tai clansmen, the young girl's heart was filled with hatred and anger, wishing she could immediately kill him. Her fists fiercely clenched, then slowly loosened. Loosened and tightened and loosened again. Such repeated small movements showed the struggle in her heart. Finally, Tai Ruanan loosened her fists and fiercely breathed out a mouthful of turbid air, her eyes regaining clarity. Little Beast King, don't worry, old clan leader will attack you. Your life is mine, sooner or later. I will kill you as a sacrifice to the souls of my Tai clansmen. Just you wait. Saying so, the young girl turned around and left, stepping into the light pillar and disappearing. Is Tai Ruanan afraid? She actually left without fighting. It seems Little Beast King's might is still there, causing this Tai clan young master to not dare to fight. I feel this girl is very smart. The 3 kings' inheritance is right in front of us. This is a rare opportunity. She should quickly grab it. What is the benefit of fighting and killing? Fan Yuan, however, frowned slightly. Tai Ruanan's performance had surprised him. Being able to control her anger, it was truly rare. Many famous people might not be able to do this. Tai Ruanan, I cannot let you grow any further. It was rare for Fan Yuan to feel threatened by someone of the same generation. Tai Mu Bai did not purposely conceal the fact that he was teaching Tai Ruanan. It was already widely known. Fan Yuan was naturally aware of this. Tai Ruanan had talent, she had talent, and her temperament was even more firm. Adding on the clan's nurturing, she was simply a swallow that soared to the sky. One day she would fly to the clouds, becoming a phoenix or a green bird. Restraining the killing intent in his heart, Fan Yuan walked towards the inheritance. Most of the rank 4 Gu masters consciously gave way. Wait! Suddenly, a righteous Gu master walked forward and blocked Fang and Bai. This righteous Gu master wore a snow-white robe. His sleeves were wide and fluttering in the wind. His face was also very handsome. It was no one else. It was the young patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Luotian. Little Beast King, I heard that you killed Tai Ba Xiu. Yun Luotian stood in front of Fan Yuan and swept a glance at Fan Yuan before sizing up by Ningbing. Do you know? He pointed at Fan Yuan, saying arrogantly, You won with an unfair advantage, using a flying Gu to kill a righteous path member, but you found a loophole. The atmosphere at the scene became very heavy. Yun Luotian's words were very blunt. Furthermore, Fan Yuan was an arrogant person. If things continued like this, it was obvious that a war would break out. Many Gu masters retreated slightly, distancing themselves from these 2 people. Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan's gaze was eerie. Looking at Yun Luotian, he nodded and suddenly smiled. I indeed found a loophole and killed Tai Ba Xiu, sorry about that. Yun Luotian was stunned. He did not expect this Little Beast King to answer like this. Why was his behavior different from the information? These years of closed cultivation. He had been cultivating flying techniques. His flying ability was not inferior to the famous flying experts of Southern Border. Right now, he wanted to fight with Fan Yuan to increase his reputation. But Fan Yuan was so polite, he could not continue to make things difficult for him. Demonic path members could be extremely vicious. He was a Righteous Path member, and was also the young patriarch of Yun clan. His every action had to be paid attention to. After all, he represented the image of Yun clan. Yun Luo Tian was slightly dazed. But soon after, he calmed his mind. We let young Master Tai Roanan leave first because we admire old patriarch Tai Mu Bai's reputation. Since you know you found a loophole, why don't you leave first? There are still many heroes here, it's not your turn yet. Yun Luo Tian waved his sleeves at Fan Yuan, speaking in a plain tone. Although he was secretly flattering the people around him, the atmosphere became even more tense. Everyone had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Just as everyone was on guard, Fan Yuan took a step back with a smile. Sir is right, I was rude. You guys go first. Yun Luo Tian laughed, waving his sleeves and turning around with a leisurely attitude. After dozens of steps, he stepped into the light pillar. Although he did not fight with Fan Yuan, he felt his gains were greater. Not long later, there would be rumors of him challenging Little Beast King, scaring this rising star of the demonic path into retreating. At that time, his reputation would soar, and Yun clan's reputation in the righteous path would also rise. After Yun Luo Tian entered the inheritance, Fan Yuan and Bai Ning Bing chose King Bao's inheritance. Seeing the two disappear, the remaining rank 4 Gu masters started to whisper to each other. Is this still Little Beast King? He has become so gentle and refined? Did he take the wrong medicine, or did I see wrongly? This world is changing too quickly. Hee, Little Beast King is terrified, what a coward! If it were me, I would have already rolled up my sleeves and fought. Sigh, the opponent is Yun Luo Tian after all. Although Yun clan cannot compare to super clans, it is still a first-rate clan. After a moment of dizziness, after calming down, Fan Yuan sized up his surroundings. A gray-white sky and light red land stretched to the limits of his vision. On the land, there were pieces of volcanic rocks, emitting steam or gray smoke. Another heavenly demon has descended. Comrades, quickly gather together. As long as we are united, we can defeat the Demon King. Quick, our Red Egg village can only rely on ourselves to protect it. Suddenly, the lids of the volcanic rocks were opened, and small people walked out of them. These small people were only the size of babies. They were pink and tender, looking very cute. The most eye-catching thing was, in the center of each of their chests, there was a red cute round egg. These were Eggmen. Like hairy men, they were variant humans. Fan Yuan took one look and knew that these were red Eggmen among Eggmen. The eggs on the bodies of red Eggmen were all red. They built houses out of large volcanic rocks and lived in them. Right now, Fan Yuan could only use one exploding egg goo. And King Bao Inheritance's intention was to let Fan Yuan use exploding egg goo to eliminate these red Eggmen. That way, he would be able to enter the next round. But facing the attacking red Eggmen, Fan Yuan did not move. He allowed the attacks to land on him. These attacks accumulated and soon, Fan Yuan was heavily injured. Fan Yuan could not breathe properly. His body was bathed in blood, the intense aura of death had already enveloped him. At this moment, even if he used exploding egg goo, it would not change the situation. Putting himself in a desperate situation, Fan Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 382. A group of short red Eggmen surrounded Fan Yuan and kept attacking. Huh! Is this heavenly demon an idiot? Why isn't he moving? If only heavenly demons were this stupid! Don't let your guard down. Heavenly demons are extremely cunning. Quickly kill him. Seeing that Fan Yuan was about to be killed, the red Eggmen cheered in victory. But at this moment, an invisible force suddenly descended and engulfed Fan Yuan. Surrounded, Fan Yuan, who was on the verge of death, suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a group of extremely shocked red Eggmen. When Fan Yuan woke up from the hazy darkness, the scene in front of him had changed greatly. It was a dark blue hall. The main hall was extremely simple and unadorned, and it was built with huge square copper bricks. Many of the bricks were covered with moss, showing the signs of time. Fan Yuan was lying in the middle of the hall. The copper brick floor on his back was cold. I've healed your injuries. A giant tortoise slowly opened its wrinkled eyelids and stared at Fan Yuan, who was at its feet. Fan Yuan slowly crawled up from the ground, first touched his body. Sure enough, his injuries were all healed. Then he looked around the hall, his expression calm. Finally, his gaze fell on the giant turtle in front of him. This giant turtle was as big as a house, its dark green shell was thick and hard. Its 4 limbs were like elephant legs, and there were 2 dragon whiskers hanging down from its head. Fan Yuan looked at this giant turtle, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, his smile became wider, and finally turned into laughter. Ha! His laughter reverberated in the hall. He had taken the initiative to seek death, which was equivalent to abandoning the spring-autumn cicada. Relying only on his guesses and the information from his previous life, the risk was naturally great. It could be said that a single misstep would cause eternal regret. But the people of the demonic path had always been courageous, and were best at staking everything on one throw. Now that Fan Yuan had successfully reached the main hall, all the risks were worth it. After laughing heartily for a while, Fan Yuan stopped and said to the giant tortoise, Earth Spirit Ba Gui, you have finally awakened from your slumber. You know me? The giant tortoise's balanced voice wavered. There was a trace of doubt in his old eyes. That's right. I know you, and I also know the secret of this paradise. Fan Yuan nodded and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. This blessed land originated from an ancient strength path, Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals protect the blessed land. He fought against the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, but in the end, he perished in a calamity. After his death, his will combined with the heavenly power of the blessed land and formed the earth spirit. It's you, Bagay. As long as I complete his dying wish, I will become the new master of this blessed land. Am I right? Fan Yuan went straight to the point, and was very frank and direct. Land spirit. Even though it was a Gu Immortal, it was no longer a human, it was a pure obsession. Using a term from Earth, it was an intelligent program. As long as he reached the land spirit standard, he would be able to obtain its recognition and become the master of the blessed land. Therefore, Fan Yuan had directly said it. There would be no conspiracy between them. The giant tortoise nodded slowly. Yes. This obsession before death was the test of the blessed land. As long as you can complete it, you can become my master. And the specific content of this test is to refine the second aperture Gu, right? Fan Yuan asked. In ancient times, strength path flourished. 8 out of 10 Gu masters cultivated the strength path. This blessed land's original owner was also a strength path Gu Immortal. He had developed the recipe of second aperture Gu. But at the last moment, he lost his life in the heavenly tribulation. After he died, this obsession turned into a land spirit. In other words, the giant tortoise in front of Fan Yuan. In order to fulfill this obsession, the giant tortoise had been painstakingly waiting. Unfortunately, as time passed, there was still no fated person who met the criteria. This fated person had to be a strength path Gu master, possess beast phantoms, and be strong to a certain extent. Secondly, this strength path Gu master had to be on the verge of death to obtain this opportunity. This was because the blessed land's original owner had a lot of unwillingness and resentment before his death. He did not want others to obtain his wealth so easily. But he also wanted to refine the second aperture Gu. Thus, he requested that this fated person be like him and experience death. Only those who were in the same predicament as him had the qualifications to obtain everything he had. However, as time passed, the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations continued. The land spirit giant tortoise could not wait for a strength path Gu that met the criteria. To save immortal essence, it could only helplessly choose to hibernate. The originally vast and boundless blessed land was worn down by the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The entire space was already less than 1% of its original size. One heavenly tribulation caused the blessed land to be riddled with holes. Thus, a loophole was created, and the blessed land formed a secret passage to the outside world. 3 wandering children came here, and relied on the blessed land's resources to cultivate. These were the famous three kings of the demonic path. After the three kings took their revenge, they returned to the blessed land to live in seclusion. As time passed, they became more familiar with the blessed land, and were only a step away from rank 6. But in the end, the three did not break through. Before dying, they modified this place and turned it into the three kings' inheritance. The three kings were refinement path, fire path, and enslavement path. None of them walked the strength path. The moment the modification started, the land spirit was awakened. It watched quietly and did not stop them. It wanted to use this inheritance to attract a strength path goo master that met the requirements. When the three kings' inheritance opened, countless goo masters entered the blessed land, greatly increasing the immortal essence expenditure. When the blessed land faced the crisis of destruction, the giant tortoise also woke up from its slumber. After waking up, the first thing the land spirit did was to find the fated person. There were many strength path goo masters in the entire blessed land, but none could reach the land spirit's standard. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was the mainstream. But now, with the changes of the times, strength path was already on the verge of being eliminated. Goo masters who had true achievements in the strength path were even rarer. Hearing Fan Yuan mention the second aperture goo, land spirit Bagui was stunned. "You know a lot." Although it was curious, it did not pursue the matter. To it had already found the fated person. Its next goal was to refine the second aperture goo. However, it was extremely difficult to refine the second aperture goo. Because the second aperture goo was not a mortal goo, but a rank 6 immortal goo. But Fan Yuan was mentally prepared and asked, "Second aperture goo, rank 6. Rank 5 mortal, rank 6 immortal. To refine an immortal goo, there is a basic requirement, that is immortal essence. The immortal essence in the blessed land. How much is left?" The tortoise turned its body and looked towards the depths of the hall. The floor tiles suddenly split open, and a large bronze cauldron slowly rose up. Finally, the floor tiles closed, and the bronze cauldron was left in the hall. This cauldron. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, and contained immortal essence. This immortal essence was like green water, sparkling and translucent, emitting a rusty smell. There was very little immortal essence. Only a shallow layer was left at the bottom of the cauldron. And as time passed, it was still slowly decreasing bit by bit. This was because the blessed land opened, and countless goo masters were exploring it, entering and exiting, expending immortal essence. However, this is already much better than the situation in my previous life. As long as I plan carefully. Fan Yuan looked at this layer of immortal essence. His thoughts flashed like lightning. Previous life. 3 kings' inheritance opened, and the land spirit waited bitterly. But there was no fated person. At the middle to late stage, the land spirit finally found a qualified strength path goo master who was on the verge of death. This lucky person came from the demonic path, and survived a great calamity, gaining a blessing in disguise. However, he had no understanding of goo refinement, and died in the process of goo refinement. At the later stage, goo masters had a deep understanding of 3 kings' inheritance, and knew how to advance and retreat. They had more or less life-saving tokens that could allow them to escape at any time. At the final moment, the blessed land was extremely weak, and goo masters could use their own goo worms to fight and engage in a bloody battle. With a bloody battle, there would naturally be casualties. The land spirit finally found a chance, and selected several strength path goo masters. But by then, it was already too late. Immortal essence was severely insufficient, and the land spirit itself was extremely weak. It could not accomplish anything. Eventually, the blessed land continued to collapse, and the goo masters found this hall. They came here, fought with the land spirit, and crashed into the strength path goo master who was refining goo. Only then did everyone know that Sancha Mountain's blessed land had such a huge secret. But by then, the immortal essence was expended, and the land spirit was already dead. The goo refinement naturally ended in failure. And the legendary second aperture goo had not even appeared in the world, and regretfully became extinct. Second aperture goo, it can allow a goo master to have a second aperture. Even an idiot knows the value of this goo. I have a great aptitude now, and one aperture has 90% primeval essence. If I can have a second aperture, I will have 180% primeval essence. At the same time, I will have double the recovery speed, and can even nurture a second set of goo worms. My battle strength will definitely soar, and it can be said to be an unprecedented record. Once I succeed, I will definitely be the number one person among the same rank. Fan Yuan was inwardly excited. But refining this immortal goo was extremely difficult. It was not an easy task. Even Tai Mu Bai was dumbfounded by this. But to Fan Yuan, it was a different situation. Firstly, he was a rank 6 goo immortal in his previous life. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, he also successfully refined Spring-Autumn Cicada, and had precious experience in refining immortal goo. Secondly, ever since Three Kings' Inheritance opened, he had been making arrangements. He challenged Strength Path goo masters everywhere, and eliminated competitors. Shui Sanxi, Century Boy and others were all chosen by the land spirit in his previous life. But now, they all died in Fan Yuan's hands. Finally, he had the land spirit's help. In his previous life, when the land spirit met the first lucky child, it was already very weak. Towards the end, it was extremely weak, and was actually killed by a group of mortals. But now was different. Fan Yuan sought death, and came early. He definitely received great help from the land spirit. Back then, that goo immortal had already made ample preparations to refine the goo. With this foundation, I have at least 50% confidence in refining the goo. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.